Chapter 159 Chairman? Who? It's utterly hilarious. Although Ji Yuhan's name is not mentioned, who cannot discern that he is referring to Ji Yuhan? Su Qian flashed a broad smile, and suddenly, the door of the silver sports car swung open, and she was met with Ji Yuhan's icy countenance. Ji Yuhan paused momentarily, while Su Qian's smile froze upon her face. How apt it is that as soon as one speaks of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrives. The two exchanged a brief glance, and Wu Xingchen, following her gaze, immediately recognized him. Mr. Ji? Observing his tension, Su Qian patted him reassuringly. It's all right. I will handle this. Just then, she spotted Su Muyao emerging from the passenger seat. Su Muyao was akin to a peacock flaunting its feathers today, adorned in a sea blue haute couture gown, her ensemble of jewelry shimmering brilliantly as she stepped out, radiating sweetness and warmth as she greeted the reporters. After greeting a circle, only then did she notice Su Qian. Mimicking her demeanor, Su Qian waved. Hi, what a coincidence. Su Muyao nearly burst into laughter. She glanced at Ji Yuhan in confusion, only to see him furrowing his brow. How could Su Qian be here? They had come to attend the press conference, fully intending to showcase their prowess. After all, despite the grand spectacle of Sun Qi, its underlying owner was likely just a commercial upstart. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding so deeply, as though fearing their identity be uncovered. But they were different. What did the Ji family represent? It symbolized a formidable commercial background and an unceasing cash flow. Even if this new automotive venture seized the initiative, what of it? With the Ji family backing it, it would merely be a fleeting moment. Hence, their ostentatious entrance today was to create a buzz. But what was Su Qian doing here? As the two approached her, they noticed a young man of unfamiliar visage standing beside her, polished and genteel, wearing rimless glasses, possessing strikingly handsome features. Ji Yuhan scrutinized him with evident displeasure and remarked, Su Qian, you truly cannot live without a man. He was irked at the sight of Su Qian standing next to a stranger. Su Qian chuckled in response. What did you say? Brother-in-law, I didn't quite catch that. She continued, surely, you are not interfering with your sister-in-law's normal social interactions? Ji Yuhan was momentarily at a loss for words. You. Su Qian was not mistaken. He and Su Muyao were now legally wed. Witnessing Ji Yuhan's concern for Su Qian, Su Muyao felt a twinge of displeasure. However, she feigned ignorance, linking her arm with Ji Yuhan's and smiling affectionately. Qian, a Han is merely concerned for you, worried that you might choose your friends unwisely. Su Qian pressed her hand on Wu Xingchen's shoulder. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. A postdoctoral fellow from Qing University, graduated with a master's degree at 22 and obtained his doctorate at 25. Mr. Ji, I apologize, but may I inquire about your academic qualifications? Indeed, he has not even received a university degree. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, can it? Ji Yuhan's expression darkened, falling silent. Su Qian reveled in the delightful power dynamics of the moment. Qian, what brings you here? Su Muyao discreetly glanced at Ji Yuhan before inquiring. Su Qian retorted. What's the matter? It's a public press conference. If you can attend, why can't I? Su Muyao hastily clarified, chastising Su Qian in a paternal tone. Qian, it's not that I wish to control you. However, your presence here represents the entire Su family, not just yourself. To appear at such a public event on a whim is rather reckless. Su Qian surveyed her from head to toe. And what are you two here for, a wedding? Su Muyao's expression froze in embarrassment for a moment. Indeed, everyone attending the press conference was dressed appropriately, in business casual attire, while she stood out like a flamboyant peacock. She hadn't anticipated this. In such a gathering, where few celebrities or socialites attended, she felt utterly out of place. To make matters worse, Su Qian continued to jab. Not to worry, fortunately, you are marrying now, so the disgrace falls not on the Su family, but on the Ji family. After all, the Ji family has little reputation left to lose. Let it be. It's not particularly enjoyable. Su Qian. Ji Yuhan growled in frustration. I'm here. If you have something to say, please do so. Su Qian could hardly tolerate the antics of a melodramatic male lead. His inability to speak civilly, constantly raising his voice to call her name, was intolerable. Did he think he was some sort of deity? Would he dare respond to me calling his name? Ji Yuhan took a deep breath and coldly addressed Su Qian. You will undoubtedly regret this. The Ji family's automotive research and development had been completed, although per procedures, collision tests and safety evaluations would require another 2 to 3 months. Such formalities rarely posed problems. After discussions in the meeting, Ji Yuhan had already bypassed this unnecessary process. They had leveraged their connections, and by next week at the latest, the Ji family would unveil their newly developed electric vehicle. By then, whatever Sun Qi was, would have to take a back seat, and the Ji family would reclaim its status at the pinnacle of the elite. At that point, Su Qian would have ample opportunity to come to him in tears. He looked coldly at Su Qian, his eyes reflecting a self-assured arrogance. In response, Su Qian cast him a sympathetic glance and kindly advised, "You will regret not seeking treatment. Find a reliable psychiatrist." The Sun Qi press conference surpassed expectations in its success. Due to the overwhelming promotional efforts, the public and various sectors were keenly focused on this newly revamped traditional automobile enterprise, and the buzz surrounding the event was already considerable. The new model showcased at the conference dazzled everyone with its sleek, modern design, superior performance, highly intelligent vehicle systems, and an array of formidable safety features. Even the price was astonishing. In summary, the online trending topics surged in waves. Even before the conference concluded, pre-orders for the new vehicle had exceeded 1 million units, shattering records set by other brands. Various journalists and automotive critics were abuzz with excitement, already predicting that it could surpass a well-known brand from a certain beautiful country within a few years. Ji Yuhan, seated among the audience, wore a dark expression. The performance was lacking, the intelligent driving inferior, the vehicle systems unimpressive, and the acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour was considerably subpar, yet the price was even higher. What had the Ji family's RD team been doing all these years? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Beside him, Su Muyao gently grasped his hand. "Han, it's all right. It's merely an unfounded little car company." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuhan's expression softened slightly. Su Muyao was not wrong. What good would it do, even if the car was excellently made? In commercial competition, it has never been merely about these tangible strengths. The Ji family's business interests spanned across the city, not to mention his recent union with the Su family. If he so desired, within 3 months, he could make Sun Qi vanish without a trace. His expression softened slightly as he inquired of Su Muyao, "Your elder brother will attend the engagement banquet the day after tomorrow, won't he?" Understanding his concern, Su Muyao gently reassured Ji Yuhan, "Do not worry, Han. In this matter of commercial rivalry, the Su family will undoubtedly stand by the Ji family." Though uncertainty lingered in her heart, she nonetheless made a direct promise on behalf of her brother. Indeed, who else could her brother assist if not the Ji family? She had already become the true daughter-in-law of the Ji family. No enterprise could forge a closer bond with the Su family than this. Just as her words hung in the air, Wu Xingqian on stage announced, "Well, I have presented the basic information regarding Sun Qi Motors. I trust there is another matter of greater curiosity. Let us welcome with applause the chairperson of Sun Qi, Ms. Su Qian." Amidst the resounding applause, both Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao were taken aback. Who? The chairperson. Who? Chapter 160. Do you think the whole world belongs to your mother? The spotlight shone brightly above Su Qian's head, with flashes of magnesium light incessantly illuminating her presence. Rising from the audience, Su Qian's meticulously crafted makeup could not conceal her striking features, while her tailored suit accentuated her waistline, presenting an image both capable and alluring. She greeted the cameras and the surrounding guests with a warm smile before confidently stepping onto the stage. Who could have imagined it? 10 million. She had become a major player in the business world. Everyone present was equally astonished.
Su Qian,
who among them did not recognize Su Qian? The breathtaking automotive enterprise before them was, astonishingly, the brainchild of the Su family's heiress, a revelation that was nothing short of sensational. As seasoned businesspeople, how could they not comprehend the immense value of such an accomplishment? Manufacturing automobiles. The daughter of the Su family, at such a tender age, had already ventured into car production. And what of the online viewers? How many among them were not familiar with Su Qian? It felt surreal to them. Just days ago, she had been a playful socialite on a live stream. Now, she stood as the chairperson of Sun Qi. Was everyone simply lounging about while she was secretly striving for excellence? Many viewers had assumed she intended to enter the entertainment industry, unaware that she was secretly developing automobiles behind their backs. Upon her appearance, the brief moment of stunned silence was quickly followed by a surge in orders for Sun Qi's new vehicles, which unexpectedly soared to new heights.
By
surrounding the young lady. Just by. Moreover, with the backing of the Su Group, who would dare question Sun Qi's legitimacy as a fledgling car manufacturer. This was undoubtedly a discreet yet monumental maneuver by the Su family. However, none could have anticipated that the Su family themselves were equally bewildered. As the live stream broadcast unfolded, Su Jingyi gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What the heck? He swiftly pulled his brother Su Qian aside, asking, "Brother, have you and Su Qian been working on such a significant project behind the family's back? The cars are already in production?"
Su Qian, equally perplexed, replied, "No.
I haven't been involved." Su Jingyi pressed, "What? So Su Qian did this all on her own? How is that possible?" Su Qian, taken aback, could only think of one thing. His sister had ventured out to film a variety show. The amount of money he provided should not have been sufficient for her to develop a new energy vehicle in such a short span. Suddenly, Su Qian's thoughts shifted to another pressing matter. The Ji family's new car brand was set to launch soon, and Su Qian's appearance would be perceived by the Ji family as a direct challenge from the Su family. They would undoubtedly suspect the Su family of attempting to sabotage their ongoing projects. "What are you doing?" Su Qian turned to speak, only to find Su Jingyi expressionless, repeatedly tapping on his phone. Su Jingyi quickly hid his phone, saying, "It's nothing." Yet, Su Qian caught a glimpse of the screen displaying 30 successfully reserved Sun Qi vehicles. "Wait, how many vehicles?" Su Qian stared at him in disbelief. "Why would you buy so many? Do you plan to drive them all?" Clearing his throat, Su Jingyi awkwardly replied, "I'm getting one for each member of my team." "What's the issue?" All right, Su Qian responded, but before he could say more, Su Jingyi coldly added, "I'm not boosting Su Qian's sales. So don't go spreading rumors." Rumors? To whom would he even relay that? It was merely a matter of not wanting Su Qian to find out. Su Qian chose not to engage further, instead clearing his throat and ordering 50 vehicles himself. The headquarters was about to distribute year-end bonuses, and the rewards for key personnel had yet to be determined. At the live event, Wu Xingqian handed the microphone to Su Qian, inviting her to share a few words. Su Qian accepted the microphone, and the guests below, along with the online audience, eagerly awaited her remarks. Was this young lady merely playing a role, pretending to be unlearned while secretly holding expertise in scientific research? However, Su Qian took the microphone and smiled candidly. "To be honest, there isn't much for me to say. I neither understand automotive development nor cars, and frankly, I haven't driven much since obtaining my license." The guests were taken aback. The audience was bewildered. "Wait, young lady. While you might dismiss us on the variety show, how can you be so casual at your own car company's launch?" Such remarks could hardly be uttered so freely. Wu Xingqian beside her was momentarily stunned. Yet, Su Qian gently nudged him forward, stating, "After all, professional matters should be left to the experts. Our entire research and development team, including Mr. Wu, who is introducing the vehicles today, consists of industry leaders. And you? How did you establish such a substantial automotive enterprise?" A journalist from the audience could not help but inquire.
Su Qian iman fouls right.
"It all boils down to trust. They handle the research, I provide the funding, and everyone has their role to play." Then she candidly added, "So, aside from investing money, I know nothing." It was undeniable that everyone present was taken aback by her unabashed honesty. "So, no advantages to speak of, just a wealth of cash, I see." To which Su Qian turned back to Wu Xingqian and asked, "Can we distribute lucky bags during the live stream? I'm not very articulate, but perhaps we can give out some red envelopes instead." Consequently, an impromptu segment was added to the Sun Qi launch live stream, where the Su family heiress distributed 10 million in red envelopes, causing a frenzy in the chat room. The trending topic soared, with numerous onlookers rushing to partake in the giveaways, sending the excitement to unprecedented heights. It proved far more effective than any marketing strategy. The entire launch event was deemed a resounding success. At the post-launch celebration, Wu Xingqian could not help but toast Su Qian multiple times, exclaiming, "Such brilliance disguised as simplicity. Young lady, I now understand the true depth of your strategy. No amount of ideas from our marketing department could rival your approach." Su Qian scratched her head. "It's not that remarkable, really. I simply had nothing to say and resorted to spending money. On Su Qian's card, no less. I didn't spend a dime of my own. As a result, she reaped substantial rewards." Just as she prepared to modestly deflect the praise, a cold voice interrupted from beside her. "Su Qian, you did this on purpose, didn't you?" Turning around, Su Qian looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" With a frosty demeanor, Ji Yuhan replied, "Investing in Sun Qi was a deliberate move on your part?" Su Qian chuckled. "You're truly amusing. Ji Yuhan, when will you stop taking yourself so seriously? Just because someone else profits doesn't mean they're deliberately opposing you. Does the whole world revolve around you, demanding that everyone cater to your whims?" Chapter 161. Do you not have this small amount of money? Even having been forewarned of Su Qian's sharp tongue, Ji Yuhan found himself at a loss, nearly rendered speechless by her retort. But this time, the stakes were different. Previously, Su Qian's barbs had merely tarnished his reputation in the entertainment industry. This time, however, she had transformed into the Ji family's most formidable commercial adversary, threatening the very foundation of the Ji enterprise. Ji Yuhan steadied himself, forcing himself to disregard Su Qian's words, and pressed on with his inquiry. Su Qian, don't try to deceive me. A venture of this magnitude? Where did you acquire such funds? Either Su Qian was orchestrating this from behind the scenes, or Su Qian had taken control of the Su family. Regardless of the scenario, it was intolerable to Ji Yuhan. Yet, upon hearing his interrogation, Su Qian only laughed. I invested my pocket money, just a casual investment. What is the big deal? Don't tell me you lack this small amount of cash? She queried. She was being entirely honest. After all, she had indeed invested a mere 10 million, less than the sum she casually spent on giveaways. However, Ji Yuhan felt as though he were choking on her words. Small money. To secure a controlling stake in an automotive company. And she dares to label it as small change. Even if Su Jingyi had invested on her behalf, the cash flow involved was staggering. Ji Yuhan's expression darkened. Beside him,
Sunnuntai majan pixer hörgatse intentluon sunnuntai kian.
The dynamics had shifted dramatically. While she still stood by Ji Yuhan's side as his companion, Su Qian had transformed, clad in her elegant suit, standing confidently before him, equally matched in stature. What right does she have? Is it merely because Su Qian is the daughter of the Su family? Hence, the Su family can indulge her so extravagantly, even bestowing such a colossal automotive enterprise upon her, granting her the reins of power. Su Muyao, consumed by jealousy, could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Her gaze fixed on Su Qian in silence. Yet, Su Qian remained blissfully unaware of her presence. This was largely due to Ji Yuhan's utter foolishness. It was one thing for Ji Yuhan to disbelieve her words, but the contemptuous glint in his eyes was insufferable. Su Qian, even if there are grievances between us, they are our own affairs. Now that the Su family has allied with our Ji family through marriage, your petty personal vendettas will only lead to mutual destruction. Ah, men, your name is mediocrity. Su Qian sighed. Ji Yuhan, perhaps I should assist you in contacting a psychiatrist. Your condition cannot be delayed any longer. Ji Yuhan's expression darkened. At that moment, a cheerful voice chimed in from the side. Who says the Su family has allied with the Ji family? Su Qian's heart leapt with joy. Second brother? What brings you here? She turned to see the impeccably dressed Su Yanzhao. He smiled at her, jesting, well, I was invited as a guest. It's quite normal for our esteemed Su general manager to miss my presence in the front row. Besides managing his own hospital, he often engaged in various investments, making such invitations commonplace. However, today he came primarily because he and Wu Xingchen were friends from university. Both were prominent figures at Tsinghua University, but while he hailed from a wealthy family, Wu Xingchen was known for his humble beginnings. Wu Xingchen's invitation was merely a chance to showcase his achievements to an old friend. Ji Yuhan was equally surprised by Su Yanzhao's arrival. When did he start involving himself in the affairs of the Su family? Was this automotive enterprise not under Su Yichen's purview, but rather? As Su Yanzhao regarded him, a smile adorned his face, yet his eyes remained cold. Mr. Ji, acknowledging that a woman surpasses you should not be a challenging endeavor. Ji Yuhan frowned, recognizing the underlying mockery. Su Yanzhao pressed on. Indeed, the Su family was unaware of the operations of Xuanqi. However, we are an enlightened family. We neither hinder women from pursuing business, nor use them as pawns in marriage alliances. Ji Yuhan paused, then quickly grasped what Su Yanzhao was emphasizing. Su Muyao stood in shock. Second brother? What are you saying? Su Yanzhao feigned surprise. What is the matter? Yao Yao. I've told you countless times not to objectify yourself or regard yourself as a mere tool. Have you forgotten your brother's words? His intentions were well-meaning, but the timing was utterly inappropriate. Su Qian had abruptly become the head of this new automotive enterprise, and Su Yanzhao was swiftly distancing himself from the Ji family while Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao had already registered their marriage. Ji Yuhan's expression stiffened as he managed to utter, Brother Yanzhao, you jest. The Ji and Su families have collaborated closely for many years to reach this point. Yao Yao marrying into our family is a fortunate union, and no one would consider her a tool. Su Yanzhao chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a cunning sparkle. While your words hold truth, Mr. Ji, my elder brother is known for his clear distinction between public and private matters. He believes that your union with Yao Yao is a genuine love between two individuals. As for business collaborations, those are mere commercial affairs and need not involve Yao Yao. She has no obligation to participate. Su Qian understood the implications. Su Yanzhao was clearly disavowing any connection with the Ji family. In essence, Ji Yuhan's marriage to Su Muyao was solely their affair, and the Su family did not acknowledge the union. Su Qian listened with growing enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling. It was only when Ji Yuhan, visibly enraged, departed, with Su Muyao hastily following in her stiletto heels, that Su Yanzhao playfully waved his hand in front of Su Qian. Back to reality, General Manager Su. Su Qian quickly turned. Are we at odds with the Ji family? Su Yanzhao pondered. Not quite.
Su Qian replied, oh.
Su Yanzhao continued. It's merely an assessment of the Ji family's developmental trajectory, leading to the conclusion of our previous collaborations. Su Qian exclaimed. Isn't that tantamount to severing ties? Ending all partnerships is far more severe than a mere falling out. At Su Qian's incredulous expression,
Su Yanzhao smiled softly. Indeed.
Thus, General Manager Su, the future collaborations of the Su family will rest upon your shoulders. You've managed to build such a vast enterprise with pocket money. You must ensure that the Su family receives its fair share.
Su Qian smiled brightly. Oh.
That's a trivial matter. However, I truly am just a shareholder. The decision-making is beyond my expertise. Su Yanzhao had anticipated this. Yet curiosity lingered. Without significant capital flowing in and out, how much did you invest in Xuanqi to acquire your shares? Su Qian felt a bit shy and raised a single finger. Su Yanzhao inquired. 1 billion?
Su Qian shook her head. No.
Su Yanzhao pressed. Was it 100 million? Su Qian replied. 10 million. Su Yanzhao was taken aback. Su Qian sheepishly scratched her head. Initially, the contract was for 5 million, but I felt a bit embarrassed, so I transferred an additional 5 million. Chapter 162. She and Ji Yuhan are the protagonists. The Ji family had previously dabbled in automotive projects, but that was merely an investment. This was their first genuine independent development. Consequently, following the Xuanqi press conference, the Ji family launched a comprehensive promotion for their new energy vehicle brand. Positioned against Xuanqi, their advantage could be summed up in 2 words: affordability. Even before the vehicle hit the market, significant discounts were already announced. Since the Ji family had historically catered to a high-end clientele, the pricing of their new energy vehicles was initially steep. However, with a wave of his hand, the Ji family slashed prices drastically. The base model, originally priced at 300,000, was now discounted by 120,000, not to mention the high-end production lines, all of which saw prices plummet. The online buzz was overwhelming, with netizens engaging in fervent discussions. Everyone speculated that the Ji family's aggressive pricing was a direct challenge to Xuanqi. After all, the new car releases from Xuanqi and the Ji family were staggered by mere moments. As 2 competing products emerged simultaneously, a fierce battle was inevitable. Yet, no one anticipated the Ji family's fierce strategy, seemingly intent on toppling Xuanqi with a price war. Instantly, netizens felt they were benefiting from this rivalry. After all, if it weren't for Xuanqi, how could the Ji family afford such significant discounts on comparable vehicles? With the prices slashed so drastically, consumers were clearly the winners. Enthusiastic comments flooded in. Let the battle commence. Lower the prices even further. However, several industry experts cautioned that the Ji family's approach was overly simplistic and blunt. While it might serve to counter Xuanqi effectively, it could prove detrimental to their long-term growth. Nevertheless, the Ji family had little time for such concerns. Their price reductions had driven the profit margins of this batch of vehicles to an all-time low. Yet, the heightened visibility was worth it. Riding on the coattails of Xuanqi's popularity, whenever Xuanqi was mentioned, the Ji family's automobiles were now inextricably linked. That was sufficient. However, the shareholders of the board were left feeling uncertain. Wasn't the engagement banquet between the Ji family and the Su family just around the corner? How could the Su family's automotive enterprise confront the Ji family at this critical juncture? Moreover, it appeared that the Ji family had been caught off guard by the Su family's maneuvers. Concerns mounted. Would the alliance between the Su and Ji families still hold? Was it possible that Ji Yuhan's marriage to someone other than the Su family's true daughter had prompted the actual heiress to deliberately challenge them? Such thoughts led to murmurs of discontent directed at Ji Yuhan. After all, the one he was initially engaged to was indeed the genuine daughter of the Su family. Had Ji Yuhan not acted foolishly and simply proceeded with the marriage, perhaps there would have been no such complications. It was conceivable that the Ji family would have gained full control of Xuanxi without the need for a price war. Ji Yuhan's engagement ceremony proceeded as planned. Su Qian received the invitation and had no reason to decline. She did not put much effort into her appearance. After all, she was the former fiancé, and her presence was rather ostentatious, leading others to believe she might be attempting to steal the spotlight. Consequently, she opted for a rather understated formal attire and accompanied Su Yanzhao in their family's Rolls-Royce. Indeed, since Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan had registered their marriage, all dealings with the Ji family were handled by Su Yanzhao. My elder brother is too soft-hearted. I, on the other hand, am resolute and unyielding, Su Qian remarked when inquiring about this. Su Qian couldn't help but sigh at the thought. After all, they say that a gentle blade can be the deadliest of weapons. The engagement banquet for Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao was held at the Ji family estate, a magnificent villa nestled halfway up a mountain, which was reportedly owned entirely by the Ji family. The villa was styled in traditional Chinese garden aesthetics, evidently favored by the elder Mr. Ji. Ji Yuhan donned a formal Zhongshan suit, jade prayer beads adorning his wrist, his hair meticulously groomed, presenting an impeccable appearance. Su Muyao walked beside him in a beautifully embroidered qipao that complemented his attire, her hair elegantly styled into a bun, adorned with a complete set of emerald jewelry. Su Muyao was brimming with pride. Throughout the entire banquet hosted by the Ji family, she and Ji Yuhan were the center of attention. Everyone lavished her with compliments, crowding around her and addressing her as Mrs. Ji. Subordinates and partners of the Ji family raised their glasses in her honor, extolling her as the most beautiful woman present and praising the brilliance of her jewelry. The jewels she wore were exquisite pieces acquired through a high-priced auction at Christie's. Treasured collections of the elder Mr. Ji, gifted to her. So, what if a prenuptial agreement had been signed? She would forever be the crown princess of the Ji family. With a serene smile plastered on her face, Su Muyao, linked arm in arm with Ji Yuhan, navigated through the guests. However, Ji Yuhan was not in the best spirits. He had worked late into the night at the office the previous day. The generous incentives for the new energy project had resulted in profits lagging behind operational costs, leading to considerable turmoil within the company, necessitating several urgent meetings. To add to his woes, Su Muyao was dissatisfied with spending her first night of marriage alone and had repeatedly called to check on him, even inquiring with his assistant and secretary. Despite confirming his presence at the office, she remained unconvinced. Exhausted, Ji Yuhan felt he was experiencing the first pangs of marital strife. Eventually, he lost his temper with Su Muyao, and after finishing his work, they had a quarrel upon returning home, with the dawn nearly breaking before they settled down to sleep. Thus, his spirits were somewhat diminished today. While engaging in conversation with others, he felt a persistent buzzing in his head. At that moment, he spotted another individual amidst the crowd, Su Qian. She was dressed rather simply, even modestly, yet her strikingly radiant face could not be overlooked. To his astonishment, she was surrounded by several prominent business leaders. General Manager Su is indeed a prodigy at such a young age. We always said the Su family had promising business talent, but who would have thought the most outstanding was the youngest daughter? General Manager Su, you truly stand out among your peers.
Come, let me toast to you.
General Manager, we've studied the production line at Senchi. It is truly advanced. You may not know me, but I'm from Desheng Steel, and we've collaborated with the Su family on several occasions. These executives, who had previously treated Ji Yuhan with deference, now surrounded Su Qian, their faces beaming with joviality. Ji Yuhan felt his demeanor cool instantly, while Su Muyao, with sharp intuition, sensed the shift and followed his gaze, her expression freezing in disbelief. How could Su Qian be here again? Although Su Qian had made little effort to adorn herself, Su Muyao couldn't shake the feeling that she was there to disrupt the occasion. If not, why were so many business leaders engaging with her instead of toasting the actual protagonists of the engagement banquet? These were all guests invited by the Ji family.
Oh.
Isn't that Qian? She stole a glance at Ji Yuhan before maintaining her composure. Han, let us go greet her. She must be here to bless us. Ji Yuhan's expression turned frigid as he withdrew his arm from Su Muyao's grasp. Who invited her? Didn't Grandpa expressly say not to send her an invitation? Ji Yuhan's voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby. Chapter 163. Are you here to show off? As soon as Su Qian arrived at the venue, She was quickly surrounded by numerous individuals, mostly middle-aged businessmen accompanied by their families, some even with graying hair. Yet, few dared to adopt a superior demeanor toward her. Instead, they all wore amiable expressions, even flattering her with toasts. General Manager Su they addressed her with a certain familiarity. Yet, she truly didn't recognize any of them. Fortunately, Su Yanzhao stood beside her, exuding a gentle demeanor. As someone raised a glass to Su Qian, he subtly interjected, "This is Mr. Zhao from the carbon fiber industry. This is Mr. Li from Deshang Steel. He attended one of our family dinners before. And this is Mr. Zhang from Lanyan Automotive. You met him during your last visit to the Su family." With Su Yanzhao at her side, Su Qian could finally manage to engage with these individuals smoothly. Some even ventured to compliment Su Yanzhao. The Su family must have great confidence in entrusting such a significant project to Miss Su. What audacity! In response, Su Yanzhao merely smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "The young lady has matured. She has taken on projects without informing her brothers, even keeping it from me and my elder brother. Please continue to support her, as she is still quite young." The crowd was left in stunned silence. What did Su Yanzhao just say? Su Qian was undertaking this project without the family's knowledge? Did that imply she wasn't using the Su family's resources? A young girl who had only returned to the Su family a few years ago was proving to be remarkably capable. Under their astonished gazes, Su Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Brother, you're overestimating me. I really don't know much." However, the surrounding executives understood that Su Yanzhao had no reason to lie. They immediately began to lavish even more praise on Su Qian. "General Manager Su is truly remarkable. Heroes emerge in youth. General Manager, we look forward to your continued support for Lanyan Automotive. General Manager, do you have any future plans? If you require funding, please feel free to reach out." One even boldly declared, "General Manager Su is indeed the true daughter of the Su family. Unlike some who have spent so long in the Su family, yet still rely on marriage alliances." As soon as this remark fell, the surroundings fell silent for a brief moment. Su Yanzhao glanced over, then leaned in to whisper to Su Qian, "That S from the Wu family. They've had quite a few business disputes with the Ji family and have always been rivals. Oh, no wonder they speak so arrogantly." Su Qian turned to look at him but hadn't uttered a word before she noticed Su Muyao, linked arm in arm with Ji Yuhan, casting a dark look at her. "Mr. Wu certainly has a sense of humor. Should I arrange for some hangover soup for you? We also have guest rooms prepared upstairs. If you've had too much to drink, you can rest there." Su Muyao's smile was strained, her words laced with sarcasm aimed at Mr. Wu. Yet Mr. Wu, seemingly unfazed, merely raised his glass to Su Muyao as he turned. "Miss Su, congratulations on your engagement." Su Muyao hadn't anticipated his lack of engagement, her provocative expression frozen. Ji Yuhan shot her a disapproving glance. She truly lacked composure. Initially, he found Su Muyao to be refreshingly candid, but now it seemed her frankness was merely embarrassing. What if she heard what Mr. Wu had to say? With so many guests present, was she truly going to argue with him here? The Ji family had never regarded the Wu family with any seriousness. Listening to his rants made little difference. Instead, Su Muyao charged forward to retort, as if determined to win the argument. Ji Yuhan, visibly impatient, withdrew his arm with a cold expression and nodded slightly to Mr. Wu. "Thank you, Mr. Wu." The surrounding guests discreetly dispersed, and Mr. Wu clinked glasses with Ji Yuhan before leaving. Su Muyao's expression had soured to an extreme degree. What was the matter with Ji Yuhan? Ever since they had acquired their marriage certificate, his demeanor towards her had undergone a complete transformation. It was one thing to bicker at home, but just moments ago, he had publicly shouted at her. What was going on? Hadn't Ji Yuhan already been aware of her invitation to Su Qian? So, why was he acting so fiercely now? Moreover, he had twice recoiled from her touch, as if her mere contact repulsed him. Filled with indignation, Su Muyao attributed all her grievances to Su Qian. It was all Su Qian's fault. If it hadn't been for Su Qian's previous entanglement with Ji Yuhan, would Ji Yuhan still be so preoccupied with her now? Especially after obtaining her. He seemed even more fixated on Su Qian, the very woman who had once pursued him but now regarded him with disdain. Su Muyao felt certain that Su Qian was being deliberately provocative. This woman was always scheming. She had known that from the moment she returned to the Su family. The sight of Su Qian filled Su Muyao with ire, and when she met Su Qian's gaze, her words dripped with hostility. Qian, isn't it inappropriate for you to flaunt your presence at my engagement banquet?"
Su Qian replied, seemingly perplexed. "I don't quite understand."
It hasn't been long since But how did Su Muyao transform into a furious, incompetent woman? Does marriage drive one to madness at such a rapid pace? Nevertheless, she had no intention of yielding to Su Muyao. Instead, she pulled out her phone to show her. Didn't you invite me to witness your happiness?
Well,
Here I am. With an innocent expression, she added, as for them, I hardly know anyone here. They all approached me with toasts as soon as I arrived. And I'm not sure why.
Su Muyao exclaimed. Su Qian.
She had known all along that Su Qian was being intentional. To make matters worse, Su Yanzhao chimed in, Qian truly doesn't know anyone. At her age, she still needs me to introduce her to people when toasting. This superficial complaint, while subtly showcasing sibling affection, only fueled Su Muyao's jealousy. Her meticulously made-up face twisted with anger at Su Qian. So, you came here just to flaunt, did you? To boast about how pampered you are at home and how successful you are in your career, all while disrupting my engagement banquet and depriving me of peace? Su Muyao's voice, tinged with agitation, became sharp, drawing the attention of many around them. Ji Yuhan, even more displeased than she, interjected, Yao, please speak calmly. He was siding with Su Qian again. Su Muyao, ignoring Ji Yuhan, fixed her gaze on Su Qian and said, Qian, I know you have always harbored resentment towards me. You need not deceive me. Su Qian chuckled at her words. What exactly do I resent you for? Is it for having a morally questionable nanny for a mother, or for having a husband who, despite being quite lacking, you treat as a treasure? Su Muyao felt an overwhelming urge to slap Su Qian. But before she could unleash her fury, Ji Yuhan, surprisingly furious, pushed Su Muyao away. You can stir up your own troubles. I'm going to accompany Grandpa. Then, to Su Muyao's shock, Ji Yuhan turned and walked away. Chapter 164. Now you can praise me. At that moment, Su Qian felt a twinge of pity for Su Muyao. After so much effort to win Ji Yuhan, she finally got what she wanted, only to realize how utterly worthless the man was. Not only was his self-esteem fragile, but he also turned hostile at the slightest provocation and ran off, leaving her alone. And what was his excuse for leaving? To accompany his grandfather. Su Qian couldn't help but laugh. Hadn't she already said he was a mama's boy? You wouldn't listen, insisting such a man should not be married. Turning back, she found Su Muyao glaring at her with venomous eyes. Su Qian, are you only satisfied when you ruin my marriage? Su Qian replied, no, let us be clear. Who wants to destroy your pile of muck that you call a marriage? If it were to be destroyed, it would be your mama's boy husband doing it. What does it have to do with me? Su Muyao, undeterred, pressed on. Haven't you already lost interest in Han? Why are you still competing with me? I'm married to him now. If you do anything more, it would constitute a disruption of our marriage. Su Qian, do you want to be the third party? Su Qian retorted, I have no desire to be one. I simply wish to secure both of you a consultation with a psychiatrist. While Ji Yuhan was indeed foolish, Su Muyao's blind adoration for him was equally perplexing. With a fierce gaze, Su Muyao declared, Su Qian, I will not allow anyone to destroy your happiness. Su Qian affectionately patted her shoulder. No one wishes to destroy your happiness, including your husband. Not everyone enjoys rummaging through trash heaps for men. Then, she tugged at Su Yanzhao's arm. Let us go. I'm hungry and want to grab a bite. Su Yanzhao nodded, and as they were leaving, he turned back to smile gently at Su Muyao. Rest assured and enjoy your life with Ji Yuhan. Brother wishes you both lasting happiness. At the banquet, Su Qian nibbled on some food while fending off numerous admirers. It was only then that she realized, aside from her, no one from Sun Qi had attended. No wonder everyone was clustering around her. Feeling indignant, she messaged Wu Xingchen, Ji Yuhan is getting engaged today, and not a single invitation was sent to Sun Qi? How disrespectful. Half an hour later, Wu Xingchen replied with a photo. The modernly decorated company was filled with workstations. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a skyline of towering buildings, where numerous employees were quietly working. Wu Xingchen. ISNT this just Xiao Lu working overtime. This revelation made Su Qian feel somewhat guilty. So, they were all busy working overtime, including Lu Yan himself. She realized these diligent employees were toiling away while she, a major shareholder, was out enjoying herself, accepting flattery, and avoiding any real work. Su Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. If she were to be honest, Lu Yan was simply too straightforward. Who would sell both the company and himself to her for just 10 million? Such a generous boss surely couldn't he manage a company well. She intended to have a serious talk with Lu Yan next time. Casually she replied, Wow, still working overtime?
You must be exhausted.
Should I have a word with Xiao Lu to give you guys a break? Wu Xingqian, no way. Su Qian was puzzled. Then, she saw the next message from Wu Xingqian. Wu Xingqian, triple overtime pay. We're all willing to do it. Alright, so he was still a good boss. Su Qian chuckled and replied with encouragement, closing her phone. Beside her, Su Yanzhao's voice carried a hint of amusement. What are you looking at? You seem quite cheerful. Su Qian replied honestly, I was just watching the employees of Sun Qi working overtime for me. Upon hearing this, Su Yanzhao nodded. Yes, with Sun Qi's high transaction volume, it is indeed time for them to put in some extra hours. Then, he turned to Su Qian and asked, the owner behind Sun Qi is Lu Yan, right? Su Qian was taken aback, nearly blurting out the question of how Su Yanzhao knew. However, she quickly composed herself and laughed, no. How could it be him?
Ha ha ha.
Su Yanzhao chuckled. You need not hide this from me. Your family didn't provide you with funding or technology. The only one in the country capable of doing this, besides him, is no one else. Su Qian had to admit that Su Yanzhao was quite perceptive and not wrong. After a brief pause, Su Yanzhao continued with a smile. I watched your show. Who else would hand over such a large enterprise to you without reason? This is a continuous source of wealth. This remark suddenly sparked a thought in Su Qian's mind. Now that you mention it, brother, that does seem to be the case, she said. When I signed the contract with Lu Yan, he did say something rather peculiar. Su Yanzhao inquired, what was it? Su Qian. He insisted that this company must be designated as my premarital personal property. If I were to marry, it should not be subject to division by my partner. Previously, Su Qian had not contemplated this deeply, but now, reflecting upon it, she suddenly realized something was amiss. She abruptly lifted her gaze towards Su Yanzhao. Brother, what do you think? What do you mean? Could it be that he has known all along how lucrative this company is? Is it possible that he feels resentful about my modest investment, hence his demands? Su Yanzhao replied, well, that was quite a succinct statement, yet it carries a considerable weight. Not only does it reveal to him that the illustrious CEO Lu is, in fact, a humble sycophant, but it also underscores the depth of his sister's predicament. Indeed, Su Qian had been reveling in the profits. She had come to understand why the wealthy accumulate even greater wealth, because their money truly multiplies. With a mere investment of 10 million, she had become a shareholder in such a substantial company. Previously, after recruiting Jiang Fengshua from Fox, she had earned over 10 million in just a week. She had triumphed in 3 consecutive competitions. Moreover, his skills were nothing short of miraculous, astonishing the audience time and again, propelling him to the echelons of esports stardom within a week. Now, everyone referred to him as Goddess. Consequently, aside from commissions, endorsements and streaming events came pouring in one after another. When Su Jingyi transferred money to Su Qian's account, she was taken aback. Is there really this much? She inquired. Su Jingyi, somewhat irked, replied, just over 10 million. What's so surprising about that? Isn't that a lot? Hearing her praise another man, Su Jingyi's displeasure grew. Do you have any idea how much I've earned? Su Qian retorted, and what does your earnings have to do with me? You never even spend it on me. Su Jingyi pressed his lips together in annoyance. The next moment, another 20 million was transferred to Su Qian's account. This was merely a fraction of the total. Su Jingyi, with an air of superiority, proclaimed, now you may extol my virtues. Chapter 165. Are netizens really that omnipotent? Su Qian fell silent for a moment before reaching out to check Su Jingyi's forehead. No fever, she remarked. You haven't caught whatever madness Su Muyao and her husband have. Have you? How could anyone be so deranged as to spend 20 million just to receive a compliment? Is there anyone in the world more adept at business than Su Jingyi? To her surprise, Su Jingyi's face flushed. If you don't praise me, return the money. That's out of the question.
Su Qian exclaimed, exasperated.
You can't just take back what you've given. Even though I'm quite wealthy now, I mustn't lose my frugality. How can 20 million, though seemingly modest, not be considered money? Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Thus, Su Jingyi glared at her fiercely. It seemed he would not relent until he received her praise. Su Qian, at her wit's end, resorted to performing a dramatic Sichuan opera face-changing act, effusively declaring, wow. Third brother, your ability to make money is simply unparalleled. How can such a formidable man exist in this world? No one could possibly surpass you. Her tone was exaggerated, more befitting a child than an adult. Logically, Su Jingyi should have been angered and demanded that Su Qian return the money. Instead, he merely huffed. Now that's more like it. Really? Su Jingyi's pliability surprised her. When had he become so easy to appease?
Su Qian paused in contemplation.
It appeared that her words had genuinely flattered him, as he sported a smug expression and made no move to reclaim the 20 million. Well, Fox has been performing well this year. You should attend the celebration banquet, he said before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qian felt the world growing increasingly surreal. Bai Shujing soon contacted Su Qian, inquiring if she had time to film a couple of scenes for the new variety show before its commencement. With no prior engagements, she readily agreed and had her driver take her to the set. This was a historical drama centered on political intrigue, narrating the journey of the male protagonist from a minor kingdom hostage to the ruler of the realm. Originally adapted from a male-oriented novel, it had undergone significant alterations due to censorship, transforming the harem into a circle of confidants, with the protagonist remaining single-mindedly devoted to a distant love. This white moonlight was a princess he had encountered while serving as a hostage in a powerful nation who had offered him warmth during his lowest moments, only to perish in a fiery disaster on the eve of his escape. The crew sought to capture scenes amidst the flames. The princess, within the opulent palace engulfed in fire, looks back at him with a serene yet sorrowful gaze, urging him to flee. While the concept was straightforward, the makeup and styling proved to be quite challenging. Upon arriving at the set, Su Qian found herself confined to the makeup room for a grueling 4 hours of preparation. She was on the verge of dozing off when she caught sight of Bai Shujing clad in period attire, portraying the male lead. He had recently shed considerable weight for the role. The slender costume lent him an ethereal, melancholic beauty. Leaning against the doorframe, he greeted Su Qian with a smile and asked, "Feeling tired?" Su Qian replied, "Not too bad. I just stayed up late reading a novel last night." Bai Shujing chuckled. "You enjoy reading novels?" Indeed, she did, though the previous night, she had read something far from her usual preference. I just happened to glance through the original work of the Emperor's Path and ended up losing track of time until midnight. The makeup artists exchanged glances, surprised that a character with only a few scenes warranted such dedication from Su Qian. This young lady was certainly exceptional, displaying more professionalism than many stars in the entertainment industry. Bai Shujing, intrigued, approached her. "You specifically read the original work?" "Yes, the writing is quite engaging. By the way, what are you looking at? Trending topics?" Su Qian inquired, catching a glimpse of Bai Shujing's illuminated phone screen, seemingly displaying a Weibo interface. He nodded and handed her the phone. Just then, a headline caught her attention. Su Xiao appeared to be in serious trouble and might not make it to next week's shoot. "What scandal is this?" Su Qian leaned closer to Bai Shujing's phone. It turned out to be related to Su Xiao's underwear incident. Online commenters had seemingly pieced together that she had left her personal items in Lu Kuan's bedroom, implying inappropriate conduct during filming. Typically, such incidents would tarnish both parties involved. However, Su Xiao was particularly unfortunate. Lu Kuan was a jobless layabout, and as long as he remained within legal bounds, public opinion would hardly affect him. But Su Xiao was a different story. Are netizens really that omnipotent?
Su Qian used a loud.
Bai Shujing chuckled softly, responding, "What do you think?" "I suspect Su Xiao has been set up. Look, insiders are already speaking out, and someone even tampered with the ship's cameras." Bai Shujing nodded in agreement. "I think so too. But who could it be? I'll wager 200 yuan that it's none other than Su Muyao. Who else would be so intent on bringing Su Xiao down? Who else possesses such influence?" Bai Shujing smiled, exuding an air of detached indifference. Catching a glimpse of his expression in the mirror, Su Qian sensed that he was not one to indulge in gossip. When did Bai Laoshi become so invested in these rumors? Surely, he wasn't worried about the show being cancelled?
Su Qian gested.
Bai Shujing paused momentarily before laughing. "Not particularly concerned," he replied. Su Qian considered the situation. Indeed, for an illustrious figure like Bai Shujing, a dating reality show was merely a light-hearted diversion. Then, she caught Bai Shujing's gaze in the mirror. He smiled faintly and remarked, "I just have a feeling that you would find it quite intriguing." Chapter 166. Was it merely to shower her with money?
This.
Su Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment under his scrutiny. Surely not. While she did enjoy the lively antics of Su Muyao and her entourage, it shouldn't be that overt, right? She laughed awkwardly, scratching her head in shyness. Although, she admitted, there was a slight curiosity. "I'm just curious about the lengths Su Muyao would go to in order to scheme against Su Xiao." After all, Su Qian knew that despite Su Muyao marrying into the Ji family, her influence was not as formidable as she had imagined. She recalled her second brother, Su Yanzhao, mentioning that prior to marrying Ji Yuhan, Su Muyao had signed a comprehensive prenuptial agreement containing over 40 pages of stipulations. Su Qian had been momentarily taken aback. Over 40 pages? How much wealth did Ji Yuhan possess? Hearing this, Su Yanzhao chuckled. Not much, just very meticulously structured clauses. Most of the Ji family's assets are still under the control of the elder Ji. The most crucial aspect of the agreement is that Su Muyao willingly relinquished all inheritance from the elder Ji. Su Qian couldn't help but exclaim. The old man is still going strong, yet he has already planned for his estate? Su Yanzhao patiently explained. The Ji family has been cautious in such matters for generations. Su Qian pondered. Had Su Muyao in the original narrative also lived such a life? A facade of sweetness masking hardship, appearing as if the Ji family was a colossal enterprise while in reality, those affairs bore no relation to her? Su Yanzhao continued. Su Muyao was simply too impatient. Had she waited another couple of years, or not behaved so erratically in the past, the situation could have evolved differently.
Su Qian paused.
Suddenly recalling that in the original narrative, Su Muyao did not marry Ji Yuhan until the very end. Intrigued, she inquired, "Why is that?"
Su Yanzhao replied.
Among the Ji family, only Ji Yuhan is indifferent to matters of asset division. Previously, the elder Ji intended to transfer significant power to Ji Yuhan, but Su Muyao, in her pursuit to compete with you, caused Ji Yuhan to abandon his studies and forsake the family business for the entertainment industry. Hence, the authority still remains with the elder Ji, rendering Ji Yuhan's opinions insignificant. Su Qian grasped the situation. Essentially, Ji Yuhan could have taken over the company by now. But their romantic entanglements had delayed everything. However, if Su Muyao had merely waited a couple more years, allowing Ji Yuhan to reclaim the Ji enterprise, that agreement would have been unnecessary, wouldn't it? Su Yanzhao nodded. Indeed, she chose the worst possible timing.
Su Qian comprehended fully.
Ultimately, it was her formidable presence that had shifted the narrative. Why was Su Muyao so eager to marry? Why had the timeline been disrupted? It was all because of her. Her mere fluttering of wings had altered the entire storyline. She couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Su Yanzhao, curious, asked, "What is so amusing?" Su Qian twirled around twice in front of him. "Do I not resemble a butterfly? A particularly impressive one."
Su Yanzhao?
With her curiosity about Su Muyao, Su Qian successfully completed her scenes. Upon viewing the footage, the director praised her talent profusely and inquired if she had any interest in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry, assuring her he could facilitate her in creating many outstanding works. Su Qian felt flattered yet bashful. After all, this princess role, if one were to speak kindly, could be termed a white moonlight, but frankly, it was merely a decorative piece, requiring no action, just a glance, a subtle mouthing of words, and a hint of sorrowful expression sufficed. By the director's praise, was that truly her? However, as the director lauded her, Bai Xiujing was drawn closer, peering at the monitor beside Su Qian and the director. The fiery glow illuminated Su Qian's eyes, creating a shimmering mist. She was smiling, yet her gaze was silent and sorrowful. She gently uttered, "Please leave, just go away from me." Bai Xiujing was momentarily entranced. The director, continuing with enthusiasm, remarked, "See, Xiujing? I told you, Miss Su is a born talent for film." Bai Xiujing couldn't help but nod in agreement. Her extraordinary presence on camera, the stories reflected in her eyes, and her strikingly photogenic features were all her innate gifts. Noticing Su Qian's evident disbelief, Bai Xiujing smiled and reassured her. Director Zheng doesn't lavish praise lightly. Do you know how hard it is to earn a compliment from him? Then leaning closer, he whispered in her ear with a chuckle, "Truly, I'm not deceiving you. Director Zheng is renowned for his unwavering principles. He would never alter his stance based on anyone's status or wealth." "Is that so?" The warm breath brushed against her ear. But Su Qian's interest shifted to another matter. Was there truly someone so impervious to the allure of wealth? She decided to put it to the test. Thus, Su Qian straightened her posture and earnestly addressed Director Zheng. "I'm quite busy usually, and I have no plans for long-term acting at the moment." The disappointment was palpable on Director Zheng's face. However, she swiftly changed her tune, adding, "But I do have intentions to invest in film and television productions." A financial assault. Bai Xiujing was taken aback, suddenly realizing what Su Qian was up to. Was she testing the director with her monetary prowess? He watched her, unable to suppress a laugh. Director Zheng, momentarily stunned, responded, "What?" Su Qian elaborated, "I mentioned that I have numerous plans for investing in films. I just lack familiarity with directors. If you are interested, I could invest in your projects." Director Zheng was taken aback. This Su Qian continued. No budget constraints. We could shoot one film at a time. The notoriously tough Director Zheng appeared momentarily flabbergasted. Su Qian then added, all facilities must be top-notch. Equipment, sets, costumes, and props, everything of the highest quality. Bai Xiujing was on the verge of laughter. This was the first time he had witnessed someone so audaciously throwing money around. How did other investors typically operate? Investing millions, yet imposing conditions, changing actors, leveraging connections, or demanding script alterations. Who had ever witnessed someone like Su Qian throwing money about so generously? The director's demeanor shifted dramatically. His lips quivered, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, grasping Su Qian's hands. Ms. Su, let us not speak of anything else. How about we have dinner together tonight? It's on me. Su Qian wondered if her lavish spending had overwhelmed Director Zheng. That evening, he raised a toast to her 3 times. As someone with a modest tolerance for alcohol, after a few drinks, she began to feel a bit tipsy. Just then, her phone lit up. It was her university friend, Zhong Qi, sending a flurry of exclamation marks. Zhong Qi, did the CPI ship become real?
Su Qian.
She quickly replied. Within seconds, Zhong Qi sent her a link. Su Qian clicked on it, only to discover a paparazzi photograph. In the image, Director Zheng, Su Qian, and Bai Xiujing were gathered around a monitor. Director Zheng was engrossed in the footage, while behind him, Bai Xiujing was whispering affectionately in Su Qian's ear, their faces very close together. Goodness, this angle could lead to serious misunderstandings.
Su Qian hurriedly typed, no.
It was just a normal filming session. We were simply reviewing the footage, nothing like what you're imagining. Before she could send the message, a call came through. Lu Yan? Why was he calling at this moment? Su Qian answered, hearing Lu Yan's deep, steady voice on the other end. Are you busy? Not at all. Just having dinner. Is there something you need? She wondered if he intended to discuss that photograph. After a brief silence, she heard Lu Yan's voice slowly respond. Nothing significant. Just some new projects recently. I wanted to see if you had any interest in investing. As before, I present to you the original shares. Su Qian. Original shares. These are the original shares of the Lu family. This person called her late at night just to deliver money to her? Chapter 167. A signature will suffice. Su Qian, already slightly tipsy from the alcohol, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. And the impact of Lu Yan's words left her momentarily speechless.
What?
Is the Lu family lacking funds and seeking investors? Indeed. Lu Yan, the current head of the Lu family, how could he possibly be short on money? Even if he were, it wouldn't be her they would come to for investment, right? No matter how wealthy she might be, she could never rival her brother. Yet on the other end of the line, Lu Yan fell into a brief silence before saying, no, I just thought you might be interested. Just because she might be interested? Wealth isn't distributed so casually. Unable to contain herself, Su Qian chided Lu Yan a little. I know your company is doing exceptionally well, and you may not value certain projects, but that doesn't mean you can be overly generous. Handing out shares without due consideration is simply reckless. A moment of silence lingered on the line before Lu Yan asked, have you been drinking? Su Qian. Is someone monitoring her? How did he know? She had only had a few drinks. Her silence was perceived by Lu Yan as an implicit admission. A soft sigh escaped him, and he inquired, where are you? Su Qian, still hazy, provided her address. Lu Yan acknowledged with a simple okay, and the call ended. Su Qian was left in a state of bewilderment. Nearby, Director Zheng had overheard her mention the Lu family. He had watched their recent dating reality show and, observing Su Qian's expression, teased, oh, little Lu is still reaching out to you after filming?
I always thought so.
The way Lu Yan looks at Su Qian is certainly not feigned. With that thought, Director Zheng couldn't help but glance sideways. Bai Xiujing remained seated, his expression calm and amiable, yet his gaze was fixed on Su Qian. He felt that she, too, did not seem to be acting. Su Qian, however, appeared disinterested. Yes, he called unexpectedly to discuss some business matters. Director Zheng paused. Business?
Su Qian nodded.
Director Zheng reconsidered, and realized it made sense. Although Su Qian had entered the entertainment industry, she remained the daughter of the Su family. Moreover, with her recent ventures into the automotive industry, where she reportedly held substantial shares, it was only natural that there would be some business interactions with the Lu family. Otherwise, how could she afford to invest so generously in his film? Such a celestial investor, who neither meddles nor interferes, but solely provides financial backing. Director Zheng couldn't help but rise, raising a toast to Su Qian. Miss, allow me to propose another toast to you. Throughout the meal, Su Qian listened to Director Zheng's numerous grand film concepts. There were epic mythological blockbusters as well as deeply meaningful art films. In short, each one either demanded exorbitant investments or was bound to flop. Bai Xiujing's expression reflected mild concern. Director Zheng was indeed exceptionally talented, even among the elite of the industry. Yet he was utterly oblivious to social nuances. This was not how one discussed investments. No ordinary investor would throw money at such projects. Yet Su Qian was no ordinary investor. She was the investor from the story. The crown of Best Actress that Su Muyao wore came from Director Zheng's epic, mythological film. What was the perfect closing piece for Ji Yuhan's retirement from the entertainment industry? A niche art film that ended up being a box office hit. All of these guaranteed projects were now laid before Su Qian, while that genius director continued to toast her in hopes of securing her investment. Su Qian felt that the world of gratifying narratives was finally turning in her favor. However, thoughts of Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan rang alarm bells in her mind. Yes, if she did not invest in the film, they could do as they pleased. But if she did invest, why should she provide a platform for those two? Remembering them, Su Qian straightened her posture and told Director Zheng, I will invest in all three of these projects. Provide me with a reasonable budget, and I shall have no objections. Director Zheng's eyes sparkled, as if he could instantly stand up and toast Su Qian with a bottle of beer. However, Su Qian shifted her tone. I have only one requirement. Director Zheng understood. After all, investors do not simply part with their money. Su Qian was straightforward. And he was generous. Any changes to the cast should be discussed with me and the screenwriter. If you have any actors in mind, as long as they are competent, I am open to it. Su Qian shook her head. I believe Su Muyao is not fit for acting. Her skills are inadequate. Anyone else for the female lead would be acceptable, but can we please avoid her? Director Zheng was momentarily taken aback. Su Qian understood. After all, she was the main character in the original work. Director Zheng may have already had her in mind, only to be directly dismissed by her. Yet the next moment, Director Zheng erupted into gleeful laughter. Finally, someone with discernment, indeed. Su Qian? And then she watched Director Zheng thump his chest. An actress like her, I would only consider as a last resort. Miss, your request is exceedingly wise. As for Ji Yuhan, utterly devoid of talent.
So,
These two had relied on financial prowess to gain entry into the industry in the past. Realizing this, Su Qian felt elated. She must celebrate the severing of this path for the eccentric duo. She raised her glass to Director Zheng. A kindred spirit, Director Zheng, rest assured. With you at the helm, I will ensure these three films achieve resounding success across the land. Both Su Qian and Director Zheng believed they had struck a tremendous bargain and, unable to contain themselves, indulged in a few more drinks. By the time the meal concluded, both were unsteady on their feet. Bai Xiujing, however, stood alone, supporting one while the other collapsed. With no choice, he called for assistance. The assistant, a young woman in her 20s, rushed in and immediately helped Su Qian, who was seated. As Bai Xiujing reached out to assist the assistant, excitedly supporting her secretly admired idol, exclaimed, Let's go, Bai Ge. Bai Xiujing paused, then smiled helplessly nodding. Let's go. He indeed wished to assist Su Qian, but it would be inappropriate for this young woman to help a middle-aged man like Director Zheng. As they made their way outside, Su Qian, a bit dazed, continued apologizing to her assistant. I'm so sorry, dear. My legs aren't cooperating. I can't seem to muster any strength. The assistant chuckled. No worries, miss. If you feel guilty, just give me your autograph. Su Qian immediately halted, searching for a pen frantically. The assistant had to coax her, suggesting she get into the car first and sign later, assuring her there was no rush. As they descended into the underground parking lot, just as the assistant was about to ask for Su Qian's address, a bright beam of headlights illuminated them. The assistant looked up to see a tall, handsome man standing next to a gleaming Maybach. He slightly lowered his head, holding a phone in one hand, seemingly unaware of how long he had been there. Chapter 168. Am I not good-looking? The young assistant never expected to see Liu Yan here. She had secretly been shipping Liu Yan and Su Qian for quite some time. However, since her Bai Ge seemed genuinely smitten while filming the dating show, she had kept her admiration to herself, not daring to let him know.
but now.
As Liu Yan heard footsteps, he glanced up, his gaze locking with the assistant's. Her heart raced. She knew Su Qian must be eating well. His wild, yet profound eyes, Broad shoulders and a relaxed yet serene aura made her want to scream in the CP fandom immediately. Lu Yan merely glanced at her, offering a polite nod before approaching,
reaching out to take Su Qian.
In the next moment, a hand intercepted his wrist. Lu Yan lifted his gaze, colliding with Bai Xiujing's eyes. The petite assistant steadied Su Qian and took a small step back. Though she stumbled, she was acutely aware that her boss was her golden ticket. Bai Ge was the one who paid her salary. She could not betray him. Bai Xiujing wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, his demeanor cooling considerably in the absence of cameras. Young Master Lu, what a coincidence to find you here. Lu Yan regarded him with a detached tone. I am waiting for Su Qian. Upon hearing her name called, Su Qian immediately raised her hand. Here. The tense atmosphere dissipated significantly. Bai Xiujing maintained his indifferent expression. No need for your concern, young Master Lu. I am merely sending Director Zheng home, and will also ensure Su Qian's safe return. Lu Yan remained unmoved. On your way? The assistant could not find the words to support her boss. After all, Director Zheng resided in the North Second Ring, while Su Qian lived in the mountainous villa area of the southern suburbs. They were separated by several dozen kilometers. Yet, Bai Xiujing stood firm, instructing the assistant, help Miss Su into the car. The assistant complied swiftly, but in the next moment, she found herself stopped by Lu Yan. The petite young Master Lu was quite tall, perfectly complementing the young lady's stature. Then she witnessed Lu Yan lower his head, shrouded in a heavy shadow, his gaze deep and gentle as he looked at the person she was assisting. Su Qian? We're leaving, heading home. Su Qian, upon hearing her name again, looked up in a daze. Lu Yan, you're here? She then walked towards him. A faint smile graced Lu Yan's face as he nodded and extended his hand to welcome her. The assistant had no choice but to release her hold. Su Qian flashed a flattering smile. God of wealth. Lu Yan's smile faltered slightly. The assistant nearly stifled a laugh. However, in the next moment, Su Qian's legs gave way, and Lu Yan, quick as lightning, grasped her arm to steady her. Su Qian, delighted, called out brightly, God of wealth. This time, Lu Yan chuckled helplessly before responding softly. All right, let us go. I'll take you back. Bai Xiujing, still supporting Director Zheng, could only watch as the two interacted. As Lu Yan turned to leave with Su Qian, their eyes met, ordinary yet indifferent, imbued with a sharp provocation. Su Qian was seated in the passenger seat of Lu Yan's Maybach. The spacious and comfortable seat enveloped her, and as Lu Yan leaned over to fasten her seatbelt, she nestled into the soft upholstery, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. Lu Yan's heart raced beneath her scrutiny, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. He had spent 2 hours in the underground garage. After Su Qian hung up the phone, he drove to the hotel merely to ensure her safe return home. Lu Yan was unaware of whom she had been drinking with, nor did Su Qian divulge any details. Given her status, whether reveling or socializing, she was likely safe. Yet, even the slightest risk was unacceptable to Lu Yan. He was content merely to watch someone escort her home. But that someone could not be Bai Xiujing, the man who had been whispering sweet nothings to Su Qian, trending on social media. Though Lu Yan harbored no illusions about Su Qian sitting in his passenger seat, he slightly turned his head, attempting to steady his racing heart while asking her, What are you looking at? Su Qian regarded him sincerely. Sun Qi must be making a fortune, right? In her inebriated state, she viewed Lu Yan as a resplendent deity of wealth. Lu Yan chuckled helplessly. He understood Su Qian's current state of mind. So, as he started the car, he replied, Yes, I've been busy with that these past few days. Su Qian nodded earnestly several times. I feel a bit guilty about it, she admitted. Lu Yan inquired, What do you mean? With a long sigh, Su Qian lamented, Money comes too easily for me, doesn't it? Not only is my brother working for me, but so are you. Living such an effortlessly luxurious life felt no different from having several money-printing machines at home. Lu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Do you enjoy money that much? He had long since realized this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called her after seeing her trending on social media. This young lady was indeed a money enthusiast. When Sun Qi went public, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. He was willing to offer her everything she desired. Upon hearing Lu Yan's question, Su Qian slapped her thigh. What kind of question is that? Who doesn't like money? Lu Yan responded with a casual seizing the opportunity presented by her intoxication to half-jokingly say, All right then, I'll work hard for you. Su Qian pondered seriously for a moment. No need to overdo it. If I earn too much, I want to know how to spend it. She sighed. Perhaps this is the dilemma of becoming rich too quickly, where my grace fails to keep pace. Lu Yan's tone grew increasingly gentle. His voice, though icy, resembled that of someone soothing a child. It's all right. You can take your time considering how to spend it, Su Qian suggested. Buy more houses and collect rent. Then she realized, wait, buying houses for rent, wasn't that also making money? But if she bought clothes, jewelry, and bags, her current collection could fill a 100-square-meter wardrobe, and she wouldn't even be able to wear them all. After ruminating for a while, Su Qian concluded, I should hire 18 male models to spend it for me. Lu Yan's hand, which gripped the steering wheel, paused momentarily. Su Qian sensed his gaze and questioned, what's wrong? Lu Yan silently asked, why male models? Su Qian viewed his question as trivial. Of course, because they're handsome. Lu Yan remained silent. Su Qian turned her head. Just then, the light turned red, and the city outside glimmered brilliantly. In the dimly lit car, Lu Yan turned to look at her, his face appearing even more striking in the shadows. What's wrong? Su Qian felt the alcohol beginning to affect her again. In the next moment, Lu Yan leaned in slightly closer to her. Am I not good-looking? He asked earnestly, his deep, handsome eyes studying her intently. Chapter 169. Am I being talked about? Undoubtedly, young Master Lu was handsome, and not just ordinarily so. He surpassed the male models Su Qian casually mentioned. Yet here he was, asking her this question. The handsome and powerful man leaned slightly closer, maintaining a safe distance yet presenting himself as if to be appraised like an object. He asked her if he was not good-looking, comparing himself to male models who traded on their looks, seeking her praise. It was clear that insecurity was a man's best cosmetic. The self-objectification was even more so. It was somewhat intoxicating, quickening her heartbeat. Su Qian stared wide-eyed at Lu Yan, feeling her mind clouded. After a moment, she heard him let out a soft sigh, a helpless smile gracing his lips. You can breathe. Only then did Su Qian realize that her head was spinning because she had been holding her breath. No wonder she felt dizzy. Su Qian rubbed her head, regaining her breath, while not forgetting to respond to Lu Yan's question. She nodded at him. You're handsome. You look very good. Initially aiding Su Qian in regaining her composure, Lu Yan was taken aback that she would respond to his earlier question. The rather clumsy one at that. Now, it was his turn to forget to breathe. Seeing him silent, Su Qian assumed he didn't believe her and hurriedly added, Don't doubt it. Really, otherwise how could I have spotted you at school right away? Then Su Qian realized her words could be misinterpreted, as if she were implying she was attracted to Lu Yan's looks. Coughing slightly, she clarified, That's not what I meant. But Lu Yan laughed, his long, strong hand gently brushing her hair, tenderly ruffling it. It's my honor, she heard him say. Lu Yan drove with remarkable steadiness, and by the time they were halfway through the journey, Su Qian had already succumbed to slumber. When she eventually stirred from her drowsiness, the vehicle had come to a halt at the entrance of the Su family estate. Awake? Lu Yan inquired. To which Su Qian nodded groggily. Lu Yan exited the car, and shortly thereafter, he opened the door on Su Qian's side. Come, I shall escort you inside, he said. Just as Su Qian was about to decline his assistance, she noticed two tall figures emerging from the villa, their silhouettes strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as her second and third brothers. Su Jingyi was of a peculiar disposition, and she chose not to engage with him, but her second brother, Su Yanzhao, was a different story. He was the epitome of normalcy in her eyes. Spotting Su Yanzhao, Su Qian beamed at him and waved her hand, calling out, Brother. This affectionate address caused a subtle shift in the demeanor of the two men. First, Su Yanzhao responded with a gentle and reassuring smile directed at Su Qian, while Su Jingyi's expression soured as he realized that Su Qian had completely overlooked him. What was the meaning of this? Both he and his second brother had waited at home until the wee hours to welcome Su Qian back. She called out to her second brother but chose to ignore him entirely. Annoyed, Su Jingyi hurried a few steps ahead to the car, seizing Su Qian's wrist with a frown. Why were you out drinking so late at night? Lu Yan, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly and reminded him. Su Qian has been drinking. She is not feeling well, damn it. Who is this person to lecture him? Su Jingyi turned to glare at Lu Yan, his expression far from amiable. And who might you be? What business is it of yours? He hadn't even begun to address the fact that this man had brought Su Qian home at such an hour. He couldn't help but wonder if this fellow was an unscrupulous character with designs on their family's daughter. Little Lu, came Su Yanzhao's voice from behind him. Little Lu? Was this the same Lu Yan who had just been welcomed back into the Lu family? The current patriarch of the Lu Corporation? Or perhaps the one who had recently become the subject of many online discussions regarding his potential romantic link with Su Qian on a reality dating show. Su Jingyi's gaze towards Liu Yan became immediately wary. As he scrutinized Liu Yan, Su Qian started to regain her senses from the effects of the alcohol and noticed Su Jingyi still gripping her wrist. Annoyed, she struggled free. Let go of me. Su Jingyi, you're being ridiculous. Gritting his teeth, Su Jingyi retorted. Su Qian, you can't possibly feel at ease unless you insult me, can you? His voice was loud, causing Su Qian's head to thrum with irritation. You should probably get yourself checked at a hospital. I suspect you might be a super male. Su Jingyi was on the verge of erupting. However, before he could respond, Liu Yan had already reached out and effortlessly removed his hand from Su Qian's wrist. What the Su Jingyi watched in disbelief as Liu Yan firmly held Su Qian's arm, supporting her as he helped her out of the car with ease and steadiness. Unable to suppress his skepticism, Su Jingyi shot Liu Yan a questioning glare. Did you say something to my sister to make her dislike me? Liu Yan merely raised an eyebrow, his expression indifferent as he regarded Su Jingyi, as if silently questioning his own awareness of the situation. As Su Jingyi prepared to retort, Su Yanzhao intervened, gently pushing him aside. He then took Su Qian from Liu Yan's grasp, expressing gratitude. Thank you, little Liu, for bringing her back. It's late. We won't keep you any longer. Su Yanzhao had encountered Liu Yan not long ago at the dock where their cruise ship had docked, immediately discerning that Liu Yan had been waiting for his sister. Moreover, the recent buzz surrounding the new energy vehicle company that had caused quite a stir nationwide was also attributed to Liu Yan's clandestine efforts on Su Qian's behalf. The industry had come to accept this enterprise as the latest expansion of the Su family's commercial empire, yet Liu Yan had never uttered a word of explanation. While Su Jingyi had little interest in the family business, Su Yanzhao was well aware of the numerous projects and orders that had come to the Su family due to the rapid success of this new venture. Nevertheless, feelings were feelings, and they belonged solely to Su Qian. No amount of material wealth could replace that. Thus, Su Yanzhao took Su Qian into his care, offering Liu Yan a warm smile. Their eyes met, and Liu Yan, without saying much, simply nodded slightly before closing the passenger door. Meanwhile, Su Jingyi continued to bounce around, exclaiming, You better keep your distance from Qian. If you take her out drinking again at night, Su Yanzhao interrupted with a hint of exasperation. Su Qian was drinking to conduct business, not to socialize with little Liu. Su Jingyi halted in his tracks, taken aback. Su Yanzhao then asked with a hint of confusion. Didn't Su Qian mention this to you? She had sent him a message quite some time ago. Su Jingyi, taken aback, replied, No, she hasn't. His sister hadn't even replied to his messages, so why would she share anything with him? Reading between the lines of his silence, Su Yanzhao chuckled softly, then turned to Liu Yan, saying, Well then, we won't keep you any longer, little Liu. Liu Yan nodded, preparing to return to his vehicle. Just then, they heard another familiar voice behind them. Qian Liu Yan? Su Yanzhao turned to see Su Muyao, clad in a nightgown with a coat thrown over it. Her hair disheveled, staring at Su Qian in disbelief. Suddenly, as if coming to a realization, she grew furious, her features twisting into a scowl.
Su Qian.
How could you be out alone with Liu Yan? After disembarking, the cold wind intensified Su Qian's fatigue. Initially, she thought she had misheard Su Muyao's voice. But the next moment, Su Muyao stormed towards her, a look of accusation etched across her face. How could you be out drinking with a man at this hour? Have you no sense of self-respect? Su Qian blinked in confusion. What are you doing here? Beside her, Su Yanzhao wore an expression of astonishment and curiosity as he gazed at Su Muyao. Even Su Jingyi was taken aback, exclaiming loudly, Whoa, when did you come home? Su Yanzhao tilted his head as he asked. Su Muyao's accusatory demeanor faltered for a moment before she stammered, I missed my brothers. So, I thought I'd come home for a visit. Who could possibly believe that? If she missed them, why had she returned stealthily without informing her two brothers? After saying this, Su Muyao herself felt a twinge of guilt, having returned to the Su household without informing anyone but Ji Yuhan. In recent days, since the release of Ji's automotive line, the order volume had surged, even beginning to surpass the sales of Sun Qi. Numerous comparison videos had emerged online, keeping both companies in the spotlight. Su Muyao had initially considered this a fortuitous turn of events, especially as her and Ji Yuhan's enterprise outpaced Su Qian's. Hence, she had suggested hosting a celebration banquet. After all, she had yet to showcase the jewelry gifted to her by the elder Ji, and several high-end brands had recently sent her autumn collections. She had been eager to gather her friends and flaunt her newfound treasures. However, as soon as she broached the subject, Ji Yuhan had erupted in fury. A celebration banquet? What else there to celebrate? Tend to your own affairs, and stop bothering me. Su Muyao was taken aback by the unexpected reprimand. She had no inkling that GS automotive line was currently losing money with each vehicle sold. Although they appeared to be thriving externally, with impressive sales and popularity, Ji Yuhan found himself in a precarious situation. His eagerness for quick success had led to the outrageous discounts offered on their new vehicles, making it impossible to sell them at their original prices now. Who would pay full price for a car that had been released at a discount? And as the initial excitement faded, even maintaining the current discounts would not entice consumers into believing they were getting a good deal, due to the fact that everyone purchased the item at the same price. It can only be concluded that the product is worth no more than that. Consequently, the board of directors grew increasingly discontented, with their ire directed squarely at Ji Yuhan. Shortly after his return to the company, Ji Yuhan found himself beleaguered by the relentless demands of the board, leaving him utterly exhausted. In the midst of his turmoil, Su Muyao, appearing blissfully ignorant, insisted on organizing a celebratory banquet, which only served to exacerbate his frustration, as it would surely invite ridicule from the board members. An argument ensued between Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao, an outlet for his pent-up agitation. As Su Muyao felt aggrieved, she also realized that she possessed no leverage in Ji Yuhan's presence. Previously, the Su family had been quite generous towards her. And having earned her own income in the entertainment industry, she had always felt financially secure, yet lacking any real understanding of money management since childhood. She would spend freely without establishing any personal assets. After all, in her eyes, only the impoverished would meticulously count their pennies. Now, however, she found herself without any assets or dowry, being chastised by Ji Yuhan, yet still residing in his home. It was at this moment that Su Muyao recalled her identity as a member of the Su family. Indeed, she was still the daughter of the Su clan. Regardless of Ji Yuhan's disdain for her, he could not possibly hold the Su family in contempt. Fine. If this is how you treat me, I shall inform my brother. With that, Su Muyao dashed away. Upon returning to the Su residence, she discovered that Su Qian was away on a business trip to Europe. Only Su Yanzhao and Su Jingyi remained at home, with Su Jingyi attending an event and not expected back until late. Terrified of Su Yanzhao, Su Muyao reluctantly retreated to her bedroom, planning to stay for a couple of days. After all, the Su family estate was vast, unless they were required to dine together. The residents could easily go an entire day without encountering one another. However, Su Muyao was unprepared for Su Qian's return that very evening, accompanied by Lu Yan. Su Muyao found this utterly unacceptable. So, what if Su Qian was popular on that dating reality show? Everyone in the entertainment industry knew it was merely a farce, indistinguishable from acting. Yet, why was Su Qian continuing to live the same life post-show? Being returned home late at night in a luxurious car. Alone with a man, was she not ashamed? Instinctively, Su Muyao desired to humiliate Su Qian in the same manner she had dealt with Su Shao. To her surprise, Su Qian was entirely unfazed by her tactics. Have you come to understand? You know I dined alone with Lu Yan, didn't you follow me?
Su Qian inquired.
Su Muyao stammered, of course not. I then what is the issue?
Su Qian interjected.
Su Muyao hastily retorted, but you were alone with him too. How could you be out so late without a private meeting?
Su Qian merely smiled.
Nothing too serious, just some small business dealings and a couple of film investments.
Why?
Don't you have any business to attend to? Su Muyao was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word. What business was Su Qian involved in that she could invest in films? She had never considered such a possibility. She thrived on the adulation of standing in the spotlight. With countless men as her support, there was no need for her to manage anything herself. Observing her speechlessness, Su Qian's smile grew more audacious. She reached out, playfully patting Lu Yan, and what is my relationship with Xiao Lu? Business partners, you see, I possess original shares from the Lu family. She coughed. Though, it's not quite as exaggerated. But hadn't Lu Yan just stated that as long as they collaborated, he would provide her with initial shares? Was it unreasonable for her to boast a little? Upon hearing this, Su Muyao's eyes widened in disbelief. Original shares. She fixed her gaze on Lu Yan. She's lying. Yet Lu Yan remained indifferent. What's the big deal about shares? He remarked. Su Muyao felt a quake in her pupils. Then, she heard Lu Yan's perplexed inquiry. Aren't you married into the Ji family? Don't you have any of their shares? Chapter 171. You've worked hard, Yao Yao. Su Muyao, I don't have any shares. I signed a prenuptial agreement that's over 40 pages long. Meeting Lu Yan's expression of pure curiosity, devoid of malice. Su Muyao suddenly felt a surge of irritation. Ji Yuhan had never mentioned anything about granting her shares. Instead, she had sought to celebrate his accomplishments, only to be reprimanded and expelled from his home. Why was this fair? She and Su Qian were both daughters of the Su family. Why was it so unjust? Unable to articulate her thoughts, Su Muyao stood there, speechless, while Su Qian looked at her in disbelief. I always said he was a pampered man, didn't I? Neither you nor Su Yichan believed me, and Su Yichan even chastised me for being rude. Does Ji Yuhan possess any shares in the Ji family? They are likely all under his grandfather's control. In a fit of rage, Su Muyao lashed out at Su Qian. Su Qian, are you feeling quite smug?
Su Qian, eh?
Su Muyao glared at her. Don't think you can revel in my misfortune. I'm merely spending a night at home. Ji Yuhan treats me well. And the Ji family is kind to me. He only wishes to marry me. I am genuinely happy. He has never liked you, so stop fantasizing. Su Qian was utterly speechless. If you're doing well, then just be well. Why are you shouting at me? Su Muyao. Yes, why am I shouting? As if I were feeling guilty. Stammering, Su Muyao finally managed. I cannot tolerate your slander against Ji Yuhan.
Su Qian, slander?
I merely reiterated his own actions. Is that slander? What kind of sensitive skin are you? Su Muyao. You Su Qian, with a look of exasperation, replied, I have no intention of targeting you. I simply hold him in contempt. It doesn't matter if it's you or Su Jingyi marrying him, I would feel the same disdain. Don't be so sensitive. I'm only addressing him. Su Jingyi, who had been silently enduring, chimed in, Su Qian. How disgusting. Su Qian feigned innocence, you see.
Even Su Yingyi fin si Yuhan repugnant.
Su Jingyi shrugged. Say whatever you want. Su Muyao was left utterly speechless, standing there stammering until she finally burst into tears and fled, covering her face, leaving Su Qian feeling exasperated. Why must she humiliate herself like this?
Su Yan Sao Said.
Shaking his head, and turned to Lu Yan, apologies for the family drama. I hope it hasn't been too amusing. Lu Yan shook his head, not at all. Su Qian interjected, rest assured, brother. Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan are such glaring spectacles. Their antics have surely entertained Lu Yan plenty.
Su Yan Sao glanced at Su Qian,
then turned back to see the way Lu Yan gazed at her, deep and soft, enveloped in an irresistible allure. He had intended to advise Lu Yan against bestowing such significant equity as original shares to Su Qian, but the words faltered on his lips. Never mind. Given Lu Yan's demeanor, it was unlikely he would heed any counsel. The following morning, as Su Qian descended the stairs, she found Su Yanzhao and Su Jingyi already seated at the dining table. The dining hall of the Su estate boasted a 270-degree circular European-style glass window, with 6-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows framing a grove of sycamore trees, purportedly imported from France, one alone worth more than an apartment. The shadows of the sycamore swayed in the breeze. And Su Yanzhao looked up from his newspaper, smiling as he asked Su Qian, Did you sleep well? Any hangover? Su Qian had slept soundly until dawn, now feeling refreshed, with no trace of discomfort from the previous night's revelries. She shook her head, and just as she did, she noticed a flurry of activity in the kitchen.
Su Muyao?
She was bustling about among the staff dressed in work uniforms, hopping like a little butterfly. Then, she presented freshly toasted bread to the table, placing it before her two brothers. Butter toast. It smells divine. Brothers, do try it. And then, she spotted Su Qian standing on the spiral staircase. Su Muyao's expression momentarily stiffened before she casually greeted Su Qian. Qian, good morning. Everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time, so hurry down for breakfast. Why are they waiting for her? It's as if she woke up late and expected everyone to starve while waiting for her. Su Qian scratched her head. Am I still half asleep? I feel as though I've been caught in a haze. Su Muyao quickly reassured her. No, Qian, don't overthink it. It's just that my brothers and I are accustomed to rising early. It's a habit we've had since childhood. Wouldn't you agree, third brother? She was quite astute, knowing that Su Yanzhao wouldn't take the bait. As a result, Su Jingyi awkwardly set down his phone, seemingly ignoring her words, and called out to the kitchen, Is it ready, Sister Zhao? Immediately, a maid responded from the kitchen, coming right up, Third young master. She soon emerged from the prep area with 2 bowls of wontons. The broth was clearly made with lard, infused with fragrant seaweed and scallions, complemented by a hint of chili oil. Su Qian dashed down the stairs, exclaiming, "Sister Zhao, I love you." She adored the small wontons made in the manner. The maid beamed as she placed the wontons before her, then set another bowl in front of Su Jingyi, saying, "Second young master has instructed me to prepare this for you, knowing it's your favorite, so I hurried to make it as soon as you got up." Su Qian expressed her gratitude repeatedly, casting a quick glance at Su Jingyi. When did he start enjoying Chinese breakfast? After all, she hadn't had many breakfasts at the Su household and was aware that the family had a penchant for Western cuisine. She was different. Her palate was purely Chinese, and no amount of Western food could compare to a steaming bowl of wontons.
Su hingi es norte dismissibly.
Second brother said, "You can't stop thinking about it if you miss a meal, so I'm just trying it to see what's so special about these wontons." His personality, reminiscent of a tsundere from a novel, didn't he impress Su Qian in the slightest. She ignored him and relished her wontons.
Su Yansao,
in an effort to maintain his morning alertness for work, had long abstained from carbohydrates. He quietly sat there consuming his salad, which to Su Qian appeared as merely a bowl of greens. Consequently, no one touched Su Muyao's slices of bread. Feeling somewhat awkward,
Su Muyao cast a resentful glance at Su Qian.
Since Qian's arrival, the family's dining habits had shifted. She forced a smile, but then again, Qian has always been rather domineering. Su Qian shot a glance at Su Jingyi, who was engrossed in his wontons, and reminded him, "Aren't you going to eat the bread slices your sister fried for you? She's hinting at you." Su Jingyi buried his head deeper, not wanting to confront Su Muyao. After all, her sudden appearance at the Su household yesterday and her feigned hospitality at breakfast today made him disinclined to eat. After all, Su Muyao had already stepped into the Ji family through marriage, so why this overt attempt to rekindle old ties? At that moment, Su Yanzhao chuckled. He held a fork laden with vegetables, revealing his slender wrist. "Yao Yao, you've worked hard. When do you plan to return home?" His tone was gentle yet insistent, as if he were urging her to leave. He was insinuating that the Su family was no longer her home. Su Muyao's smile faltered momentarily before she nonchalantly replied, "I've spoken with Ji Yuhan. I plan to stay a few more days." Su Yanzhao interrupted her directly, bluntly asking, "You've only been married for a few days. Isn't it inappropriate to live apart?"
Su Yansao continued.
"How about I call Ji Yuhan for you and ask when he'll come to pick you up?" Su Muyao's face lit up. Did she want to linger at the Su household? She had no desire to play the role of a sycophant. If Su Yanzhao were to call Ji Yuhan, it would not only provide her with an escape route but also serve as a warning to him that the Su brothers were still protective of her, and the Su family remained her support. However, before she could respond, she caught the gaze of Su Yanzhao, whose gentle yet icy eyes seemed to see right through her. Despite the faint smile on his face, it sent a chill down her spine. He addressed her, "Yao Yao, if you wish to stay with us for a while, we welcome you. It's good to want to spend time with your brothers." Su Muyao attempted to interject, but Su Yanzhao continued, however. "Please don't let your brothers discover that you are using us, alright? After all, you are not a biological daughter of the Su family."
Su Moe's complexion paled.
Su Qian, while happily devouring her wontons, widened her eyes at Su Yanzhao's directness. How bold! How fierce! Su Muyao's previously feigned fragility began to dissolve under Su Yanzhao's straightforward words, transforming into genuine vulnerability. She forced a smile. "Brother, you're quite the jokester." Su Yanzhao replied, "I'm not joking, Yao Yao, you know this best."
Su Muyao entwined her fingers nervously, falling silent.
Su Yanzhao maintained his composed demeanor, speaking with a grace that surpassed even his elegant manner of eating salad. "We do not hold your mother's actions against you. We raised you with care and allowed you to stay in the Su household out of deep affection. Now that you have found a good home and achieved what you desired, we are all happy for you." Su Qian couldn't help but wish to jot down his words, eager to learn from his every utterance. This was the first time she had encountered someone who could deliver harsh truths so gently. Su Yanzhao continued, "However, if you encounter any issues with Ji Yuhan, I hope you won't involve the Su family. Our willingness to nurture you does not mean we wish to bear the burdens of the Ji family. You are now a part of their family." He then smiled gently at Su Muyao, saying, "We brothers only wish to see you happy from a distance." This sentiment implied that aside from well wishes, they would offer her nothing more. Su Qian couldn't help but laugh, infuriated by Su Yanzhao's words. Su Muyao turned to glare at Su Qian when she suddenly burst into laughter. She was in a difficult position, all thanks to Su Qian. If the Su family had only her as a daughter, Su Yanzhao would never treat her this way. In retaliation, Su Qian turned to Su Yanzhao and complained, "Brother." She glared at me. Su Yanzhao looked at Su Muyao with a benign smile, softly calling Yao Yao. Instantly, Su Muyao's bravado dissipated as she whimpered and covered her face, fleeing the scene. Su Qian was left speechless. She's acting all hurt now.
Nearby.
Su Yanzhao calmly instructed the maid. "It seems Yao Yao prefers to have breakfast in her room. Please take it to her." What a masterful display. Reflecting on the original text, where he was portrayed as Su Muyao's silent admirer and protector, Su Qian felt a pang of sympathy for him. To depict such an intelligent and aloof person in that manner was nothing short of slander. Su Qian raised her glass of milk in a toast to Su Yanzhao, not forgetting to comment on the taciturn Su Jingyi, "You're nothing." Su Muyao stubbornly lingered at the Su household for several days. Su Jingyi gradually noticed and discreetly asked Su Qian, "Do you think she has nowhere else to go?" Su Qian inquired, "What, are you feeling sorry for her?" Su Jingyi immediately denied it. "Don't be ridiculous." Su Qian teased, "If you do feel sorry for her, why not secretly buy her a house? Then she'll have a place to go." Frustrated, Su Jingyi left in a huff. "She already has a husband. Why would I feel sorry for her? I'm just worried that Ji Yuhan might come to the Su family to fetch her. I don't want to see that scoundrel." However, Su Jingyi's concerns proved to be unfounded. Up until the next recording of the show, Ji Yuhan had yet to come to the Su household to retrieve Su Muyao. In fact, Su Muyao even took Su Qian's private jet to H City. Observing her silent demeanor on the plane, Su Qian felt a twinge of affection for her. After all, Su Muyao was, in essence, a pampered wife. In the novel, she was surrounded by a group of men who adored her, making her life quite delightful. While the female characters were merely obstacles in her path, she had no regard for them as long as she could rely on her men. However, the narrative has shifted. Her man has proven to be unreliable. Consequently, she remains solely focused on seeking support, exhausting every effort to marry into the Ji family. Only to encounter conflicts with Ji Yuhan, she shamelessly returns to beseech the protection of several brothers from the Su family, even contemplating displacing her own daughter to reclaim her status as the sole princess of the Su family. If she possesses such determination, why not channel it elsewhere? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to earn a little extra on both ends? With some initial capital, one could invest in real estate and generate rental income. Su Qian finds herself unable to comprehend Su Muyao's reasoning, ultimately concluding that the crux of Su Muyao's predicament lies in her never having experienced poverty. If she were to take a job with a monthly salary of 3,000, she would soon learn her lesson. "What are you staring at?"
Su Muyao suddenly spoke,
startling Su Qian as she turned to see Su Muyao glaring at her with palpable jealousy. All right, you're hating me again," Su Qian remarked. "Please don't flatter yourself. Who's paying attention to you?" Su Muyao shot her a fierce glare, a cold smirk gracing her lips.
Su Qian.
"Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your schemes. Don't get too pleased with yourself. Everything that belongs to me will inevitably return to my grasp." Now that she was no longer in the Su family, and with her brothers absent, there was no need for her to feign civility towards Su Qian. Su Qian sighed, shaking her head with a bitter smile. "Su Muyao, I must say, your foolishness is truly remarkable. This plane is mine. How dare you speak to me in that manner?" she retorted. Su Muyao, brimming with arrogance, challenged.
"What can you do to me?"
"Nothing at all," Su Qian replied coolly. Before Su Muyao could revel in her triumph, Su Qian raised her gaze toward the flight attendant in the distance. "Excuse me, could you please assist me in collecting Su Muyao's ticket fare? Charge it at the highest first-class rate, and do not grant a single discount." Chapter 173. You've truly struck gold. Seething, Su Muyao begrudgingly paid the first-class fare, while Su Qian, a woman unfamiliar with the ways of the world, insisted on claiming tens of thousands. That was a source of embarrassment for her.
Su Muyao,
on the other hand, would not stoop to quarreling over such trifling sums. With a stony expression, she transferred the funds into Su Qian's account. Opposite her, Su Qian merely shook her head, exhaling a sigh. "Enjoy your little victory. Taking the first-class money while boarding a private jet, you've truly hit the jackpot." Furious, Su Muyao retorted, "Do you think I can't afford it?" "Oh, you can indeed," Su Qian countered. "The Ji family does possess a private jet. Why not take a ride on it?" Su Muyao's face flushed crimson. "That's because," she faltered, unable to voice that Ji Yuhan hadn't come to fetch her from the Su family. She could not bring herself to return in such a humiliating manner. Unable to articulate her thoughts, She glared at Su Qian and coldly declared, "Do you think everyone is like you? Su Qian, you truly are a product of the countryside, fretting over a mere seat costing tens of thousands." Su Qian chuckled. "Oh, how you claim not to care about money. Then why rush back to the Su family after a quarrel? Is it because the ethereal fairy has no real estate of her own?" "Of course I do."
Su Muyao huffed indignantly.
"But I'm a celebrity. My privacy and safety are paramount, and I must consider the ramifications of being photographed by paparazzi and subjected to slander." She attempted to retort, but Su Qian had already turned her attention elsewhere, facing the flight attendant. "Isn't she amusing? In the year 2024, there are still those who look down upon the working class, incessantly referring to rural backgrounds. Pray tell, isn't she herself a product of grain?" Although the flight attendant still harbored some apprehension regarding Su Muyao, she was conversing with her benefactor, her true employer. Nodding, she remarked, "Miss Muyao's choice of words does seem somewhat inappropriate. Thank goodness there are no cameras present, right? If the entire nation were to hear her speak this way, who knows the backlash she would face?" Su Qian added with a mischievous smile, casting a glance at Su Muyao. A blatant threat, utterly transparent. Su Muyao was nearly apoplectic with rage, yet under the circumstances, she had no choice but to seethe in silence. Upon arriving at the Xingdong villa, several individuals were already present inside. Ji Yuhan sat in the living room, his demeanor icy, legs crossed as he absently played with a string of jade beads. Nearby, two staff members hovered anxiously, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with him. A few guests were scattered about, some seated at the dining table while others lingered near the kitchen, all maintaining a respectful distance from him. Su Qian had no desire to approach. However, Su Muyao, standing beside her, swiftly made her way into the living room, inquiring, "Ahan, what's wrong?" A mere glance at Ji Yuhan seemed to erase any memory of their prior quarrel. Su Qian leaned closer to Yushe, asking, "What is happening?" Yushe replied, "Ji Yuhan just informed the production team that he is quite busy and may potentially halt the filming of Heart-Throbbing Stars. Is he out of his mind?"
Su Qian exclaimed.
"The contract has already been signed, and the program is halfway through filming. Can Ji Yuhan truly just walk away? Does he believe the world revolves around him? Not to mention the production team, the other guests, and even his legal wife are all present. He dares to throw a tantrum in front of millions of viewers?" It was hard to believe he hadn't lost his mind. Yushe agreed. "Indeed, we were just discussing it. The G Automobile Company has recently launched, and he has taken over G Enterprises. He must be swamped. But managing such a large corporation doesn't mean he can leave on a whim." Suddenly, Su Qian felt a pang of guilt as she scratched her head. While not fleeing in the face of adversity was indeed a commendable trait. Could it be that she had nothing pressing to attend to? Noticing her silence, Yushe teased, Qian, there's no need to hide it. The launch of Sun Qi was such a significant event. Surely, we've all seen it?" At this, several guests turned their attention to Su Qian. Even Zhong Yi chimed in, "I've read online that Sun Qi has received rave reviews. I've already ordered one for myself." Cheng Xiao eagerly raised his hand. "Sister Qian, I've reserved several as well." Unable to contain her annoyance, Su Qian retorted, "Why on earth would you reserve so many? Didn't you still not even obtain your driver's license?" Cheng Xiao replied, "I'm helping my sister boost sales. Plus, they can be gifted. Many of my friends are quite fond of them." Then, as if feeling a bit competitive, he leaned closer to them, stating, "Just the other day, G Enterprises surpassed Sun Qi in sales, and my friends were infuriated. They went for a test drive and said GS cars are simply incomparable to Sun Qi. With inferior craftsmanship and materials, not to mention the driving experience. They all speculated that GS cars were hastily produced and hadn't even polished at all." While Su Qian was indifferent toward G Enterprises, Zhong Yi and Yushe were thoroughly engrossed. "I also heard that G Enterprises has been urgently recalling several accident-prone vehicles lately. Apparently, they've been holding board meetings daily," Yushe remarked. "I've heard that G Enterprises has invested most of its cash flow into the automotive production line, preparing to pivot towards electric vehicles. Is that correct, Qian?" In an instant, all curious gazes fell upon Su Qian. "Ha ha ha, I suppose so," she responded nonchalantly. She only concerned herself with dividends, not the operational intricacies. Thankfully, no one pressed her further. After receiving a satisfactory answer, the conversation resumed. No wonder Ji Yuhan wanted to leave. He likely couldn't keep up with the company's demands. Hadn't he just been photographed by reporters attending a board meeting with old Ji at the helm? You didn't see the whole thing. It was old Ji who brought Ji Yuhan to the board meeting, where he was reportedly apologizing and making guarantees. Su Qian interjected, intrigued. Old Ji accompanied Ji Yuhan to the board meeting?
Su Qian leaned in closer.
You sure looked astonished, you didn't know? Speaking, she pulled up the news article on her phone to show Su Qian. Su Qian burst into laughter upon seeing the image, where old Ji wore a stern expression. Striding ahead with Ji Yuhan trailing behind, slightly bowed, his brow furrowed, and no longer fiddling with his beads. He no longer resembled the aloof, serene figure he once was. Who can distinguish him from a child who has just flunked an exam? One can only say there is no discernible difference. It is no wonder that Ji Yuhan has not come to fetch Su Muyao home for several consecutive days. While their discord is one matter, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Ji Yuhan is likely overwhelmed with his own affairs. Meanwhile, Su Muyao remains at home, akin to a stone waiting for its husband to return. Chapter 174. Are you feeling deflated? On the other side, Su Muyao approached Ji Yuhan and discerned that something was amiss with him. His face bore evident signs of exhaustion, with faint dark circles under his eyes. His brow was furrowed in irritation, and when he glanced at Su Muyao, his gaze was devoid of warmth, tinged with reproach. Not aware of the need to return home. Yet, to attend this program? He remarked coldly. The nearby staff members fell silent, apprehensive. Goodness, this couple is on the verge of an argument. Could they not find a more appropriate time and place for it? With so many witnesses around, are they not concerned about what should not be overheard? Feeling a bit awkward, Su Muyao forced a smile and urged the staff, you may carry on with your duties. Though they were hesitant to leave Ji Yuhan in his current state, they had no choice but to comply with Su Muyao's request. Taking a seat beside Ji Yuhan, she feigned innocence. Han, are you still upset with me? Ji Yuhan, with a stern expression, rubbed his temple. What is there to be upset about? I currently lack the energy to engage in emotional discussions with you. He had been utterly swamped these past few days, managing only a few hours of sleep each night, while company matters remained unresolved. The latest batch of cars produced was merely experimental. They needed to meticulously investigate their failure rates before proceeding with further production. However, with the rapid launch of the Sun Qi, they had to take risks, conducting random checks on 1,000 vehicles and, upon confirming an acceptable failure rate, proceeded to market. As a result, within a mere half-week, they had to recall over a dozen faulty vehicles, leading to a plummet in the Ji family's reputation, driving the board of directors to the brink of madness. Ji Yuhan had been holding various departments accountable from marketing to research and development. Yet, no progress had been made, as a core researcher from the R&D department had absconded with their team, reportedly joining Sun Qi. Ji Yuhan's anger manifested as stomach pain, and sleep eluded him at night. Now, he was compelled to attend this wretched dating show, subjected to the director's arrangements for sugary moments and discussions about romantic matters with Su Muyao. The situation left him feeling exceedingly irritable. No, he coldly replied to Su Muyao. What's the matter? Noticing his unusual demeanor, Su Muyao concealed her dissatisfaction and obediently said to Ji Yuhan, it's just that my brother mentioned they all miss you and inquired when you might be free to have dinner together. She attempted to gauge Ji Yuhan's reaction regarding her family. Upon hearing her mention of her brother, Ji Yuhan scrutinized her for a moment before letting out a derisive laugh. Your brother misses me? He queried. Yes, Han, you have no idea. In response, Ji Yuhan brusquely pushed her away. No need. Just tell your elder brother to behave himself. Is he conspiring with Su Qian against me? He should refrain from causing trouble for himself. Su Muyao was taken aback by Ji Yuhan's words. What? My brother is aiding Su Qian against you? I had no inkling of this. Quickly, she attempted to clarify. Han, is there a misunderstanding? My brother, however, Ji Yuhan coldly interrupted her. There is no misunderstanding. Recently, the Su family has proposed energy-saving and environmental protection measures, replacing all the operational vehicles of their branches with Sun Qi, including Old Fox's chauffeur vehicles. What other misunderstanding could there be? They are actively supporting Su Qian. Ji Yuhan could not comprehend the rationale behind this family's favoritism towards a girl. The Ji family, apart from him, had several cousins, yet none were ever deemed eligible to inherit the family business from birth. How could it be that in the Su family, matters were so lax? Lost in thought, Ji Yuhan cast a cold glance at Su Qian, only to find her engaged in conversation with a group, her face illuminated by a smile. Her hair glistening golden under the sunlight, radiating beauty that was hard to look away from. Ji Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Muyao, sharp as ever, noticed and turned to glare at Su Qian with contempt. As the filming neared commencement, Su Qian realized someone was absent. Zhang Yingxuan didn't come? She inquired of Zhong Yi. Zhong Yi shook her head, pointing to her face. His injuries haven't healed, so he issued a statement saying he couldn't attend due to a scheduling conflict.
Su Qian chuckled.
Ji Yuhan really struck him hard, didn't he? Zhong Yi also laughed, leaning closer to Su Qian and whispering, yesterday, fans spotted him returning to South Korea.
Su Qian gasped. What?
Why did he go back? Zhong Yi gestured to her face again. His prosthetic was damaged. He went for repairs. Su Qian nearly laughed herself into a fit. No wonder he returned to South Korea stealthily. After all, it was Ji Yuhan who had injured him. Even if his prosthetic was damaged by Ji Yuhan, he wouldn't dare utter a word of complaint. The two exchanged whispers as they feasted on gossip, yet the program commenced without the production team making an appearance. Only the camera operators were filming. The guests appeared perplexed, wondering about the Star Motion House. Has the live broadcast started early? They felt the production team was orchestrating yet another surprise, given that it was now time for the live show.
Goodness, counting Su Qian.
How many entrepreneurs are among the guests? Times are indeed prosperous. A bunch of executives participating in a dating show to entertain us. Meanwhile, the comment section buzzed with chatter. When suddenly, Cheng Xiao swiftly grabbed an envelope from a nearby table. From Little Star, Cheng Xiao read aloud the letter S contents. The guests immediately gathered around. Cheng Xiao opened the envelope and found it stated that AI Little Star was unable to assist the guests due to unforeseen circumstances and that everyone would need to work together to navigate this week of cohabitation. The letter concluded with a PS, indicating that the guests must earn their living expenses themselves, without utilizing any personal funds or trading personal items, as it would be considered a violation of the rules. Thus, this week's activities would revolve around them collectively earning a living. Earning a living was indeed straightforward. However, the show had established regulations, meaning they could only rely on the resources within the Star Motion Villa or their own labor to earn their keep. The letter also mentioned that dinner had been prepared for them. Cheng Xiao flipped through the letter in his hand, happily exclaiming, "Then tomorrow we can head to the nearby town and see if there are jobs available for us." Upon hearing this, Ji Yuhan displayed a contemptuous expression. "What do you plan to do?" Cheng Xiao shrugged off his disdain. "Anything works for me. I can work at someone else's shop or help move things. I'm quite strong."
Ji Yuhan stoffet derisively aimda, Su Qian found herself speechless.
"What else with the scoffing? Are you feeling deflated?" She retorted. "You, Cheng Xiao, can do many things, but what about you? Without the Ji family, what can you possibly do?" Chapter 175. You'll be the third wheel. Ji Yuhan was seething with anger. What did Su Qian mean by that? Was she really comparing him to Cheng Xiao? A mere college student with only acting experience in the entertainment industry? Were they even comparable? Ultimately, Su Qian chose to ignore him, turning to the other guests. "I suggest we can form groups and disperse tomorrow to earn some money." "I agree." Cheng Xiao instantly raised his hand. "Shall we set a minimum standard?" Zhong Yi pondered for a moment. "Let us aim for 100 each, considering we need 3 meals a day." After deliberation, it was decided that the remaining 9 guests would be divided into 3 groups, each group alternating between cleaning the Star Motion Villa and preparing meals, while also ensuring that each group brought back 100 yuan per person daily. As for how to divide the groups, everyone unanimously agreed to draw lots. Su Qian drew a group, partnered with Yu Shi and Cheng Xiao. Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao were assigned to the third group, surprisingly joined by Liu Yan. The remaining members, Bai Xiujing, Zhong Yi, and Xiang Bai, formed the second group. When the results of the draw were announced, everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards Liu Yan. However, Su Muyao seemed oblivious, casually retrieving a handful of candies from her bag and announcing to the guests, "Oh, I almost forgot to share some delightful news. Han and I are engaged now, though we haven't set a wedding date yet. Let us spread some joy with these candies." She then distributed the wedding candies among the other guests. When she reached Liu Yan, she exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, little Liu, you'll be the third wheel for the next 2 days, won't you? Isn't this a bit surprising?" After all, Ji Yuhan was previously engaged to Su Qian too. Upstairs, someone remarked that this was indeed more astonishing. The comment section buzzed with discussions about their engagement, with many viewers noting Su Muyao's evident hostility towards Liu Yan. Indeed, Su Muyao harbored grievances against him. She had not forgotten the day he appeared at the Su family's doorstep alongside Su Qian. Just witnessing Su Yanzhao's polite demeanor towards him gnawed at her insides. Why should Liu Yan, an illegitimate child, be welcomed at the Su residence while Ji Yuhan, the legitimate son-in-law who had even obtained a marriage certificate, was absent? Su Mu Yao resented Lu Yan for his formidable status and for his indifference towards her, while he treated Su Qian with such courtesy. Wasn't he merely a private child? How could he compare to Ji Yuhan, the rightful heir? Now that Su Mu Yao was Ji Yuhan's wife, she felt her status was on par with, or even superior to Lu Yan's. Thus, she felt entitled to embarrass him on the show. To her surprise, Lu Yan did not even spare her a glance, responding flatly, "Then I'll be in my own group." Su Mu Yao was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated his straightforwardness, which rendered her awkward. "Haha, little Lu, I was just joking," she said, extending the candies towards him, attempting to salvage her image on screen. Yet, Lu Yan remained unfazed, his expression as flat as a comment on the weather. "I'm not joking," he stated matter-of-factly. Feeling embarrassed, Su Mu Yao eventually retreated to Ji Yuhan's side, who cast her a cold glance and remarked, "Why are you running around?" That evening, the couple's fans celebrated with champagne. But Ji Yuhan's attitude towards Su Mu Yao grew even colder than before. Su Qian, having discreetly followed the events on her phone all night, nearly overslept the next morning. Bai Xiaojing, Zhong Yi, and Xiang Bai were responsible for breakfast that day. The leftover ingredients from the previous night were sufficient for a meal, so they agreed to return with wages and new food before noon, necessitating that they find jobs in the morning. Amidst a flurry of suggestions, Cheng Xiao raised his hand. "I saw a courier distribution center in town. I can go move boxes." Then, recalling he had 2 female teammates, he added, "Don't worry, Sister Qian and Sister Shi. I'll handle the work of 2 and earn plenty." "You sure couldn't help but laugh, young man. Do you really not know what you're getting into? Do you have any idea how big the boxes at the distribution center are?" Cheng Xiao genuinely asked, "How big?" "You sure," replied, her expression deadpan. "Big enough to make you lose 3 pounds in a day, and you think you can do the work of 2?
Cheng Xiao schrikt. "Ah? Min vil Yi Yuhan."
Still harboring resentment over Su Qian's comparison of him to Cheng Xiao, let out a cold laugh that sounded rather mocking upon hearing their exchange. "You sure, no longer intimidated?" cheerfully inquired. "Surely, Yuhan has a good plan, right? Could you share it with us for guidance?" Ji Yuhan had no plan whatsoever, and didn't he intend to think of one? How could someone like him find work in such a rundown town? With an indifferent expression, he was about to respond when Bai Xiaojing, placing breakfast on the table, remarked, "Where's Su Qian? I haven't seen her." Only then did everyone realize both Su Qian and Lu Yan were absent. What were those 2 up to? Expressions of surprise crossed their faces, especially Ji Yuhan's, whose brows furrowed almost instantly. Su Qian and Lu Yan? What could they be doing together so early in the morning? Just then, Yu Shi exclaimed, "Over there." The guests turned in the direction she pointed, and the cameras swiftly followed suit. There, beneath a tall fruit tree, stood Su Qian, cradling a large wicker basket, while Lu Yan towered beside her, his face obscured, but his long legs unmistakable. He held a pair of gardening shears in one hand, methodically placing the harvested oranges into Su Qian's basket. At her feet lay another basket, already brimming with fruit. Chapter 176, Sweetness Without Price. When Su Qian ventured downstairs that morning, she discovered the orange tree in the villa's backyard was ripe. The heavy fruits hung from the branches, and unable to resist, she plucked one to taste. How sweet. H province is renowned for its fruit production, and as early autumn approached, the harvest commenced. The villa used by the production team was planted with numerous orange trees, which had turned from green to ripe this week. While enjoying her orange, she spoke to the camera beside her. "I wondered why the production team asked us to earn our keep. It must be because there's something to sell in the villa. TSK, I must be a genius." "What are you talking about?" Lu Yan's voice interrupted from behind her. Immediately, Su Qian pointed to the oranges. "Look, isn't this money coming in?" Then, she rubbed her neck, complaining, "Ouch, my neck is so sore. I need to find a ladder and some scissors." Thus, the task of picking oranges inadvertently fell to Lu Yan. He worked swiftly, filling both baskets Su Qian had fetched in no time. Su Qian bent down to lift one of the heavy baskets, but found it too cumbersome. How many pounds could this be? She pondered aloud. If we sell them for $3 a pound, that won't do. We need to sell them for $4 a pound, or $10 for 3 pounds. She calculated seriously, while Lu Yan, perched on the ladder, gazed down at her, a smile creeping onto his lips. At this moment, other guests emerged. Qian, so this is where you're up to big things," Yu Shi exclaimed joyfully. Cheng Xiao couldn't contain his surprise. So many oranges. How much could this be? Su Qian promptly beckoned him. "Come over and lift it. I can't manage." Everyone buzzed around the oranges, discussing their quantity and pricing. Lu Yan, having put away the shears, jumped down from the ladder and single-handedly stowed it away. Su Muyao and Ji Han also noticed the 2 full baskets of oranges.
Su Muyao, feeling somewhat disgruntled,
Remarked with a faux smile as Lu Yan accepted a towel from Su Qian. Qian, so it's our team member helping you with the oranges? Lu Yan, we still haven't picked any oranges in our team. Su Qian, confused by her comment, replied, didn't you say yesterday that Lu Yan was a third wheel? Su Muyao quickly retorted, I was just joking. Turning to Lu Yan, she added, shall we sell oranges today as a team? However, Lu Yan's expression remained indifferent. I'm not joining a team. Su Muyao immediately countered, but by yourself, you can't possibly pick all the oranges and take them to market to sell. 3 of us together would be just right. Lu Yan inquired, who said I was going to sell oranges? Su Muyao was left speechless. You're not selling? Having cut an abundance of oranges, he did not wish to take even a single one. Su Qian promptly approached. Lu Yan has joined our team today, so what? After all, none of us would consider him a third wheel. Even Cheng Xiao, who was with Lu Yan in the competition, jumped up and exclaimed, indeed. Brother Lu Yan has cut so many oranges for us. He is one of our team members. However, Lu Yan merely cast a glance at the oranges on the ground before turning to Su Qian. I will form my own team, he stated. Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. Su Muyao immediately mocked. Oh, little Lu, are you unwilling to team up with my sister? Before she could finish, she noticed Lu Yan leaning down to quietly explain to Su Qian, less than 100 jin. It's insufficient to share among 4 people.
Goodness.
Is there anyone more like a modern-day Cinderella than Lu Yan? He worked diligently, yet when it came to dividing the spoils, he claimed there were too many people, and therefore he would abstain. At this point, Su Qian firmly grasped him, insisting that he share in the profits from selling the oranges. Lu Yan, with a look of resignation, replied, you don't need to worry about me. I have other matters to attend to. Su Qian was determinately skeptical. What kind of urgent work could there possibly be in the county town? Surely, Lu Yan would not actually head to the parcel distribution center to sort large packages. That simply would not do. Nearby, Yu Shi and Cheng Xiao were also persuading him. Brother Lu Yan, this is merely a half-day's worth of quantity. We can definitely share, trust us. Su Qian continued to tug at him. No, you must be part of our team. You can't leave. Lu Yan, finding himself at a loss, even had his clothing tugged into disarray by Su Qian's insistence. He helplessly told her, I have other things to do. You must listen. His voice was low, causing Su Qian's ears to tingle, and in her moment of distraction, Lu Yan pulled his shirt back. Then, she watched as Lu Yan strode directly to a basket of oranges, bent down, and effortlessly lifted a burden on his back. He then signaled to Cheng Xiao, who hurriedly ran over to carry another basket. Su Qian was utterly perplexed. Are you joining our team or not? Lu Yan replied, I will first take you to the market. Let us go. The distance from the Xingdong villa to the market was not insignificant. Were it not for Lu Yan's assistance, Su Qian and Yu Shi would have struggled to carry another basket of oranges, and likely would have lost steam halfway there. Upon reaching the market, Lu Yan set down the basket, and Cheng Xiao was already drenched in sweat.
Wow, that was heavy.
Cheng Xiao exclaimed, glancing at Lu Yan with astonishment. Brother Lu Yan, aren't you tired? Lu Yan arranged the oranges, his countenance steady and breath unlabored. A bit fatigued, he admitted. Cheng Xiao responded, Brother, you're just putting on a brave face. There's no need. After setting down the basket, Lu Yan indeed left. His movements so swift that Su Qian was unable to stop him. Watching his retreating figure, Su Qian sincerely remarked, Lu Yan is truly a good person.
Nearby,
Yu Shi nearly burst into laughter. Qian, you do realize you shouldn't hand out good person cards so casually? She chuckled.
Su Qian retorted.
But we can't issue a bad person card. Can we? Just say he is a good person. Yu Shi had to concede. He is quite good.
So,
let us ensure we set aside a portion of the earnings from the oranges for little Lu Yan. It's only right. Both Su Qian and Cheng Xiao agreed. The 3 of them, each capable in their own right, quickly divided the labor. Cheng Xiao, with his charming demeanor, ran to a nearby shop to borrow a scale. Yu Shi arranged the oranges and prepared a price tag, marking 4 yuan per jin and 10 yuan for 3 jin. As for Su Qian, she circled the stall, struck by inspiration, and borrowed a small knife from the neighboring vegetable stall. With swift, precise strokes, she cut open 2 oranges and displayed them prominently at her stall. Fresh oranges from our own garden. Purely natural, pesticide-free. Taste before you buy. If it's not sweet, you don't know a thing. With a clear and melodious voice, and her striking appearance, she quickly drew in numerous townsfolk. "Can we taste it directly, young lady?" an elderly woman inquired. Su Qian immediately pushed the cut oranges forward. "Please,
Take some.
our homegrown oranges are exceptionally good. We only yield this many each year." The townspeople, known for their simplicity, were captivated by Su Qian's enthusiastic pitch. Upon tasting the orange, the elderly woman's face lit up with delight. "Delicious!" Su Qian promptly grabbed the price tag. "For yuan per jean, 10 yuan for 3.
Mum.
Since we're just starting out, if you buy, I'll throw in an extra for you." The elderly woman quickly purchased 3 jean. A throng of townsfolk gathered. And after sampling the oranges, many expressed their desire to buy. Occasionally, some would snatch a piece and run off, but Su Qian remained unfazed, directing Qing Xiao to cut more oranges. Sales quickly flourished, when suddenly, Yu Shi tugged at Su Qian's sleeve. Qian, look." Su Qian lifted her gaze and was astonished to see Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao approaching the market, both carrying a basket of oranges. Chapter 177, as if their brains hadn't fully developed. The basket rested awkwardly on Ji Yuhan's back. He clearly had no experience with such labor. His luxurious shirt was wrinkled and he wore limited edition Italian leather shoes, complete with his string of prayer beads adorning his wrist. "Who goes out to work dressed like that?" Su Qian couldn't help but laugh. Beside him, Su Muyao appeared more appropriately attired in a sun hat and a flowing white dress. Together, they should have looked quite appealing, yet with the sun shining fiercely. Ji Yuhan's shirt was crumpled, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his expression far from pleasant. He was evidently impatient, and several oranges tumbled from the basket, prompting Su Muyao to hastily retrieve them. Seeing their oranges, Su Qian found herself stifling laughter. Do these two possess even the slightest common sense? They had picked unripe oranges, still tinged with green, along with several branches and leaves. Almost half of the basket was filled with foliage.
Who were they planning to sell this to?
They resembled young masters and mistresses stepping out to experience life. "You sure remarked." Su Qian commented, "You might be a bit too polite." They truly seemed like a couple whose brains haven't fully developed, a pair of dim-witted spouses. Qing Xiao, unable to contain his amusement, resorted to a series of throat-clearing coughs. Ji Yuhan and his spouse soon noticed them. The stall manned by Su Qian's team was bustling, with many people already stopping to purchase oranges. Yu Shi handled the money, Su Qian weighed the produce, and Qing Xiao tirelessly retrieved new oranges from the basket for the townspeople. Su Muyao couldn't help but stare at Su Qian. Why was it that she could excel at everything she attempted? Selling fruit at the market should be a messy, embarrassing affair. Yet Su Qian stood there in her simple athletic attire, with sweat glistening on her forehead.
Su Muyao was consumed by envy.
Then she noticed Ji Yuhan had also halted, his gaze fixated on Su Qian. How could he look at Su Qian? He was her husband now. Su Muyao feigned ignorance, forcing a smile, then said to Ji Yuhan, "Ahan, it seems there are many people over at Qian's stall. Shall we join them?" Ji Yuhan remained silent. Su Muyao, bouncing with excitement, dashed over, cheerfully announcing to Su Qian, Qian, we've come to sell oranges with you." It felt as though Su Muyao was attempting to reap benefits without effort. Indeed, the oranges they had picked were evidently of inferior quality. Did they expect Su Qian to assist in selling them? Having already organized their teams, they were not about to let others become third wheels. The audience in the comments section worried that Su Qian might acquiesce, yet she did not disappoint them. She immediately ceased her actions, taking a step back, and declared, "Your team is your team, and ours is ours. If you wish to set up, do so at a distance. Don't encroach upon my space." Su Muyao stood frozen in place. Qian, we're all part of the same family's oranges. There's no need to separate. Why don't we, however? Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Yuhan had already scoffed, moving to position himself 2 stalls away from Su Qian, dropping their basket of oranges onto the ground. Yao, come here." His demeanor exuded the commanding presence of a CEO, particularly if his shirt were not wrinkled and muddied. Su Muyao, with no alternative, acquiesced to his wishes and accompanied him to a location where the foot traffic was somewhat sparse. As fate would have it, until the oranges at Su Qian's stall were entirely sold out, the two of them remained utterly unproductive. Even the viewers in the comments section began to grow weary of the absurdity. Is it not customary to call out prices when selling goods? There were neither price tags nor scales. They simply stood there, attempting to sell. Numerous oranges were still unripe. Who would be inclined to purchase them? The couple awkwardly placed a basket of oranges on the ground and stood there, seemingly at a loss. As for calling out to potential buyers, Ji Yuhan was certainly not inclined to do so. In fact, he stood there with a frozen expression. And even a passing customer who lingered a moment too long would provoke a frown from him. This aloof child of privilege had never before sold anything on the street. However, Su Muyao, upon the occasional passing of a person, would inquire, "Would you like to buy some oranges? Our oranges are exceptionally sweet." Yet, mindful of the camera in front of her and anxious about how she might appear, she constantly posed in a naive and endearing manner, as if performing for an audience. The townsfolk, disinterested, would often circumvent them entirely. Eventually, one individual did halt to inquire about the price of their oranges, but alas, Su Muyao and her husband faltered once again. How much should the oranges be sold for?" Su Muyao was at a loss. The inquirer, growing impatient, prepared to leave.
10 yuan.
She blurted out. 10 yuan per jean, sir, it's a bargain. The villager regarded her as if she were simple-minded and promptly crossed over to Su Qian's stall, purchasing 3 jeans for 10 yuan. It was only then that Su Muyao noticed Su Qian's pricing, her expression one of astonishment. After all, they were a group of celebrities. The oranges had been personally picked by them, cultivated by the production team. How could they possibly be sold at such a low price? Ordinary citizens hardly deserved to partake in such delicacies. She had thought that her price of 10 yuan was already quite affordable, yet what was Su Qian doing? Even if Su Muyao feigned innocence, it could not mask her innate pride. As noon approached, Su Qian's group had sold out 2 baskets of oranges, while Su Muyao had managed to sell only a handful, indeed, merely a few. And those were sold for a mere 1 yuan each to passers-by as they were preparing to close up. Watching Yushir count the money with envy burning in her eyes, Su Muyao anticipated that Su Qian would undoubtedly mock them. She was certain of it. Yet, to her surprise, Su Qian hardly acknowledged her, instead pulling out her own wallet to buy each of the 3 a bottle of cold water and an ice cream before they packed up and departed, even leaving a few oranges for the nearby vegetable shop owner, who was all smiles. As they walked away, Ji Yuhan coldly remarked, "All right, let us go." He then slung the basket over his shoulder and proceeded toward the Shindong villa. With no other choice, Su Muyao followed suit. His frosty demeanor. She had been with Ji Yuhan for only a short time and had already witnessed his cold expressions numerous times. However, with the camera trailing closely behind, Su Muyao feigned ignorance and reassured Ji Yuhan, "It's all right, Han. It's our first day working. It's normal to lack experience. Lu Yan is alone too. He is bound to encounter some difficulties." Though Ji Yuhan did not respond, her mention of Lu Yan did soften his expression slightly.
Indeed.
Lu Yan had yet to sell any oranges. If they were struggling so, Lu Yan's predicament would surely be worse. Allow him to play the Good Samaritan. When the two returned to the Shindong villa, they were both taken aback by the scene before them. Su Qian and her group had laid out the change they received, creating a small mountain of money on the table, and everyone gathered around, counting it, their faces alight with joy and excitement. At that moment, Lu Yan entered. He had changed from a simple t-shirt in the morning to a sleeveless white vest, exposing his toned muscles, which were accentuated by his tall stature, radiating an intense masculine energy. His vest bore stains of black oil, and a faint scent of gasoline lingered about him. The oil smudges on his well-defined arms did not appear dirty, rather, they imparted a rugged charm reminiscent of a mechanic. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he retrieved several bills from the pocket of his work pants and placed them on the table, an array of vibrant red 100-yuan notes.
Chapter 178, a major accident. Wow.
Gasps of astonishment filled the air, and Su Qian could not help but exclaim a curse. So much money. Lu Yan, where did you earn this? Lu Yan casually tossed aside the t-shirt he had changed out of and succinctly replied, "There's an auto repair shop in town." Cheng Xiao was utterly impressed. "No way. Lu Yan, you can repair cars?" Lu Yan nodded. "A bit. I did it when I was in school." Back then, after his mother had passed away, he had relied on repairing cars to fund his education and living expenses. "You earned this much in just one morning?"
Su Qian inquired,
counting the money he had laid out on the table. "Yeah," Lu Yan acknowledged, gesturing for Su Qian to come closer. "Su Qian, come here." Confused, she rose to her feet. Lu Yan led her outside the villa, with the others following curiously. "What's going on?" Su Qian asked him. Lu Yan explained, "I earned a bit extra, so I bought you something to make your afternoon easier." Curiosity piqued, Su Qian inquired, "What is it?" He guided her to the backyard where, beneath the flourishing orange trees, a brand new electric tricycle stood proudly. Xiangbai nearly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little President Liu, you truly have a knack for gift-giving. You sure shot him a sidelong glance and reminded, an electric tricycle is quite expensive. Initially, Xiangbai had brushed it off. A tricycle for our little President Liu?
Come on.
But then it dawned on him, this tricycle must be what little President Liu earned in just one morning. The idea that he could make 300 yuan merely by repairing cars was already astounding. He had even earned enough for a vehicle. In the backyard, Su Qian realized this too. You earned this yourself. She pointed at the tricycle. Yeah, Liu Yan replied with an expression of calm resolve. It was sold to me at a discount by the shop owner. Su Qian was at a loss for words. But it's only for a couple of days. Liu Yan nodded. Yeah, just for 2 days. That's all we need. Earlier that morning, he had visited the repair shop and noticed an abandoned Ducati motorcycle, wrecked by tourists during a mountain ride, which the owner was willing to part with. Once repaired, it could sell for over 100,000 yuan. When the owner inquired how much Liu Yan would pay, he merely pondered for a moment before spotting the pristine electric tricycle in the shop. Whether it was 10,000 or 100,000, to him, it was merely a number. But upon seeing the tricycle, he was reminded of the beads of sweat glistening on Su Qian's forehead that morning, resembling pearls fallen to earth. Su Qian hopped onto the electric tricycle, taking it for a spin around the yard. It was a delightful blend of humor and sentimentality. I watched the live stream of little President Liu repairing cars this morning. It was nothing short of textbook, she exclaimed. Little President Liu is truly multi-talented. It's incredible. Then, Su Qian brought the electric tricycle to a stop in front of Liu Yan.
Come on, hop on.
I'll take you for a ride, she beckoned, patting the back seat. All right, now it's time for some fun. Liu Yan wore a faint smile, cautioning her. Be careful and prioritize your safety. Su Qian circled around him on her bicycle, exclaiming, with this, we shall surely become the leading orange vendors in town. This year we will strike it rich and take the production team along for a journey to prosperity. The other guests gathered, intrigued by her enthusiasm. Xiangbai, rubbing his hands in anticipation, approached. May I borrow it for a moment, Sister Qian? Su Qian generously handed over the electric bike. Several guests gathered around to take turns riding it. Turning her head, Su Qian noticed Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan standing a short distance away, a basket of oranges at their feet, their expressions rather grim. One would think they were owed 200 yuan. Su Qian clicked her tongue and shook her head. At that moment, Bai Xiujing approached, his voice low yet audible to all. 8 yuan? Is that all? Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn back to them. 8 yuan for the two of them? One could only say that even scavenging wouldn't yield such meager returns. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Su Muyao stammered. It's just that we don't understand. We don't know why no one is buying our oranges. Bai Xiujing, a member of the team responsible for procurement at the villa, listened to Su Muyao's explanation and chuckled lightly. So are you planning to rely on the earnings of other team members to sustain yourselves today? Was it really necessary for such a trivial segment of the show? With his stature, accepting an invitation to participate in these variety shows was already a concession. He had no desire to engage in the trivial task of selling oranges that morning, if he was coerced into it. It was merely to save face for the production team. Not necessary, Ji Yuhan replied flatly. What do you mean? Bai Xiujing inquired politely. Ignoring him, Ji Yuhan pulled out his phone from his pocket. Surely, wouldn't he attempt to summon someone again? This young master truly had no sense of play. If he wanted to act this way, he ought to refrain from participating in such activities and allow his servants to attend to him instead. He consistently disrupted the established order. However, before Ji Yuhan could make the call, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. Noticing it was his assistant from the Ji Corporation, Ji Yuhan's lips curled coldly as he answered. Just as he was about to instruct the assistant to dispatch a team of chefs with ingredients to H province, a panicked voice came through the line. President Ji, it's terrible. Our vehicle has been in a serious accident. There are casualties. The assistant's voice was loud enough to be heard by the production crew. The surrounding guests froze, watching as Ji Yuhan's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 179. You're still a businessman at heart. Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao hurriedly exited the program, not even waiting for the live broadcast to conclude. Indeed, Ji Yuhan had accurately predicted that they would not need the earnings of the other guests. The audience in the comments section erupted in curiosity, eager to know what had transpired. Soon, they discovered trending topics on Weibo. Ji Corporation new energy collision test. Many viewers began discussing the details of the incident. It turned out that the victim was a fan of Ji Yuhan, who had purchased a vehicle from Ji Corporation on the day of its launch. Like other new energy vehicle manufacturers, G Corporation had implemented an automatic cruising driving mode, which the individual selected during their journey on the highway. Unfortunately, a malfunction occurred in the vehicle's automatic cruise, causing it to collide with the edge of the highway. Strangely enough, a collision of such magnitude typically wouldn't result in a major accident. However, the vehicle's frame had a defect, and upon impact, the A-pillar broke, fatally injuring the driver. The A-pillar, situated between the windshield and rear-view mirror, is designed to protect passengers. Yet, G Corporation's vehicle failed to withstand even a minor collision. Subsequently, the shocking revelation emerged. The vehicles produced by G Corporation had not undergone collision testing, thereby failing to identify such safety hazards before being released to the market. The uproar online was palpable. Was this not a matter of life and death? Furthermore, it was uncovered that G Corporation had initially scheduled the vehicle's release for a year later. They had adjusted the launch date to compete with Su Qian even more alarmingly. G Corporation had no comprehensive safety testing records, having only conducted basic inspections on a mere 1,000 vehicles. Yet, their sales within a week had exceeded 1 million units. The topic exploded online, with even relevant authorities being drawn in and demanded to launch an investigation. Su Qian did not learn of these events until evening. After all, Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao had left abruptly, leaving the production team in disarray. Following a swift assessment, the director instructed them to carry on as if nothing had happened, and so the guests complied, completing the afternoon's filming. With the electric tricycle, Su Qian's team indeed operated with remarkable efficiency. Especially after lunch, Lu Yan and Cheng Xiao ventured out to harvest oranges, while Xiang Bai and Bai Xiujing came to assist, quickly filling the vehicle to capacity. That afternoon, Su Qian's group sold a staggering 800 yuan worth of oranges, providing enough profit to cover their expenses for the entire episode. The coins filled Su Qian's bag, and as the sun set, Cheng Xiao rode the tricycle while Su Qian and Yushi sat at the back, counting the money several times in disbelief. They truly struck it rich. The audience in the comments section was equally captivated, reveling in their simple joy, in stark contrast to the couple from G Corporation. Surely, Sun Qi had not encountered any issues. Otherwise, the young lady would not have confidently continued filming. The official account of Sun Qi released all safety testing records in the afternoon, showcasing their comprehensiveness, even exceeding many requirements. The young lady kept her lips sealed. Had it not been for G Corporation's predicament, the audience would remain unaware of Sun Qi's superior safety performance. However, it was indeed unfair to accuse Su Qian. Her silence stemmed purely from ignorance. Not until the recording concluded did the guests gather in the living room to uncover the reason for Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao's hasty departure. They had been photographed by paparazzi, hastily entering the G Corporation headquarters, and had yet to reappear. Strangely, G Corporation had not even released a public relations statement, and the comment sections across various social media platforms were inundated with outrage. How could they not even issue an apology? Cheng Xiao frowned in concern. After several episodes together, they had become familiar with one another, and with no cameras recording, their conversation flowed more freely. Xiang Bai remarked, "They likely hesitate to apologize. Doing so would only confirm the issues with their safety performance." Cheng Xiao couldn't help but retort, "The issues are already confirmed. They can't even produce a safety document." Bai Xiujing added, "I never expected them to remain silent this long without recalling the batch of vehicles already sold." After a round of discussion, all eyes turned to Su Qian. Qian, you must have some insider information, right?" Su Qian scratched her head, pausing momentarily before responding. "I just think Ji Yuhan is rather inhumane. As for anything else, I am unaware." After all, she was equally stunned by the revelations. Ji Yuhan had truly engaged in such behavior. It was utterly shocking to her family. Vehicles that had not completed testing could only be deemed semi-finished products. How could Ji Yuhan's company, in its inaugural venture into automotive development, dare to sell them outright? Did he possess any sense at all?
Observing Su Qian's attitude,
The other guests expressed their understanding. After all, Sun Qi was currently under investigation, yet the entire company operated seamlessly, from production lines to safety assurances, all of which were impeccable. One would be hard-pressed to find a flaw. The Ji family has directly become the contrasting group to Xuanqi. And a video of Su Qian counting money while holding an Hermes bag on a tricycle has surged to the top of trending topics. Many people have expressed that it is precisely such a grounded and principled businesswoman like Su Qian who can create a brand of this caliber. Su Qian is now hesitant to read online comments, as the praise has become excessively extravagant. It is at this moment that she receives a call from Su Qian. Returning to her room, she answers and upon connecting, hears Su Qian's slightly fatigued voice. Qian, are you well?
Su Qian, somevat puzzled, replies, me fine.
What's the matter? After a brief silence, Su Qian states, Yao Yao just called home, saying that the Ji family's financial chain was already in trouble. And now with the car incident, they need to manage a recall, but their funds are insufficient to cope. They asked to borrow money from me, offering Ji family's shares in exchange. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's demeanor turns cold. If they want to borrow, let them. After all, it's not my money. She thinks to herself that the funds she possesses are more than enough for several lifetimes. However, Su Qian continues, I have already refused her. This revelation takes Su Qian by surprise. You turned down Su Muyao? I thought, given his unwavering devotion to her, Su Qian would at least waver now.
Su Qian affirms,
saying, when Yao Yao got married, we had already agreed that she would not cause any more trouble for the Su family.
Su Qian comprehends.
Brother, you are ultimately still a businessman, she remarks. After all, no matter how much he might feel for her, he understands the severity of the Ji family's predicament. The Ji family is likely to be left in ruins, and for the Su family to intervene now would only tarnish their reputation. After all, a life has been lost. Yet, Su Qian remains silent, as if shaking his head on the other end of the line. Not entirely, he says. I primarily consulted with Yan Zhao and Jing Yi's brother. Chapter 180. What a shoddy troop. His words almost moved Su Qian. However, she hasn't forgotten another matter. By the way, what about the victims? The Ji family hasn't handled it yet?
Su Qian inquires.
Regarding this, Su Qian expresses his dissatisfaction. Yes. The Ji family has not provided any response. If this drags on, the victims may have to resort to legal proceedings. Su Qian asks, how much can they claim? Su Qian replies, if it goes to court, around $1 million. If the Ji family chooses to compensate voluntarily, the amount would be greater. However, I've heard that the old master of the Ji family seems prepared to distance the company from responsibility, spreading rumors that the accident was caused by reckless driving on the part of the other party. Su Qian is infuriated. They don't even want to pay $1 million? Are they even human? Su Qian responds, after all, for them, the company's interests are paramount. Why bring this up all of a sudden? If you wish to make a donation, you may. Su Qian indeed harbors this thought, but remains resolute. That doesn't mean we should let the Ji family off the hook so easily. Su Qian concurs and is about to speak when another voice comes through the call. What?
Su Qian inquires.
The person on the other end says a few more words. A brief silence ensues. What happened?
Su Qian asks.
Su Qian replies, the Ji family has issued a statement. Su Qian immediately switches to speaker mode, exiting the call interface to see what the Ji family plans to announce. Then, she hears Su Qian, after a moment of silence, speak with indignation. They've shifted all the blame onto you and the Su family, claiming that you engaged in malicious competition and defamed the Ji family. Su Qian is taken aback. They truly issued such a statement? They claim that regarding the development of the car, there was a collaboration between the Ji family and the Su family, asserting that the core technology of Xuanqi was obtained from the Su family. Therefore, a significant portion of Xuanqi's development was actually conducted by the Ji family, merely lacking a formal contract due to the familial ties between the two families. Su Qian can't help but laugh at this. After saying it 100 times, Xuanqi does not belong to the Su family. Does Ji Yuhan and the others still not believe it? Not only do they not believe it, but they also insist that Xuanqi is a product of the Su family's enterprise, thus daring to make such unfounded claims, stating that Xuanqi was jointly developed by them and the Su family. The latter half of the statement relentlessly attacks Su Qian, asserting that after Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan's engagement, the Su family unilaterally breached the contract, not only advancing the release of Xuanqi, but also forging safety test certificates for Ji family vehicles. They presumed the Su family had completed the safety tests for Ji family vehicles, which is why they proceeded with the car's launch. Su Qian bursts into laughter. One can only say if it is truly as the Ji family speculates that the Su family developed new energy vehicles simultaneously, and that Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan are also relatives by marriage, then it would be somewhat difficult for the Su family to clarify things. However, what they did not expect is who founded this company. Su Qian remains on the line, hearing Su Qian cursing on the other end. The Ji family really knows how to find excuses. They have already distanced themselves, yet still want to drag us down with them. Yan Zhao was indeed correct. We should have cut ties with them long ago, and there was no need to wait until today. Su Qian chuckles, advising him, hold your horses. Let the PR department release the statement first. Su Qian promptly responds, involving you and the Su family, we must be cautious. After all, you do indeed hold shares in Xuanqi. We should convene an urgent meeting first. Su Qian directly interrupts him. Listen to me. Release the statement and provide evidence that the Su family does not hold shares in Xuanqi. Su Qian is taken aback. Then you.
Su Qian insists.
Just send it out. Once you do, I can perform my part. Following Su Qian's direct orders, within 5 minutes, the Su family group statement was released with great flair. Accompanied by 9 images, it included a list of external holdings by the Su family, evidence that the Su family does not hold shares in Xuanqi, and that the Su family production line has no ties to any automotive research and development. These constitute solid evidence, pure, irrefutable facts. However, one crucial point remains unverified. Su Qian is undeniably a member of the Su family. She is the bona fide chairperson of Xuanqi. Nevertheless, as soon as the Su family group's Weibo post was made, Su Qian's Weibo post followed suit.
Agricultura machineria persuia, hona musing.
This is the first time I've learned that the G family is so indifferent to fame and fortune. So may I ask, G family group, Ji Yuhan, and Su Miao, was that 40-page prenuptial agreement signed with a dog? A family that wants to clarify ownership even for half a bag of rice is surprisingly generous. Just giving away core technology? The online discourse erupted. Who doesn't love gossip? Who doesn't enjoy tales from the elite? Just moments ago, netizens were speculating about the Su family potentially betraying the Ji family, and now they were instantly captivated by the prenuptial agreement. A prenuptial agreement of over 40 pages. How fearful must the Ji family be of losing their assets? Moreover, Su Miao also hails from a prestigious background, albeit not entirely honorable. But she is a young lady who has seen the world and has a long-standing love with Ji Yuhan. Surely they wouldn't be so paranoid as to treat her like a thief? However, they hardly had time to speculate before Su Qian's second Weibo post was released with equal flair.
Agricultural machineria persuia, furthermore.
What kind of shoddy troop is the G family group? They are solely focused on deflecting blame and fail to see the family of the victim? Fine. If you won't take responsibility, I will. I'll donate $1 million to provide legal aid for the victim's family and pursue the case until the G family is willing to admit fault and compensate. The internet erupted once more. Indeed, regardless of whose responsibility it ultimately is, the car that caused the fatal accident was produced by the G family. That was a precious life. The victim's family is currently striving for justice, registering accounts to tag the G family for accountability. Yet they are preoccupied with shifting blame onto the Su family. Numerous individuals have begun to commend Su Qian for her righteousness in the comment section. However, Su Qian pays no heed to this. Having completed her Weibo post, she swiftly switches to WeChat and sends a message to Liu Yan. Su Qian, did I expose you? Liu Yan promptly responded, okay. Instantly, Su Qian's third Weibo post appeared in everyone's view. Quade Agricultural Machinery Repair Sister Su, official G clan, I sincerely inquire. Who informed you that the Su family possesses a new energy production line? Was it some online marketing account? Chapter 181. So impressive, young lady. Accompanying the post was a striking image of an electronic contract. The contract clearly stated that Su Qian, as Party A, would invest funds into Party B's new energy technology, acquiring a 52% stake in the entire company. Furthermore, Party A relinquished any decision-making power, entrusting all research and operations to Party B. The contract bore Su Qian's signature as Party A and was sealed with Liu Yan's personal stamp as Party B, Liu Yan. This revelation sent the internet into a frenzy. So, the entire company of Sun Qi was managed by Liu Yan? Not only had Liu Yan granted the majority stake to Su Qian, but he had also remained completely out of sight until now. Goodness. This was truly the hot topic of the moment. Within minutes, Su Qian's Weibo post was retweeted by the official account of the Lu Corporation, accompanied by a mere 4 words, pleasant cooperation. At this point, the online spectators were utterly baffled. Was this a manifestation of young Master Lu's infatuation, leading him to hand over such a significant pillar of industry, or was it part of an elaborate strategy orchestrated by Su Qian and the Lu Corporation? Could it be that they had long set the stage to eliminate the Ji clan using this method? Regardless of the scenario, Su Qian was undeniably remarkable. After posting the 3 Weibo updates, Su Qian was catapulted to stardom online. Meanwhile, the Ji clans swiftly extinguished their flames. Within half an hour, they astonishingly deleted their previous statement. Deleted? This had truly turned into a colossal farce online. Just moments ago, Hadn't they asserted that the core technology of Sun Qi was provided by the Ji clan? How could they delete their post and vanish the instant Su Qian's reputation soared? Did they, like the onlookers, only just realize that Sun Qi was actually operated by Lu Yan? Numerous netizens flocked to the Ji clan's official account to observe the spectacle. Hey, did you help the Su family develop Sun Qi? Or was it Lu Yan? Your own products are so inferior, yet you assisted another in development? It's akin to the last in the class copying from the top student. Do you even believe that yourself? Before long, commenting was disabled. The Ji clan's official account had closed the comment section. The entertainment just kept coming. Meanwhile, after Su Qian posted her Weibo updates, she descended the stairs to find Lu Yan outside, engaged in a phone call.
Su Qian.
Upon seeing Su Qian come down, Yusher practically sprang from the sofa. The Sun Qi group is truly. She pointed at her phone. Everyone was engrossed in the gossip. The updates on Weibo were all over the place. Su Qian generously admitted, "Yes, I just invested a bit of money." Unable to contain herself, Yusher gave Su Qian a thumbs up. Truly impressive, young lady. Su Qian wanted to clarify that her investment wasn't substantial, but having explained it multiple times to no avail, she chose to change the subject and asked, "Where's Lu Yan?" Zhongyi replied, "He went out. It seems to be a call from the Lu family." This prompted some concern among them. Would the Lu family be unaware of the contract? Were they calling to question Lu Yan? Su Qian thought of this too. "I'll go check." She hurriedly pursued Lu Yan. After all, Lu Yan had sold so many shares for 10 million, having lost the shares without receiving the money back. Would his father be furious? Brother, you just give away so many shares like that? The voice on the other end of the line was Lu Kuan's desperate wail. Lu Yan, holding the phone, remained unfazed. What's wrong? Who would dare to manage your affairs? You are my dear brother. Lu Kuan quickly replied. However, haven't you already blacklisted our father? He's nearly gone mad, unable to find you, and thus he's venting his frustrations on me. Lu Kuan mumbled, feeling utterly wronged. He didn't wish to deal with this. Previously, when Lu Yan returned home, he mentioned he was working on a new energy project that was halfway through. Yet, their father simply wouldn't believe him, insisting he should not mix personal matters with company affairs. But Lu Yan hadn't mixed them at all. He had established such an impressive company. What difference did it make if he gave half to Su Qian? This was what one might call a pure love warrior. Although Lu Kuan felt a twinge of envy, it wasn't his father's place to interfere with Lu Yan's affairs. His father was struggling to manage the company and could only focus on his seemingly useless son. Who would he turn to for reason? Consequently, Lu Yan remained indifferent. Is there no money left? Lu Kuan pondered why he was changing the subject at this moment. There is some, but wait, what? Suddenly, Lu Kuan realized, there's none left. No money to spend. Lu Yan responded with an saying, I'll send that to you. Is there anything else? Lu Kuan shook his head vigorously on the other end of the line. Nothing at all. Brother, enjoy yourself outside. Don't worry about the family matters. I can take the blame, especially the blame. Just as Su Qian arrived, she overheard Lu Yan mention sending money to someone. Then, Lu Yan hung up the phone, and upon turning around, he saw her.
Su Qian?
Lu Yan slipped his phone into his pocket with one hand. Su Qian, looking anxious, stepped forward. Don't worry. If the Lu family demands money from you, I will cover it. After all, the expenses come from the same source. And she felt no remorse in spending on Lu Yan. However, Lu Yan appeared momentarily taken aback, then inquired, What money?
Su Qian, equally perplexed,
pointed at Lu Yan's phone, saying, Isn't the Lu family asking you for money? Lu Yan quickly grasped the situation. He gazed at Su Qian, paused for a moment, then smiled gently. He asked Su Qian, You want to help me out?
Su Qian replied, Yes.
After all, she had greatly benefited from this contract. Moreover, it must be said, Lu Yan truly treated her well. If she were in Lu Yan's position, she might even consider silencing the other party. After all, the advantages she gained were quite substantial. Lu Yan and Su Qian locked eyes for a moment, leaving Su Qian momentarily dazed.
Then,
she watched as Lu Yan raised his hand and gently placed it atop her head, his thumb moving slightly as he caressed it twice. Rest assured, Lu Yan said. No one can demand money from me. Su Qian was momentarily stunned by the gesture, but soon enough, Lu Yan withdrew his hand, his movements slow and unhurried, devoid of intimacy, yet entirely natural. Su Qian raised her hand to touch the spot where Lu Yan had just placed his fingers, taking some time to regain her composure, and asked again. Wasn't it President Lu who called you? Lu Yan nodded. Yes, it was Lu Kuan. He has run out of money. Oh. This was reasonable, considering Lu Kuan had a knack for spending. Hearing Lu Yan say this, Su Qian felt relieved. Otherwise, having taken his shares and causing him to incur penalties would indeed weigh heavily on her conscience. Su Qian pressed her finger against the spot Lu Yan had touched earlier, cleared her throat, feeling a bit awkward. Well, I'll take my leave now. Lu Yan replied, and Su Qian immediately returned to the Star Motion Villa, unbeknownst to her. As soon as Lu Yan withdrew his hand from her head, it remained unmoving behind his back, as if concealing a precious treasure, his fingers slightly curled. Not wishing to touch again. There was nothing there, only the sensation lingering from having brushed against Su Qian's hair, gradually fading, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Chapter 182. He naturally will be silent. While Lu Yan's troubles did not materialize, Su Qian's troubles were imminent. The following day, the recording of the show proceeded quietly. The profits earned by Su Qian's group the previous day were more than sufficient to sustain all the guests for several days. So on the second day, they did not venture into town to work, instead preparing meals and picking fruits at the Star Motion Villa. Su Qian and her companions hardly had to lift a finger, as several female guests gathered in the living room enjoying oranges. No wonder our oranges sell so well. I don't know what variety they are, but they are incredibly sweet, Yu Shi exclaimed. Su Qian joined in the conversation, only to notice Zhong Yi beside her, having already devoured 2 oranges. You truly have a penchant for oranges,
Su Qian exclaimed in surprise.
Zhong Yi nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I relish them. However, I've been moderating my sugar intake these past 2 weeks. My manager has restricted my fruit consumption. Yu Shi burst into laughter. All right, with the manager absent, flawn away. It's all in the name of work.
Zhong Yi replied nonchalantly.
Eating oranges during work hours is still part of the job. Indeed, Zhong Yi, you never fail to impress. They chuckled. These guests are truly exceptional. Their eloquence is delightful. Enjoying snacks while watching a variety show. Who could understand that? At that moment, Su Qian couldn't help but express. I wish the filming would wrap up soon. What's the matter? Su Qian replied, I'm eager for some gossip. It's urgent. Miss, you're being rather direct.
Came the retort.
I thought everyone was supposed to act as if nothing were happening on the show. You rascal. So you're sneaking off to enjoy gossip without us tonight. No need to sneak. The young lady always surfs the internet under her real name, another chimed in. Zhong Yi and Yu Shi exchanged glances, unsure if they should respond. However, Su Qian was unfazed. Although the production team insisted on maintaining a facade of normalcy, the absence of 2 vibrant personalities left a void that could not be overlooked. It would not be authentic otherwise. Apologies, but she had no desire to feign normalcy. Moreover, what was wrong with a casual conversation? Who in the nation was unaware of this matter? A brief silence ensued, before Zhong Yi inquired, is this permissible to discuss? Su Qian candidly replied, after all, the audience in the comments section likely knows more than we do. It should be fine, right? She then turned to the camera and earnestly asked, is that so? Yes, indeed. Of course. Laughter erupted as they mused how delightful it would be if the young lady could see the comments. Exactly. I woke up this morning with my mind solely on the gossip. Who could relate? Yet our progress is quite stagnant. The G family has yet to release any further statements. It's utterly baffling. However, G's stock is presently much greener than the pea shoots I cultivate. The day's filming swiftly concluded, and as the cameras ceased to roll, Su Qian's phone rang. It was a call from Su Yichun. Speaking rapidly and succinctly, Qian, Jing Yi is at the airport to pick you up. Father has returned. Yan Zhao and I are at home, so don't worry. Her father had returned? Su Qian hung up the phone, perplexed. He can't possibly be coming to dispense justice for Su Muyao, can he? Surely not. Observing her expression, Lu Yan approached and asked, what's wrong? Su Qian sincerely inquired, how do I manage my own father to prevent him from meddling? Lu Yan fell silent for a moment. Realizing her request was somewhat unreasonable, Su Qian was about to leave when Lu Yan finally spoke.
It's quite simple, he said.
Strip him of all his power, and he will naturally fall silent. Compared to Su Jingyi, Su Qian admitted she preferred being picked up by Su Yanzhao. After all, in comparison, Su Jingyi was simply too loud. Rest assured, my feelings towards you are irrelevant. I shall not allow the Su family to become entangled in G's murky waters. as he made this guarantee for the 8th time with a rather awkward demeanor. Su Qian couldn't help but interrupt. All right, I understand. She was exasperated. But your words hold no weight. Su Jingyi's displeasure was palpable. What do you mean they hold no weight? Su Qian looked at him in confusion. Isn't the Su family inherited by the eldest brother? She had read this in the novel. After all, to establish Su Muyao's charm, it was inevitable that wealthy and powerful young men surrounded her. Thus, in the original narrative, the Su family's conglomerate was fully handed over to Su Qian when he turned 28, while Su Jianyi managed his art gallery abroad. A dream he had cherished since his youth. Furthermore, if Su Qian recalled correctly, Su Jianyi had retained only 15 of the shares, with 5 transferred to Su Qian. Therefore, his ownership was equal to hers. This realization made her unafraid of him. Rather, she pondered how to cleverly extract his share as Lu Yan had previously suggested. Su Jingyi continued to refute. I also hold shares in the Su family. Moreover, their father's return was not for the shares. He has already discussed with our older brother and second brother about withdrawing our trust funds. What trust fund?
Su Qian inquired.
Seeing her look of confusion, Su Jingyi recalled something, and his expression softened slightly as he cleared his throat. It's quite normal for you not to know about this, considering you've only returned to the Su family for a few years. It turned out that the Su group originally belonged to their mother. When the company was still small, all power and funds were in her hands. During Su Qian's gestation, the company had just gone public, necessitating a division of shares. It was then that she established a will for her 4 children. She retained the majority of the shares, and in the event of any misfortune, the shares would be equally divided among them. Additionally, she had purchased 4 trust funds with the cash she held at that time, entrusted to the world's largest trust fund company, with annual profits reinvested. This money could only be withdrawn by the 4 of them personally. Because you were the youngest and had not yet been born, your mother allocated the most for you, Su Jingyi said, his expression unusually serious as he regarded Su Qian. Father's purpose for returning this time is precisely for that money. Su Qian's eyes widened in shock. How much are we talking about? Conservatively estimated, accounting for inflation over the years, it could amount to 3 billion, Su Jingyi replied. This sum is sufficient to alleviate Ji's pressing needs. 3 billion? Money in this world is truly not just playthings.
Su Qian momentarily faltered.
She recalled that the plot had indeed mentioned this amount. While not as substantial, it was still tremendously significant. This money had already been exhausted by Su Muyao and her mother. If her memory served her right, her mother's trust account should have been drained long ago. Chapter 183. If you don't possess it, does that mean I shall? That was a segment in the original narrative concerning Su Muyao's biological mother. After all, in the novel, the protagonist's mother had secretly swapped the identities of Su Muyao and Su Qian, benefiting Su Muyao, yet being the protagonist. She had to maintain her innocence, especially since Su Muyao's biological mother was a servant in the Su household, having spent her formative years with her. Consequently, the original text crafted a memory for her. The year Su Muyao turned 12, she learned of her true lineage. With her father about to go abroad, her biological mother would accompany him. Yao, mother must plan for our future. The money saved by Su Jianyi's wife was for her youngest daughter. If one day her identity were to be exposed, that money would no longer belong to her. Do you understand? In the original narrative, Su Muyao cried profusely, shaking her head in despair. Her mother continued, withdraw the money for me. I'll acquire some properties abroad for you, regardless of your identity in the future. That money will always belong to you. Su Muyao sobbed, feeling wronged, yet ultimately withdrew all the funds from the trust account, giving them to her mother. This money is for you. Let us cease all contact from now on.
Su Muyao wept.
Consider it my repayment for the gift of life. When Su Qian initially read the novel, she was filled with questions. The protagonist seemed to have been swayed, seeking to secure a backup plan. She articulated her intentions so beautifully, speaking of gratitude for birth. Then repay your own money. How could one repay their debts with the funds of the true heir? How can one be so calculating? Su Qian had scoffed at this while reading, never imagining she would find herself in a similar predicament. Her own account had been drained, although Su Muyao and her mother gained little from it. Due to the original narrative, Su Muyao's biological mother is depicted as an exceedingly greedy and foolish individual. Upon acquiring a sum of money, she made several investments in the United States, ultimately losing every cent. Consequently, Su Muyao, having been deceived by her own mother, severed all ties with her, effectively using that money to buy out their relationship. However, one must question, These funds are yours, and yet you are so brazenly utilizing them? Su Qian had yet to recover from her astonishment when Su Jingyi continued speaking. According to her second brother, Su Muyao sought assistance from their father, who readily acquiesced. He is a man who values his reputation immensely. If he does not achieve his desires, he will not easily relent. There should be no issues from the elder and second brothers, thus his ire will be directed solely at you. Su Qian directed at me?
Su Qian.
Observing her stunned expression, felt a pang of frustration.
Yes.
Have you not comprehended? The purpose of our father's return to the country is to deplete your trust fund. But her trust fund has already been. Indeed, her trust account is entirely depleted. Aside from Su Muyao and her mother, no one else is privy to this fact. A solution, is it not? Upon returning home, Su Qian was greeted by a tense atmosphere. Su Jianya occupied the main seat in the living room, his face cold, and he icily remarked, Well, my commendable son. Your sister finds herself in such dire straits, yet you refuse to part with even a modicum of money. Truly admirable. Su Yichen stood nearby, head slightly bowed, his demeanor humble, clearly in a position of reprimand. Conversely, the usually gentle and modest Su Yanzhao sat at the farthest point from Su Jianya, a complete set of ebony and jade tea wares before him. He brewed tea with ease, the fragrant steam rising delicately, and even chuckled at Su Jianya's reprimands, saying, Father, you jest. What trouble could possibly befall Qian? Noticing Su Qian and Su Jingyi entering, he greeted them warmly. Qian has returned?
Come have some tea.
Su Qian immediately approached, with Su Jingyi following suit, opting to sit beside Su Yanzhao, distancing themselves from their father. Despite Su Jianya's usual sternness, the bloodline pressure exerted by their biological father was mitigated by the cold-blooded nature of Su Yanzhao. Su Jianya, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table. You well know who I am referring to. Su Yanzhao did not feign ignorance. Instead, he pushed a cup of tea towards Su Qian and said, Father, you know well that regarding Yao Yao's situation, I am powerless. The hospital has only just signed a contract with the Academy of Sciences. Every bit of research funding is precious. Not to mention hundreds of millions, even 20 million may not be readily available to me. Su Jianya, fuming, exclaimed, Do not feign ignorance. Who spent 50 million at Christie's last week on a bracelet for Su Qian? Are you daring to claim you are penniless?
Confused, Su Qian looked silently at Su Yanzhao.
He clucked his tongue and reproached gently, Father, you have ruined the surprise I had prepared. Su Jianya was on the verge of apoplexy. Very well. If the eldest refuses to part with money, are you so impoverished that you resort to begging? Su Jingyi is out causing trouble daily. I have no expectations of him. But is there truly no one in the Su family who can spare a little for Yao Yao in this emergency? Su Qian could not help but laugh. Father, you are the elder of the household. If you have funds, why not use them for Su Muyao? We would not hinder you. Su Jianya nearly choked on her words. Did he not desire to? Though he held shares, his late wife had never allowed him to receive dividends. During his tenure, the company's operations were a disaster. Merely avoiding losses was a feat until Su Yichen took over and improved matters. However, Su Yichen, adhering to his mother's will, refused to share dividends with him, opting instead to transfer a fixed sum to his account monthly. He was also managing an art gallery abroad, a venture that consumed vast amounts of capital. Coupled with several mistresses to support, how could he possibly produce substantial cash? Yet, as soon as Su Qian spoke, Su Jianya immediately targeted her. Qian, you claim you are not a part of the Su family, yet your father has allocated you shares. Were it not for your return to the Su family, Yao Yao would not be in this predicament. Father does not seek your identity to be restored to her. He merely asks you to contribute some funds to alleviate her current plight. Is that too much to ask?
Su Qian laughed outright.
Is that excessive? What do you mean? If you had not sought to reclaim your possessions, she would not be in this unfortunate state, correct? In this world, has it become a matter of who possesses the thickest skin?
Su Qian inquired earnestly.
Su Jianya was nearly rendered speechless by her audacity. You. However, Su Qian swiftly turned the conversation back to Su Jianya. So, how much do you intend for me to contribute? Not much, 30 billion.
Goodness. What do you mean by that?
30 billion. If you do not possess it, how could I? Su Jianya scoffed. Of course you do. Your mother bequeathed you a trust fund containing 30 billion. Chapter 184. Then no one will purchase it. Oh my. Su Laoding truly had no idea that his beloved mistress and cherished illegitimate daughter had already emptied that account. She need not feel any compunction about her forthcoming actions. So much?
Su Qian feigned surprise.
Su Jingyi, astonished, gaped at her. What are you surprised about? Do you not know everything?
Su Qian snorted,
observing Su Qian's lack of ambition with disdain. Certainly. However, that money rightfully belongs to Yao Yao. You have seized it. It should be returned to her.
Surely not, Louding.
If memory serves, that money was intended for my mother's biological daughter. Was it not? Su Qian retorted without hesitation. Has Su Muyao and her maternal figure occupied the nest for so long that they no longer recognize their own identities? Su Jianya bristled. How can you be so impolite? Su Qian replied with a smile. I merely speak a bit too freely. Compared to matters of infidelity, this should be considered rather courteous and well-mannered. This was akin to openly mocking Su Jianya in front of him, while his other 3 sons displayed despondent expressions, showing no inclination to defend their father. And observing the second son, leisurely watching the drama unfold, Su Jianya clearly understood that he could rely on no one. However, before he could respond, Su Qian shifted the conversation once more, continuing, Yet, I was previously unaware of this trust fund. If you truly desire it, I would be willing to transfer the entire account to you. Su Qian casually proposed, her words nonchalant. Su Jianya's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that after her scathing remarks, she would offer him such a significant concession. Did she genuinely agree to grant him this? That was no less than 30 billion.
Qian.
Su Qian, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed. It is clearly her money. Why should she unconditionally bestow it upon another? Moreover, to fill the Ji family's coffers. Do you have an objection?
Su Qian glared at Su Jichen.
To his astonishment, this son, who is typically the most obedient, clenched his fists and slowly replied, Father, the downfall of the Ji family would only benefit our Su family. Investing such a vast sum to assist them is tantamount to nurturing a tiger. Su Jianya, infuriated, pounded the table. That is your sister? Su Yichen reiterated his stance. From the moment Yao Yao agreed to marry into the Ji family, she became solely theirs. Su Jianya leapt up, ready to strike him. Su Qian interjected with a sigh, somewhat exasperated. Wait, is not that trust fund my money? I should have the final say on whom I give it to. Who has the authority to decide for me? Indeed. Su Jianya immediately relented, turning to Su Qian. Qian, you truly are soft-hearted. Father always knew you would not abandon your sister. Rest assured. Su Qian raised her hand, interrupting his words. Father, please allow me to finish. You may speak. The trust fund may be yours, but I require you to exchange it for 10% of your shares. The villa fell into a brief silence. Then, Su Jianya nearly exploded with rage.
Su Qian.
Do you realize how much 10% of Su Group shares are worth? Do you truly believe you can acquire them without paying their worth? Have you lost your mind? Alas, what is this nonsense? Su Qian's displeasure was palpable. What kind of relationship do we share? We are, after all, father and daughter. Can the bond between us be quantified in monetary terms? Shouldn't these shares be a gift from a father to his daughter? Father, I implore you to not be overly materialistic at times. It is disheartening for us children to witness. Su Jianya was taken aback, feeling as though he had been subjected to a reverse PUA, his temper nearly boiling over. You. Su Qian swiftly changed her tone, continuing to reason with him. Moreover, what good is it for you to hold on to these shares? You won't receive any dividends. It would be far more practical to return some cash. Su Yanzhao couldn't help but chuckle. Father, Qian is absolutely right. Since she is willing to offer her assistance, a token of appreciation from you is only fitting. To Su Jianya's surprise, Su Jingyi chimed in, indeed, Dad. The trust fund is not about the amount of money. It represents our mother's heartfelt intentions. Everything was turned upside down. Su Jianya felt his blood pressure surge. In a fit of rage, he stood up and began pacing the living room, ultimately stopping in front of Su Qian, seething. Then I must seek you out, mustn't I? I possess 10 of Su's shares, and I could sell them at will for cash. Su Yichen immediately furrowed his brow. Father, please do not act impulsively. Upon noticing his concern, Su Jianya smirked with satisfaction. What is it? Do you not wish for outsiders to join the board and influence your decisions? Su Qian regarded him with a mixture of disbelief and frustration. Who would dare to threaten someone with their family's assets? What benefit could Su Jianya possibly gain from putting the Su family at risk? After a moment of silence, she turned to Su Jingyi. What are you looking at me for? He replied. Su Qian quipped, I sincerely hope you did not inherit Su Jianya's intellect. Su Jingyi was taken aback. Then, Su Qian set down her teacup, rising with a smile directed at Su Qian. Very well, the shares are yours. Sell to whomever you wish. No need to inform us.
Su Qian, alarmed, interjected, vain, you.
However, Su Qian swiftly redirected her discourse to Su Jianya, but do think carefully. How many individuals can produce tens of billions in cash in such a short span? Su Jianya's previously smug expression froze. Su Qian continued. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. Even if your shares could fetch hundreds of billions, who among them can afford it? Indeed, few could be found in City A. And across the nation, even if they existed, gathering such a sum in a short time was exceedingly unlikely. I will sell for 1.
2. Su Qian erupted in fury.
There will always be someone willing to buy. He pointed at Su Qian, saying, you still expect your partners to assist, do you?
Dream on.
I will seek out companies that have no dealings with Su. Surely someone will be able to afford this. True enough, not all enterprises maintain amicable relations with Su. Su Qian remarked, her smile growing. Indeed, brother, our father is not mistaken. Then, under Su Jianya's bewildered gaze, Su Qian retrieved her phone, activated the speaker, and dialed a number. Hello? A rich, slightly hoarse voice resonated from the other end, catching the attention of the men present.
Su Qian demand composed, Lu Yan.
My father wishes to sell Su's shares. On the other end, Lu Yan responded with a simple then inquired, do you want him to sell?
Su Qian replied,
I do not. Then, Lu Yan's voice, calm and unfazed, fell upon the ears of everyone present. Very well. Then no one will buy.
Chapter 185. Su Mu os himself strengthened.
Su Qian's assistant swiftly drafted the trust fund and share transfer agreements. Su Jianya sat on the sofa. His face darkened with anger, while Su Qian, seated beside Su Yanzhao, leisurely enjoyed the tea her second brother had prepared for her. Once the agreement was ready, the assistant presented it to Su Jianya with both hands. He flipped through the documents with a rustle, snorted coldly, and signed it with a flourish. As the assistant took the agreement away, Su Jianya shot a frosty glance at Su Qian, remarking, you truly are a daughter well raised by me. Su Qian chuckled, father.
How can you say that?
It is true I am your biological daughter, but did you raise me even for a single day? You might as well seek out that other daughter who boldly demanded 30 billion from you. Su Jianya was momentarily rendered speechless, eventually adopting a condescending demeanor as he lectured Su Qian, sharp-tongued as you are. Do you think the heir of the Lu family would appreciate a woman like you? Since you've allied yourself with Lu Yan, you ought to cultivate yourself. If you truly marry into the Lu family, will you be allowed such audacity? Su Qian regarded him with confusion, scrutinizing him closely.
What is it? Su Qian retorted, clearly displeased.
Su Qian asked, Su Laoding, with your vast wealth, why do you still ponder selling your daughter? Your aspirations are truly limited. It seemed that the men present were particularly averse to any association with the term small, and Su Qian's words struck a nerve with Su Jianya. Su Qian, how dare you speak to your father in such a manner? With a swift motion, Su Qian signed the contract and reminded Su Jianya, old man, I currently hold 20 of Su Group shares. If I am not mistaken, aside from Su Qian, no one in this household possesses a greater share than I do. Therefore, you should address me as Ms. Su or President Su. Su Jianya was so infuriated he nearly leapt from his seat. Yet, he found himself unable to refute Su Qian, for her assertions were indeed factual. In contrast, he now held not a single share of Su. However, regarding the shares, they offered him no advantage. His wife's will clearly stipulated that he would not receive any dividends. Otherwise, he would not have come here today. Even if he sold his shares to Su Qian for a pittance, he was determined to secure those 30 billion. Reflecting on this, Su Jianya coldly sneered at Su Qian. Do you think I covet that? With this money, what can I accomplish? Seeing him gloat over an empty account, Su Qian couldn't help but laugh in response. You can do anything. Very well, take your precious account and go lavishly support your adopted daughter's husband.
Su Qian reprimanded coldly.
What do you mean by lavishly supporting? This is an investment. The old master had already agreed to him. 30 billion for 10 of the shares. And he would become a major shareholder of the Lu family, one entitled to dividends. Su Qian was taken aback. Well. Su Jianya is selling the Su family shares to buy into the Lu family at a bargain?
Is that so?
How can anyone exchange gold for rubbish? Su Qian was thoroughly amused, especially since it was something unattainable. Under the astonished gazes of her brothers, Su Qian waved her hand dismissively. Very well, I wish you success. Fuming, Su Jianya stormed out of the Su family residence, making a beeline for the Ji family. He understood that the Ji family was at a critical juncture for survival. However, with just tens of billions in emergency funds, they could revitalize themselves. Such a large enterprise, even if severely wounded, could recover. The Ji family had more than just the new energy vehicle industry. Even if the sector was abandoned, relying on the Ji family's foundation, it wouldn't take 3 to 5 years to bounce back. By that time, his 10 shares would become a ceaseless money-printing machine. Unlike the Su family shares, which were bound by a deceased's will and a rigid son, Su Jianya felt he had made the wisest decision of his life. Grasping one of the 3 copies of the contract, he immediately instructed his subordinates in the United States to assist with the trust fund transfer procedures. In less than 3 hours, the process was completed. His subordinates reported that everything went smoothly. However, during the transfer, the trust fund company's manager repeatedly confirmed several details with a peculiar expression. Su Jianya paid it no mind. How could it not be strange? Trust funds in affluent families are typically established for their children. It is rare for parents to inherit their children's fund accounts. He casually acknowledged, then proceeded to take the documents sent by his assistant and went directly to the Ji family. Recently, the Ji family has found itself in a state of desolation. With even the ailing patriarch, Mr. Ji, suffering from hypertension at home, receiving only a scant few visitors. When Su Jianya arrived, the butler appeared as though he had encountered a savior and hurriedly ushered him into Mr. Ji's courtyard. The traditional Chinese courtyard estate, with its 7 entrances and exits, still exuded opulence. Within Mr. Ji's courtyard, precious ink bamboo was cultivated. Traversing through the main hall, one would find him reclining on a traditional bed, flanked by 2 family doctors who were measuring his blood pressure and prescribing medication. Nearby, Su Muyao and several female relatives from the Ji family's collateral branches were seated on the sofa. These women had ostensibly come to inquire about Mr. Ji's health, but in truth, they were using the pretext of a visit to glean insider information. Upon seeing Su Jianya enter, Su Muyao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Father." On the day the Ji family faced calamity, she had called everyone in the entertainment industry. Yet what assistance could those in that realm provide? Moreover, when the Ji family encountered trouble, those individuals fled faster than rabbits. As for her brothers in the Ji family, the 3rd brother claimed helplessness. The 2nd brother did not answer, and the eldest brother's phone was answered by an assistant who stated that the Su family was not involved in the Ji family's affairs. How could it have come to this, where her family and her husband's family had become 2 opposing factions? In her utmost frustration, she had called her father. As soon as she cried, her father became anxious, yet he lamented his lack of funds, stating that only upon returning to the country could he devise a solution. At that moment, Mr. Ji took her phone and addressed her father, saying, "Mr. Su, the Ji family needs to recall that batch of vehicles. We are currently short 30 billion. If you assist us in overcoming this crisis, I will grant you a 10% equity stake." Suddenly, Su Muyao's posture straightened with newfound resolve. Now, witnessing her father arrive at the Ji family with an air of contentment, she began to envision her future. If her father resolved the Ji family's crisis, she would be hailed as a great benefactor, and would Ji Yuhan ever dare to scold her again? Furthermore, her father would transform into a major shareholder of the Ji family, earning the respect of even Mr. Ji himself. She was on the verge of becoming the happiest noble lady in high society. However, her excitement turned to shock as she watched her father place a document before Mr. Yi. "This trust fund has already been transferred to my name. I have submitted a redemption request to the trust company headquarters, and within 1 business day, at least 30 billion in cash will be deposited into my account." The instant Su Muyao glimpsed the document, her pupils dilated in disbelief. "Trust fund? What trust fund?" she gasped, her voice rising in panic. Chapter 186. Then let us clarify this matter face to face. With her outburst, all eyes turned to her. Under normal circumstances, she would have meticulously managed her expression, fearful of revealing any flaws. Yet, now she could not afford to care. She lunged toward Su Jianya, snatching the contract from his hands and quickly flipping through its pages. Su Jianya regarded her uncharacteristic display with displeasure and frowned, reminding her, "Yao Yao, Mr. Ji is still present. Is it that trust fund?" Su Muyao's voice trembled as her eyes widened, fixated on Su Jianya. "Is it my trust fund?" Su Jianya quickly glanced at Mr. Ji's reaction. Mr. Ji seemed unfazed by Su Muyao's outburst. After all, with 30 billion at stake, this money could alleviate the Ji family's immediate crisis. Thus, Su Qian softened his tone, reassuring her, yes, it is that fund. Father is aware that this trust fund originally belonged to you, but was taken by Su Qian out of necessity. Now that the funds have returned, they will be utilized for G family's renewable energy projects, which can also be viewed as your contribution to the G family. The G family understands this, correct, Mr. G? Mr. G, seated nearby, nodded gravely in affirmation. However, Su Muyao shook her head vigorously. No. This money, there can't possibly be any funds left in that account. Su Qian assumed she was merely reluctant, recalling how he had always told her that her mother had left her a substantial sum to ensure her financial security. Yet, at such a critical moment, she was still preoccupied with that money. What was more important, the 30 billion in cash or the G family's continuous dividends?
Su Qian, perturbet, sation her, yao.
Be mindful of your decorum. At that moment, Mr. G chuckled, casting a dismissive glance at Su Muyao before addressing Su Qian. It's fine. She is just a child. Su Qian immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, inquiring of Mr. G. Then, Mr. G, when shall we sign the contract? Mr. G replied with a smile. As soon as the cash arrives, we shall sign without delay. Just as Su Qian felt reassured, his phone rang. Noticing it was an international number, his face lit up with delight. What swift communication. Truly, the world's largest trust company does not disappoint. He swiftly answered the call. However, whatever was said on the other end caused his expression to drain of color. Eventually, he even dropped his phone without registering it. What? What do you mean?
Impossible!
He roared. The courtyard fell into a stunned silence. The small shareholders' wives, who had come to eavesdrop, now gazed at him in astonishment, while Mr. G furrowed his brow, questioning, what's wrong? Su Qian stood in place, murmuring to himself, how could there be no money? How could there be not a single cent? He had exchanged all his shares in the Su Group for it. A full 30 billion. How could it be gone? Meanwhile, the only sound was Su Muyao's sobs. You know, don't you? Su Qian seized Su Muyao by the arm. Trembling in fear, she struggled to regain her voice, finally stammering, Su Qian.
What? Su Qian demanded. It was Su Qian.
She took the money. Shortly thereafter, the G family issued another statement. This time, they failed to address the victims' families or clarify how they would handle the batch of cars that had not undergone complete testing. Instead, they directly tagged Su Qian. G Group, we demand Su Qian immediately return the 30 billion in stolen funds.
Agricultural machinery repair, Sister Su.
Public opinion erupted once more. People remarked, so this is the reality of business warfare, is it? What you imagine as business conflict, the CEO commanding from the office, while the true battleground involves bribing the opposition's cleaner to douse their money tree. Now, another incident of stolen funds? And they were calling for it on Weibo. Netizens found it utterly absurd. Yet, amidst their shock, curiosity piqued. How did the G Group claim Su Qian had stolen their money? What was the method? Laughable. Did she sneak into the G villa and crack the safe? Did Su Qian steal the money with a sack on her back? Did she drive a bulldozer to steal it? The absurdity of the situation left netizens in stitches. However, Su Qian soon made a response. This time, she did not post on Weibo. Instead, she went live on her Douyin account. Hello, can you hear me? In the frame, Su Qian sat in the luxurious rear seat of a Rolls-Royce, waving at the camera. She hadn't even bothered to dress up. Her long hair flowed loosely over her shoulders, clad in an unbranded windbreaker and casual shoes, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The young lady finally remembered her primary occupation. Haha, indeed. I'm live streaming, staying true to my roots. Was the young lady about to offer a public explanation? Did she really have the capability to steal 30 billion? I don't believe it, unless she stole it to give me. Amidst a flurry of enthusiastic comments, Su Qian pointed to the bustling streets outside, laughing. I heard I stole 30 billion from the G family? Yes, indeed. Haha, miss, are you about to make a public explanation? It seems unnecessary to take the car for just an explanation. My goodness. Miss, are you perhaps intending to confront them directly? They watched as the opulent vehicle came to a halt beneath a towering office building. Given the magnitude of this matter, it's inevitable that everyone will harbor suspicions, Su Qian remarked, as a bodyguard respectfully opened the car door for her. Stepping out, her fashionable footwear clicked against the luxurious marble floor. Why don't we clarify things face to face? Who stole whose money? Who should take responsibility? Wouldn't you all agree? She then flipped her phone's camera around, revealing a massive logo emblazoned on the building. The G Group. The moment Su Qian saw that Weibo post, she made a beeline for Ji's headquarters, dispatching someone to announce, "I demand to see your CEO." Chapter 187. Is she merely your sister? Ji Yuhan received a call from home. Already aware of the trust fund situation, he was already overwhelmed with work. The board insisted he provide an immediate response, and even the city authorities had contacted him regarding the matter. By this morning, they had issued a final ultimatum, demanding that Ji's company swiftly recall all hazardous vehicles, refund customers, or conduct new safety tests. For a large corporation, the only viable option was to refund and destroy the problematic vehicles, as trust had been irrevocably compromised. Even if they conducted new safety tests, customer satisfaction would be unattainable. However, Ji's current plight was that they had sold far too many vehicles. Previous profits had been funneled into production lines and the redress of other financial deficits. Now, even recalling for retesting would leave a shortfall of billions. Where could they possibly procure such an amount? Ji Yuhan felt dizzy with the mounting pressure and continued to receive calls from the family doctor, informing him that Ji Lao's condition was not optimistic and required hospitalization. When he received the call from Ji Lao, his patience was wearing thin. If hospitalization is necessary, just arrange it for grandfather without needing to inform me, he coldly retorted. It's me, came Ji Lao's grave voice. It was then that Ji Yuhan discovered the truth. Su Qian had swindled her father out of 10 of the Su family's shares using a depleted trust account. Ji Yuhan could scarcely believe his ears. I have already instructed Ji's PR team to issue a statement. With this public sentiment, we can delay the vehicle recall for a couple of days, Ji Lao said. But your time is running out, whether by seeking a bank loan or any other means. You must resolve this swiftly. Ji Yuhan frowned, but the bank has already denied our loan request. Ji Lao's voice turned cold. Then hold a meeting. Let the board and think tank devise a strategy. Su Jianya has already stated that he will not allow Su Qian to monopolize that 3 billion. He will expedite a legal notice. As long as this matter reaches the courts, we still have a chance. Understood. Ji Yuhan quickly affirmed. After hanging up, he still felt slightly dizzy. Was Su Qian truly such a formidable character, to have deceived her father so thoroughly and secured 10 of the shares? Ji Yuhan had not yet realized that he was, in fact, drawn to her strength. In that moment, he began to regret why he had married Su Muyao. In their childhood, her innocence had been endearing, but now, faced with such adversity, he found her simplicity utterly worthless. If only he had not broken the engagement and had married Su Qian instead, perhaps he wouldn't be enduring these tribulations. Ji and Xuanqi would both be his. And even the substantial shares and trust fund in Su Qian's possession would also belong to him. At that moment, his secretary hurried in. CEO, Miss Su Qian has arrived. Ji Yuhan's eyes brightened. Su Qian had evidently achieved a resounding victory. Why would she seek him out? Su Qian, he thought, knowing she must still harbor feelings for him. After a brief wait in the reception area, she observed Ji Yuhan striding toward her with several associates. As she turned her phone's camera, preparing to speak, Ji Yuhan suddenly rushed up to her, reaching out to embrace her. Qian, I knew it. Don't come any closer, she exclaimed. Is Ji Yuhan truly so shameless? He still wears his wedding ring. What a despicable man. Yet, Ji Yuhan's intentions were thwarted as Su Qian stepped back, with 2 bodyguards moving in to block him. It was then that Ji Yuhan noticed the multitude of bodyguards behind Su Qian. He stood there, bewildered, as Su Qian's disdain was plainly evident on her face. Yi Yuhan, are you having a fit? Ji Yuhan swallowed hard, gazing intently at Su Qian. Qian, I understand you're distressed. Have them release me. We can discuss this properly. Su Qian remained unmoved. Discuss what? His eyes flickered. I know you're merely upset with me. Muyao is being unreasonable, and there are matters beyond my control. We were engaged. I know this, so just say the word. And what of Su Muyao? She retorted. To be honest, I've only ever considered her a sister. Su Qian let out a laugh. Just your sister? A sister who claims purple is full of charm? Ji Yuhan, your words are less melodious than a song. As Ji Yuhan opened his mouth to respond, Su Qian pointed to her phone. Just a reminder, I'm live streaming. There are over 500,000 viewers tuning in. Do you wish to continue your outburst, Ji Yuhan? It was then that he noticed the camera was directed at him. His eyes widened as he could no longer contain his expletives. Su Qian, do you revel in live streaming? Yet, Su Qian ignored him completely. Wow. Thanks to Sister Qing Song for the carnival. Thanks to Sister Xiao Keisheng for the carnival. Thanks to the scoundrel Ji Yuhan and Su Muyao for the flying dragon in the sky. Everyone, please stand up. The booming voice of Long Xiao echoed from Su Qian's phone, infused with a sensational vibrance. Then, Su Qian looked up at Ji Yuhan and asked, "What did you just say?" Ji Yuhan swallowed the words he had intended to say and, after a long pause, dryly replied, "I was asking why you came to the company." Su Qian responded, "Oh, didn't your company claim that I stole your 3 billion? I haven't seen a penny. So, I came to inquire about the situation." Ji Yuhan frowned. "Shouldn't you be asking grandfather and Muyao about this?" Su Qian gestured to her phone. "But it's your company SPR department that accused me of theft. Besides, your grandfather is quite old. If he were to suffer a shock, who would be responsible? You're facing a crisis in your company, and now you're pinning it all on me. What if something happened to him while I'm here?" "Ha ha ha, miss. You certainly have a way with words. I envy your eloquence. Indeed, if we are to create a public sensation, let us stream it live and let everyone witness what truly transpired. Su Qian is clearly innocent regarding the money. I'm now even more curious about who the actual thief is. After all, 3 billion cannot simply vanish into thin air." Amidst the lively comments in the chat, Su Qian settled onto the sofa, exuding an air of confidence, as if she were the one wronged. Chapter 188. Has Su Muyao fled? Ji Yuhan's expression darkened, wanting to erupt with anger, yet Su Qian's livestream camera remained trained on him. He now represented not only himself, but the entire Ji family. Due to this incident, the Ji family has become utterly infamous. Despite his mounting anger, Ji Yuhan could not afford to display it before the cameras. Reluctantly, he took a seat, striving to maintain an appearance of calmness, and stated, "Your father, Su Qian, has already signed a contract with the Ji family, exchanging 3 billion for shares in our company." Astonishingly, he proceeded to deliver a grandiloquent speech. "I understand that this incident involving Ji New Energy has deeply disappointed everyone. We are doing our utmost to compensate for the losses incurred. The Ji family is currently experiencing financial strain, but we will not let our customers down. Therefore, we are willing to sell company shares to secure sufficient funds for compensation." Su Qian, exasperated, waved her hands dismissively, saying, "What are you pretending for? If you're going to act, at least extend an apology to the family of the deceased and compensate them properly." "How hypocritical of you, Ji Yuhan. Your watch must be worth millions. What are you feigning pity for?" The audience chimed in, echoing her sentiments. "Exactly. Why empathize with the capitalists? Let us first compensate the families of the deceased." Ji Yuhan, interrupted by Su Qian, was already displeased and awkwardly cleared his throat, stating, "The legal department of Ji is currently in contact with them regarding this matter." Su Qian retorted, "You're really getting into character, aren't you? You're still playing the bureaucratic game? You don't even exhibit a shred of remorse." Ji Yuhan instinctively wanted to argue back, thinking, what remorse? The family only wanted a couple of million. Why not just give it to them? However, Su Qian's phone was still streaming live. Ji Yuhan pursed his lips, finally managing to utter, "I'm sorry." Satisfied, Su Qian continued, "Now let us discuss our affairs. My father signed a contract with you. What does that have to do with me?"
Ji Yuhan replied coldly, "Suyan don't fake ignorance."
Su Qian brought forth a trust fund under your name, which has now been transferred to him. There should have been 30 billion in that fund, but now it's merely an empty account. How could you not know? Su Qian feigned exaggerated surprise. "What? I have a trust fund? And it contains that much money?"
Ji Yuhan from net stop pretending Suyan.
"This fund has existed since your birth." Suddenly, Ji Yuhan paused as a realization struck him. Su Qian smiled. "Yes, it's been there since my birth. What does that have to do with me? I only returned to the Su family when I was nearing adulthood, and no one told me about any trust fund. It wasn't until today that my brother informed me of a substantial sum under my name, which I would just transfer to my father." The onlookers found it utterly ridiculous. So, Su Qian had no knowledge of this money? How could she possibly steal it? Was it merely a matter of perspective? Su Qian's father intended to purchase shares from the Ji family, yet he had taken away Su Qian's trust fund along with the account. Wasn't he the trust fund meant to be a safeguard for children provided by their parents? Indeed, Su Qian was too kind to give it away. So, where was the money in the account? Su Qian crossed her arms, looking leisurely at Ji Yuhan. "Tell me, how could I possibly access the funds?" Ji Yuhan appeared visibly flustered, the name Su Muyao flashing before his eyes. Could it be that Muyao had accessed that money? No, that was impossible. Muyao was just a naive girl. How could she commit such an act? Moreover, what would she do with such a large sum? Tens of billions. She didn't even own her own assets. Ji Yuhan swiftly dismissed this option. Then, he recalled the massive automotive enterprise Su Qian had invested in. Such a colossal amount of capital could not have been acquired without accessing that trust fund. He fixed his gaze on Su Qian, declaring, "You are lying."
Su Qian, perplexed,
asked, "How can you be so sure?" Ji Yuhan smirked coldly. "You claim ignorance, yet you genuinely don't know? After all, only you have the authority to withdraw that sum. Even your brother and father cannot access it. Who else besides you could?" Su Qian chuckled, nodding in agreement. "You make a valid point. Who else could possibly withdraw that money besides me?" She then turned to a young man behind her, Assistant Zhang. "Please contact the trust company now and have them send over the complete transaction records of the account immediately." This Assistant Zhang had been acquired from Su Qian, serving as the outstanding executive assistant to the president of the Su Group. Assistant Zhang promptly responded and initiated a video call with the trust company before the live stream audience. The exchange was conducted in English, which was somewhat challenging for Su Qian, having barely passed her college English level. However, she noticed that the expressions of Assistant Zhang and Ji Yuhan grew increasingly grave during their conversation. Eventually, Assistant Zhang ended the call and turned to Su Qian, stating, "The trust company informed us that since you are no longer the account holder, they cannot provide you with the detailed transaction records."
Su Qian glanced at Ji Yuhan,
only to see him already dialing a number. His hands trembled slightly as he misdialed several times. Su Qian inquired, and then? Assistant Zhang replied, however. "They mentioned that the operational services for this account ceased 9 years ago. The cessation of services implied that the account had been emptied. There was no money left. 9 years ago was precisely when Su Qian and Su Muyao were 12 years old. At that time, Su Qian was still trapped in the countryside, farming and tending to chickens. It was impossible for the official account of the trust company to be fraudulent." "I understood." Assistant Zhang had translated accurately. The funds could only have been withdrawn by Su Muyao since Su Qian was not present. Cursing, the blame was directly shifted onto the eldest daughter. The case was solved. Meanwhile, Ji Yuhan connected the call, and as he greeted the other party, his expression soured instantly. "What did you say?" "Grandfather was immediately taken to the hospital for emergency treatment?" Then someone on the other end snatched the phone and Ji Yuhan interrupted, "Su Jianya, let me tell you, that's impossible. We have no partnership now. Get Su Muyao on the phone. Have her come to the company to see me immediately. 9 years ago, that account had at least over 10 billion. What had she done with the money?" Ji Yuhan's hand trembled as he grasped the phone. Su Qian and the live stream audience all heard his furious shout, "What do you mean Su Muyao has run away?" Chapter 189. Has your way of getting angry always been so obscure? Indeed, Su Muyao had fled. From the moment she framed Su Qian, she had already devised her escape plan. After all, how could there be no record of the transactions from the trust fund? This money had been deposited by Su Qian's biological mother for her. At that time, she had assumed Su Qian's identity to withdraw those funds. The reason behind her withdrawal was even murkier. How could the privileged daughter of the Su family suddenly drain her trust fund? She lacked neither money nor intelligence. Keeping the funds in the trust would only generate more wealth, and this entire account was exclusively hers. Therefore, her actions could only stem from one reason. At that moment, she was already aware that she was not a daughter of the Su family. Thus, everything she did afterward to ingratiate herself with the Su family was driven by ulterior motives, as she had indeed been purposefully integrating herself into this family. Most importantly, her knowing withdrawal of that sum of money was, in essence, theft. The Su family would undoubtedly demand the return of it. Therefore, while Ji Laozi was arranging for the publicity department amidst his dangerously high blood pressure, Su Muyao had already concocted an excuse to flee. However, she did not get far, as she was apprehended by the authorities just half an hour before boarding a flight to the United States. This time, Su Qian encountered Su Muyao in the detention center. The commotion online had already escalated to a frenzy. Su Qian and Ji Yuhan stood face to face. The evidence from the trust company was unequivocal, and the matter seemed as good as settled. Yet, at this critical juncture, Su Muyao unexpectedly fled, effectively sealing her fate regarding the embezzled funds. Even her most fervent supporters could not provide a defense for her actions. It was revealed that Su Muyao had known since the tender age of 12 that she was not a true member of the Su family. Moreover, it was during that time that she had surreptitiously siphoned off Su Qian's trust fund. Having risen to prominence in the media at an early age, numerous past interviews and reports surfaced, unveiling Su Muyao's flawless facade, as if she had never been aware of her status as the daughter of a maid. The online community erupted in outrage. How could someone so shamelessly steal another's life while maintaining an innocent and naive demeanor? A wave of justice-seeking netizens demanded that Su Muyao repay the stolen money. Even legal influencers joined the fray, educating the public on whether her actions warranted criminal charges. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Su Muyao glared furiously at Su Qian. This time, without uttering a word, Ji Yuhan, who had entered behind Su Qian, charged straight in and seized Su Muyao. Where have you hidden the money? Su Muyao looked at Ji Yuhan in disbelief. Having suffered such indignities, she could hardly fathom being placed in a detention facility. Yet, Ji Yuhan exhibited no sympathy, his gaze solely fixated on the money. How could this be? The man she had meticulously selected from the upper echelons of society turned out to be like this. No, it shouldn't have unfolded this way. With shock, Su Muyao stared at Ji Yuhan, then abruptly turned her head to glance at Su Qian outside the interrogation room. It was all her fault. It was entirely her fault. However, Su Qian stood in the detention center, completely oblivious to Su Muyao's glare. She had insisted on visiting the detention center, as Su Yicheng and the others were deeply concerned. Yet, with the Ji family in turmoil and the Su group overwhelmed with chaos, coupled with Su Yanzhao's important medical conference, it was under their strong insistence that Su Jingyi accompanied Su Qian to the detention center. Su Qian cast a brief glance at Su Muyao before withdrawing her gaze and turning to her assistant Zhang. Brother Zhang, how long until the person dispatched to the States returns? Assistant Zhang replied, if all goes smoothly, within these 2 days. We have also contacted the branch office there. Rest assured, she will not escape. Su Qian nodded, and the paternity test, expedite that. Assistant Zhang hesitated. Miss, please don't take offense. But the result may not bode well for the Su family. Su Qian smiled. I understand. I'm simply a tad curious. Su Jingyi, listening nearby, was bewildered, unable to comprehend their cryptic conversation. When did Su Qian and Assistant Zhang start communicating in such coded language? He scrunched his nose. Going to the States to apprehend someone? Who are we capturing? Su Qian looked at him as if he were simple-minded. Of course, it's Su Muyao's biological mother. That maid has been residing in the States with Su Jianya for many years. Su Jingyi's eyes nearly bulged. Li Ping? You mean her? Wasn't she expelled from the Su family long ago, at the behest of our father? Su Qian mused that indeed, those around her had never encountered the original narrative and were likely deceived by Su Jianya's machinations. Nodding, she then dropped another bombshell. Moreover, given Su Jianya's attitude, it's possible that Su Muyao is his biological daughter with Li Ping. This time, Su Jingyi's jaw nearly hit the floor. Su Qian hastily clarified, this is merely speculation. I'm not certain. The original text did not explicitly state this, and the relationship between Su Muyao and the 3 sons of the Su family is rather ambiguous. So it was never clearly articulated. Su Qian had been intensely curious while reading. Having traversed into this narrative, how could such mysteries be left unresolved? That was utterly impossible. Additionally, Su Qian wanted to have clarity on the matter. She could not afford for Su Muyao to suddenly re-emerge, brandishing blood ties to claim her inheritance from the Su family. Su Jingyi, utterly stunned, could barely articulate a response. She. His pupils dilated in shock before he finally erupted. Father is utterly outrageous. Su Qian comforted him with a gentle pat. It's all right. Even if Su Muyao turns out to be our biological sister, I shall not part with a single cent for her. If you wish to share, I won't stand in your way. Su Jingyi gritted his teeth. Su Qian, do you hold me in such low regard? Su Qian remained unfazed. Oh? Su Jingyi retorted angrily. Am I such a shallow person? When have I ever compromised my principles for mere blood relations? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qian conceded. That is true. Su Jingyi's expression softened somewhat. Exactly. I have always been principled. However, he was swiftly interrupted by Su Qian. You were precisely like that earlier. Knowing I was your biological sister, yet still wholeheartedly caring for Su Muyao, that false heiress. How principled of you. Su Jingyi fell silent, stung by the truth. Su Qian admonished, calm down. Don't lose your temper in the police station, or I shall summon the officers. Just then, she noticed Su Jingyi abruptly raise his hand, pulling out his phone, accessing online banking, and furiously transferring a significant sum to Su Qian's account. Isn't this all about that trivial matter? You crave money, don't you? Just wait, Su Qian, I have plenty of ways to silence you. With that, he entered a long string of numbers on the transfer screen with an air of indignation.
Su Qian fell silent.
watching as Su Jingyi transferred a substantial amount of money to her account. Brother, is this always how you express your anger? Chapter 190. It is my sole demand. Li Ping was successfully apprehended and brought back to the country, ending up in the same detention center as Su Muyao. Given that Su Muyao was only 12 at the time, her understanding of her own identity was questionable. Moreover, how could such a young girl have the capability to withdraw such substantial sums and spend them without a trace? Su Qian sensed something amiss. This was not a feat Su Muyao could accomplish alone. The only plausible explanation was that someone had incited her. Who else could it be but the mother who had orchestrated their clandestine exchange? In the original narrative, the protagonist had encountered Su Muyao's mother a few times, believing Li Ping to be her biological mother. Thus, when Li Ping returned home, the protagonist had eagerly welcomed her, only to be met with a brutal beating. The original text stated that it was this experience that led the protagonist to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Su Muyao, to the extent that even before their first meeting, she wished for Su Muyao's demise. Su Qian found herself speechless at that revelation. Shouldn't they be the ones despised? This mother and daughter duo not only stole another's life but also forced others into hard labor, all while resorting to violence against them. In the end, they blamed others for disliking them.
Su Qian genuinely wished to confront Li Ping.
Another piece of good news was that the results of the paternity test had come back, confirming that Su Muyao was not biologically related to Su Jianya. This was monumental news for Su Jingyi, who had been losing sleep over the possibility of Su Muyao returning to the Su family to demand recognition. If Su Muyao had indeed been Su Jianya's child, they would have found themselves in a legal bind. However, before Su Jingyi could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Jianya lost his composure. Upon learning the news, he stormed into the detention center. Later, when Su Qian arrived, she overheard the officers recounting how Su Jianya had claimed he was there for a visitation. But upon seeing Li Ping, he had seized her hair and questioned her in a frenzy, startling the police. They soon discovered that Li Ping had been telling Su Jianya all along that Su Muyao was his child. It is precisely for this reason that Su Jianya dotes on and indulges Su Muyao, as he inherently disdains the domineering nature of his legitimate wife. He perceives Su Muyao as the true embodiment of his progeny. Alas, he has unwittingly nurtured another child for over 2 decades. The scene was utterly chaotic, with Su Muyao weeping profusely. Yet, Mr. Su exhibited not a trace of concern. Even when Su Muyao implored to see him, he remained indifferent. When Su Qian encountered Assistant Zhang at the entrance of the detention center, he reported this situation to her. Su Qian could not help but exclaim, "Is the love of men truly this authentic? Su Muyao is his flesh and blood, and he cherishes her to the utmost. But now that he has discovered she is not his biological daughter, he instantly retracts all paternal affection?" Assistant Zhang fell silent. Su Qian, oblivious to his quietude, continued to marvel. Is the instinct for lineage so overpowering that it invades the very mind? How amusing. The male species is indeed a remarkable phenomenon.
Assistant Zhang interjected,
Miss Liu. Su Qian looked up to find Liu Yan had been waiting there, seemingly having overheard her conversation with Assistant Zhang. It was no wonder Assistant Zhang had suddenly gone mute. What a clever lad, selling her out. Su Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment, then noticed Liu Yan giving her a slight nod as he approached. "Are you here for something?" She greeted him. Liu Yan, however, shook his head gently. "Not quite. I heard you would be here today, so I awaited your arrival." Awaiting her? Su Qian was taken aback, only to see Liu Yan smile softly. "The affairs of the Su family have been managed splendidly. I wished to assist but could not find a way in, hence my desire to see you." His words bore the semblance of jest, yet were imbued with sincere admiration. Assistant Zhang wisely stepped aside, while Su Qian felt her ears grow warm, attributing it to the harsh sunlight at the detention center's entrance. "Ahem, let us head inside." She cleared her throat. Liu Yan seamlessly accompanied her inside.
Li Ping.
"There's a visitor," announced the guard as the iron gate of the detention center clanged open, revealing Li Ping. Su Qian, accustomed to her own reflection, now found Li Ping's appearance rather unremarkable. Neither striking nor breathtaking, she exuded a gentle, compliant demeanor reminiscent of a vine dependent on a man for survival, slender, with affectionate eyes. In an instant, Su Qian understood why Su Jianya was so infatuated with her. Feeble men tend to gravitate towards delicate, pitiable women, resembling docile pets that are easily controlled, particularly when he has a formidable wife. This narrative struck Su Qian as rather trite. However, with age, Li Ping's features had hardened, rendering her less appealing, especially when her gaze fell upon Su Qian. A flicker of hatred ignited in her eyes, as if she were staring down an enemy. It's all your fault. Li Ping lunged at her, only to be thwarted by the iron bars of the visitation room. She pressed against the bars, hurling invectives at Su Qian. If it weren't for you, that scheming little girl, I and Yao Yao wouldn't have reached this impasse. I should have never shown mercy. I should have strangled you right then and there.
Su Qian,
Unfazed, failed to notice the stormy expression that had suddenly crossed Lu Yan's face. Even his hands, which hung by his sides, trembled slightly before clenching into fists, the veins on his hands standing out ominously. Su Qian smiled at Li Ping, her demeanor light and triumphant. Indeed, why didn't you strangle me? What a fool you are. Li Ping glared at her, eyes wide with rage. Su Qian then showcased her limited edition crocodile leather Hermes bag, cheerily remarking, "Look, you couldn't even manage to steal properly. Now I'm living the good life, aren't I? Su Qian's shares are now mine. And your fine son-in-law is on the brink of bankruptcy, while you and your daughter will be serving time." She added with a flourish, "Oh. Allow me to introduce this gentleman beside me, the head of the Lu Corporation. We're about to acquire all of your dear son-in-law's enterprises."
Li Ping,
Taken aback by Su Qian's audacity to showcase her triumph, found that it stung far more than Su Qian's hatred. Everything belongs to Yao Yao. This is all Yao Yao's. It's all mine.
Li Ping's kraka.
You little wretch, I should have killed you then.
No.
I should have sold you off to some mountain dweller to be a child bride. I had already arranged for you to be married off to an old bachelor. It was but a step away. You should have been birthing children in a mountain village, shackled by chains. Her attacks held no weight against Su Qian, merely serving as entertainment. Su Qian crossed her arms, reveling in Li Ping's madness. She did not notice Lu Yan, who took a deep breath before addressing Li Ping. "Is that truly your plan?" Li Ping, now deranged, turned her gaze to him. "I even found her a family. If it weren't for this wretched girl running away, Yao Yao could have lived as a lady for life." Lu Yan remained silent, bloodshot eyes betraying his fury. He stepped forward, slightly lowering his head, and softly said to Su Qian, "I need to step out for a call." Su Qian nodded, then turned back to Li Ping, continuing her derision. "Oh yes. You had it all planned out. And what is the outcome? You've schemed your entire life, only to arrive at this? Do you truly not comprehend? Are you not only old and ugly, but also possessed of a frighteningly low intellect?" Li Ping seethed with rage, her voice rising as she pounded on the iron bars, screaming, "I should kill you. I should have killed you." Su Qian shrugged, nodding twice. "Indeed. Why don't you kill me? Then you could enjoy a beautiful meal of lead instead of toiling away in a prison." With that, she held her Hermes bag aloft, resplendent in her high fashion, stepping closer to the bars. I'm quite unlike you. I genuinely do not wish for your demise. Thus, I shall sue you, your daughter, and your callous son-in-law, ensuring you all rot in prison." Li Ping, incensed, struck the bars furiously, her screams echoing. In response, Su Qian dug into her bag, retrieving a small mirror. Holding it up before Li Ping, she reflected the woman's aged, twisted, and utterly unappealing visage trapped behind the bars. "Truly, Auntie, take a look at yourself in this mirror. Observing your own ugliness must be more painful than facing a bullet."
Li Ping gishas creams razunata.
Echoing through the visitation room, while on the other side of the wall, the quiet corridor intermittently caught the sounds of the deranged woman's wails. Leaning against the wall, Lu Yan clutched his phone with one hand, the veins on the back of his hand prominently visible. Every word uttered by that old hag made him wish to strangle her. He could hardly bear to contemplate what Su Qian would endure if Li Ping's threats came to fruition. He would have no opportunity to see her, let alone rescue her. An extreme rage instead plunged Lu Yan into a terrifying calmness. His eyes, tinged with red, were as deep as a frozen pool. As he leaned against the wall, his voice chillingly steady. "You are the most renowned legal team in the industry," he stated flatly. "Yes, Mr. Lu. However, this Li Ping's crimes, when summed together, do not reach the threshold for capital punishment. We lack the authority to alter the law. I cannot execute the death penalty." "Yes. I apologize, Mr. Lu, but we no means whatsoever. Mr. Lu, we have genuinely done our utmost. Is there anything else you wish to request? Anything, no matter what?"
"None.
My only request is for her death." Chapter 191. She still wishes to see you once. Su Qian emerged from the visitation room, feeling utterly invigorated. How could she not feel elated? Li Ping had been driven to madness, nearly requiring sedatives as Su Qian left, while Li Ping continued to frantically slam against the bars. In contrast, Su Qian remained cheerful as she casually mentioned to the officer that the residents of Li Ping's small mountain village were suspected of involvement in the abduction of women. The officer hesitated, aware that the remote village posed challenges due to insufficient law enforcement resources. However, Su Qian stated that if they encountered any difficulties, the Su group could generously provide any mode of transportation free of charge, including but not limited to off-road vehicles, mountain bikes, helicopters, and private jets, whatever they desired in abundance. The police officer's eyes instantly lit up. What is this? This is a living embodiment of first-class merit. After finalizing the donation plan, Su Qian left the visiting room with great delight. If this comes to fruition, Li Ping might as well prepare to languish in prison until her demise. As she stepped out, she spotted Liu Yan in the corridor. His tall figure leaned against the wall, his head slightly bowed, his face shrouded in darkness. With one hand gripping his phone, lost in thought. Liu Yan. Su Qian hurried over. When Liu Yan looked up, he startled her. Why are there so many bloodshot veins in your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Then Su Qian recalled that no. Liu Yan did not appear this way when she first saw him at the door. Finished discussing? Liu Yan spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Su Qian quickly replied, yes, yes. It's done. Are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital or see a family doctor? Liu Yan shook his head, I'm fine. Then he met Su Qian's gaze, asking earnestly and solemnly, what is it that you desire? Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. What? Liu Yan repeated. What do you wish for at this moment? Anything at all. This question left Su Qian at a loss. However, Liu Yan's current state was quite concerning, prompting her to comply with his inquiry, desperately pondering what she truly desired. Well, the Ji family's assets? I would love to swallow them whole. Good. What else? Liu Yan inquired without a hint of hesitation or pause, as if she were merely requesting a large cabbage. Anything else? Su Qian racked her brain. Perhaps I could help you find an entertainment company. Can your Sanxing sign her? I believe she has great potential, and will surely rise to fame. Good. Liu Yan continued to nod, still gazing at her as if asking with his eyes, is there more?
Su Qian was utterly stumped.
I heard that Christie's is auctioning a purebred horse. I've never learned to ride. Should I buy one? Good. Liu Yan maintained his focus on her, his gaze profound. Su Qian truly ran out of ideas. Finally, in exasperation, she blurted out, recently, Christie's is auctioning a Ming Dynasty National Treasure Phoenix crown. I want to bid on it and donate it to a museum.
Good.
Liu Yan's expression remained unwaveringly serious.
Su Qian ultimately surrendered.
Is that not enough? But I genuinely have nothing else I desire. After all, she was now a wealthy individual. Yet, Liu Yan simply continued to look at her, silent. It was indeed insufficient. For him, nothing would ever be enough. Just the thought of Li Ping's feral expression and her prior remarks ignited an overwhelming sense of anxiety within him. He felt a profound sense of indebtedness, as if Su Qian were perpetually owed something. So much so that he wished to compensate her, yet no amount would suffice. Not even an abundance of wealth could quell this feeling. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, saying, Su Qian, everything you wish for, I will acquire for you. I will make it happen, Liu Yan declared. Su Qian quickly retorted, no need. I merely. Liu Yan looked at her resolutely, I will. He stood tall, his shadow enveloping Su Qian entirely. However, as he slightly lowered his head to gaze directly at her, it struck Su Qian as pitiable, akin to a drenched stray dog. In her heart, Su Qian silently repeated 3 times that she felt sorry for the man destined for a lifetime of misfortune. Ultimately, she could no longer resist. She reached out to embrace Liu Yan's towering figure and gently patted his back in comfort. It's all right. No matter what happens, it doesn't matter. I'm here. Su Qian assured him. Yes, she was here, vibrant and resplendent. The hypothetical scenarios Li Ping spoke of were entirely untrue. Rather, it was she who was confined in a detention center awaiting judgment. Feeling Su Qian's breath so close, Liu Yan slowly raised his hand, carefully and reverently placing it on her back, embracing her in return. He responded softly. Following this, Su Qian's life could be described as simple yet monotonous. Alas, she merely awaited the verdict for Su Muyao and her mother while reveling in the countless dividends she received, occasionally attending meetings at the Su group to partake in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, she would check online to see how fans of Su Muyao and Ji Yuhan were coping. especially since their idols had fallen from grace so thoroughly, with some imprisoned and others bankrupted. Speaking of which, Lu Yan had not been joking that day. Yu Shi's contract with Sanqing was finalized, the horse was purchased, and the phoenix crown was donated to the National Museum of China. Subsequently, Lu Yan requested a funding account from her. The account was linked to Su Qian's main card, containing the various dividends and transfers she had previously received. Among them was a substantial sum from Sun Qi's official account, a dividend Su Qian had obtained as a major shareholder. Trusting Lu Yan, she handed the account over to him, without hesitation. Then, she watched as her assets multiplied, seemingly boundless in number. Is it really this inexpensive to acquire these assets? Su Qian could not help but inquire. Lu Yan, however, merely brushed off her question, replying, yes, the Ji family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Few are willing to take over. Su Qian suspected it was more a matter of fear than unwillingness. Before long, Lu Yan meticulously sifted through the Ji family's assets, acquiring the most profitable pillar industries and those with core technological patents, all transferred under Su Qian's name. Her wealth was now substantial, with the subscription contracts alone forming a thick stack, coupled with her previously obtained equity and investments in films. These assets were sufficient for her to revel in for an entire day. Su Qian finally grasped the mindset of industrialists. With so much money, how could one spend it? Perhaps she should engage in some charitable endeavors, such as donating to schools? Then, she received a call from Assistant Zhang. Miss, Su Muyao wishes to see you. Chapter 192. The grand finale. The last time Su Qian saw Su Muyao, they had not exchanged words. It had not been long since. Yet Su Muyao appeared markedly more haggard than before. The entertainment industry, though seemingly glamorous, certainly took a toll on one's well-being. Amidst the adoration, flowers, applause, and exorbitant appearance fees, Su Muyao had been earning money daily, thriving physically and mentally. It was hard to imagine her looking weary. However, the situation had changed drastically, with bad news arriving in waves. Her mother was apprehended and brought back to the country. And only then did she learn that she was not even her father's biological child. Indeed, when her mother revealed to her that she was not the biological daughter of Madame Su, she had also disclosed that she was the child of Li Ping and Su Jianya. Even if not born of the legitimate wife, she was still her father's own daughter. Thus, Su Muyao had no cause for concern upon returning home. After all, she was still a daughter of the Su family. Yet, her mother had not only deceived her, but also misled her father. Now, with the truth unveiled, Su Jianya had completely abandoned her. Moreover, Su Jianya was currently overwhelmed with his own troubles, lacking the capacity to care for her. He had lost his equity, left with only a few art galleries abroad that were perpetually in the red. Although Su Qian had wired him some money to sort things out, Su Jianya squandered it recklessly. How could such a sum suffice? Yet he demanded Su Qian support him. To which Su Yanzhao merely smiled and informed him that the legally mandated support could be as little as several hundred yuan per month, hoping that father and son would never find themselves in a courtroom confrontation. In disgrace, Su Jianya fled abroad, ignoring the plight of the two women. Then there was Ji Yuhan. Su Muyao had feared that Ji Yuhan would seek a divorce, losing sleep over it. However, something far more dreadful transpired. The Ji family had completely collapsed, drowning in debt, with the elder Ji succumbing to high blood pressure, rendering him bedridden. Her dreams of entering high society were utterly shattered. As Su Qian sat before her, Su Muyao glared at her with a seething hatred, wishing she could bore a hole through Su Qian's very being. Her gaze traversed the high-fashion autumn coat adorning Su Qian, the newly released limited edition handbag, and the runway-worthy shoes, finally settling on her face. Su Qian's visage bore a striking resemblance, about 60%, to that of Madame Su in photographs, exquisite and radiant, with skin as fair as snow, delicate enough to be broken by a mere touch. Why was fate so cruelly unjust? Perplexed by the intensity of her stare, Su Qian queried, "What is it that you want? If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to look at me so intensely." Su Muyao's lips twitched in irritation. "Who is looking at you with such intensity?" she retorted, her anger boiling over. "Why should it be this way?" Su Qian, at a loss for words, replied, "You sought me out solely to voice this?" Su Muyao did not deign to answer her question. Instead, with a twisted malice, she declared, "I just wanted to inform you that sooner or later, you will meet the same fate as I." Su Qian chuckled. "What are you talking about? I am neither a criminal nor a thief." Su Muyao gritted her teeth. "Do you think Lu Yan and Ji Yuhan are any better? They are all the same." You believe that by associating with him, you can rise effortlessly?
How naive.
Amused, Su Qian responded, me, associating with Lu Yan?
Who told you that? Su Muyao scoffed.
Do you think I am unaware? Sun Qi has always belonged to Lu Yan. Indeed, Su Qian nodded, but are you aware that Ji's real estate, Ji's electronics, Ji's biotechnology, and even a heavy industry firm, now all bear the name Su? She pointed to herself, enunciating each word, not the Su of the Su family,
but the Su of Su Qian.
Su Muyao's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to fathom Su Qian's words. After a moment of silence, she stammered, Did you acquire Ji's?
Su Qian replied, A portion, I suppose.
After all, I am not in the business of collecting scraps. Not everything is worth acquiring. Su Muyao was baffled as to how this could be. A fifth of the Su family as holdings now belonged to Su Qian. And now she had audaciously taken over the Ji family? How could a mere woman achieve such feats? Crossing her arms, Su Qian posed her own question. Why do you always presume that I need to rely on men? Su Muyao opened her mouth, at a loss for a response.
Su Qian continued.
Regardless of whether you acknowledge your identity, you are still a daughter of wealth. With such affluence, why depend on another man? Is it not more secure to hold your own assets? Yet Su Muyao shook her head defiantly. How could you possibly understand the intricacies of managing a business? Su Qian smiled. I may not comprehend it, but does Ji Yuhan truly? Is it impossible to learn? Ji Yuhan himself emerged from within a corporate structure. Confusion clouded Su Muyao's mind as to why Su Qian would draw comparisons with Ji Yuhan. Observing her rigid demeanor, Su Qian felt a twinge of pity. You are not the mastermind. You won't face severe consequences. You should promptly sever ties with Ji Yuhan. Do not remain shackled to him. Opportunities will arise again. However, Su Muyao seized upon the word divorce. Indeed, Su Qian was wielding such words as a means to pressure her into separation. In your dreams, I know you cannot let go of Han.
Su Muyao shouted at Su Qian.
Su Qian simply stared at her in silence for a moment before responding.
You truly are unwell.
It became apparent to her that Su Muyao's intent in seeking her out was merely to unleash her madness. With little interest in engaging further, she stood to leave. Yet just as she had taken 2 steps away, she heard Su Muyao's anguished scream. Why didn't that crystal chandelier kill you back then? Su Qian spun around sharply. That chandelier was tampered with by you? Thus, the original owner had met her demise due to Su Muyao's machinations?
Su Muyao,
having lost control, now grasped the implication of Su Qian's accusation and retorted with a cold smirk. I won't divulge anything, and you lack evidence.
Su Qian fell silent.
Indeed, time had passed, and she possessed no proof. Moreover, having traversed into this body, it had neither died nor sustained injuries. Even if Su Muyao had manipulated the chandelier, she would not face legal repercussions. Seeing Su Qian's silence, Su Muyao reveled in her perceived victory. Su Qian, you cannot do anything to me. Even the trust fund money was orchestrated by my mother. As you said, I will emerge soon. Ignoring her, Su Qian retrieved her phone and made a call. Hello? Is this the lawyer? Yes, it's me. Please investigate Su Muyao's taxes. Yes, her tax records and contracts from her years in the entertainment industry. If there are any discrepancies, we will file a lawsuit. As Su Muyao's expression transitioned from confusion to growing terror, Su Qian waved her phone with a smile. Su Muyao, you had better pray that you haven't evaded a single cent in taxes these past years. When Su Qian emerged from the detention center, the weather was exceptionally pleasant. A pristine, rare-colored Rolls-Royce gleamed in front of the facility. However, Su Qian found the color somewhat dull. Just days prior, she had commissioned a bespoke model in iceberry pink, adorned with diamonds. Her driver and assistant awaited her respectfully by the vehicle. With her newfound holdings, she had assembled an entire team. After all, she was still in the process of learning, her university studies yet to be completed. Given her preference for managing her own finances, Su Qian had employed an entire team to assist her. As the driver opened the door, Su Qian settled into the car. Once the vehicle started, her assistant efficiently briefed her on the management of her assets, her upcoming engagements in the entertainment industry, and her academic schedule. Finally, the assistant respectfully mentioned, Miss Su, Mr. Su asked me to remind you that the second young master will be returning from an academic conference abroad this weekend. If you are free, he would like to have dinner with you. Su Qian yawned and replied, dinner is trivial. The main concern is whether he agreed to the matter I discussed with him last time. The assistant hesitated. Su Qian interjected, if he disagrees, then I shan't return. Clearing his throat, the assistant stated, Mr. Su has indicated that if you persist, you will be seated at the head of the table during family meals. Splendid. Su Qian reclined in her seat, nodding. Very well, I shall return for dinner this weekend. Yes, Miss Su. Su Qian redirected her focus. On her phone screen, the Weibo homepage displayed the top trending news. The eldest daughter of the Su family had donated substantial supplies to impoverished mountainous regions. Exiting Weibo, she opened WeChat and perused her unread messages. Her friends, Zhong Qi and Fong Lingxue, were planning a night out. While in her small group with Zhong Yi and Yushir was frantically sharing gossip, forwarding several articles for their perusal. Scrolling further down, she found 2 messages from Bai Xiujing regarding the filming crew, an invitation for a gaming session from Cheng Xiao, and a final message from Jiang Fingxua containing an invitation to the finals. Lu Yan had remained silent throughout the morning. However, the financial director from Sun Qi had just sent her this week's report, as instructed by young Master Lu during a meeting specifically for Su Qian to review. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su Qian's phone screen as the street scenery blurred by, the shadows of trees dancing. Su Qian switched off her phone and gazed out the window. Thus, she wouldn't allow Su Muyao's wild words to linger in her mind. A fate akin to hers? That was utterly impossible. After all, she was acutely aware of how exhilarating it was to wield control over her own destiny. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this, please consider subscribing and liking to support us. Until we meet again in the next story.